What if the past you thought you knew was just the beginning, and every truth uncovered led to more mysteries? Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today, we continue the mesmerizing journey of Bella Hale, a Twilight fanfiction masterpiece by the talented JulesSC. In Part 2, covering chapters 11 to 20, Bella's newfound identity as a Hale takes her deeper into a world of hidden legacies, unbreakable bonds, and revelations that challenge everything she thought she knew. Disclaimer: this audiobook is a transformative fan-created work inspired by Twilight by Stephanie Meyer. All original characters, settings, and trademarks belong to their respective owners. This reading is purely for entertainment, with no copyright infringement intended. As Bella navigates the complexities of her Hale heritage, alliances are tested, secrets are unearthed, and her ties to the Cullen family grow even more intricate. Bella Hale takes you on an emotional roller coaster, balancing the thrill of discovery with heartwarming relationships. With continued speculation about a Twilight reboot or spin-offs, stories like Bella Hale offer fresh takes that keep the fandom thriving. Could this tale inspire new adaptations? Only time will tell. JulesSC is renowned for their imaginative reimaginings and intricate storytelling. Their work consistently delivers fresh perspectives on beloved characters, making them a standout figure in fanfiction communities. So, sit back, relax, and prepare to uncover more twists and turns in Bella Hale by JulesSC. Once we reach 10 likes and 10 comments, Part 3 will be unlocked for your listening pleasure. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on all magical adventures. 11. Happy Birthday, Bella. Part 2. Alice's POV. Edward, Esme, and Jasper had given Bella something from their human life. I couldn't remember that part of my life. All I could see whenever I think back was darkness. So I'm going to give her something that was the first most important material thing I've possessed since becoming a vampire. Once she had calmed down enough after Edward brought out Lily the kitten, I'd taken her up to our room. When Jasper and I were going to get married for the first time, he'd given me a heart-shaped jewelry box. It was velvet on the outside, satin on the inside, and was lined with intricate silver detail, glass beads, and Victorian-style flower patterns. I'd fallen in love with it, but I wanted Bella to have it. When I took it out of my closet, Bella audibly gasped. I smiled at her as I sat next to her on the bed. "Do you like it?" I asked her, though I already knew the answer. Bella nodded her head enthusiastically and reached out with a hand to touch the jewelry box. "Jazz gave it to me," I told her proudly. When we got married the first time, Bella's eyes widened. "You're married?" she asked in a whisper. I laughed, shaking my head. I keep forgetting that in Bella's eyes, I was still a teenager. "Yes, Angel, I'm married." I kissed her hair lightly. "See, Jazz wanted to give me something special. Now I want you to have it." I placed it in her lap, and she carefully held it in her hands. "Why?" she asked innocently. I brushed back a stray strand of her hair and said, "Because, Angel, you're special to me." Bella's eyes filled up with tears, and I reached forward to envelope her in a hug. "So, you have to promise to keep it safe, okay?" Bella nodded her head and sniffed. "What am I supposed to do with it?" she asked, with all the naivety of a 7-year-old. I shrugged. "Treasure," I replied with a grin. "You could put your jewelry inside, like that locket or Edward's bracelet," I elaborated, pointing to the necklace and touching the charm bracelet lightly. Bella nodded her head in understanding. I stood up and offered her my hand. "Come on, let's go put it in your room before we go back downstairs. I think Emmett's going to barge in here if we don't. He's too excited about his special present for you." Bella giggled, probably imagining her personal teddy bear bursting into the room just to give her his gift. I, of course, knew what Emmett was giving Bella, but he'd kept it a secret from Edward, singing ludicrous songs that nearly drove Edward insane every time he was around him. I don't think Edward would appreciate Emmett giving her that particular gift, but I already saw that Bella would love it. As we were walking down the hallway to go to Bella's room at her slow, human pace, she asked me, "Alice, why do you always know something before it happens?" I nearly choked on air. We hadn't actually gotten around to telling Bella about our special powers yet. Edward seemed to think that Bella really was in shock over our secret. She just wasn't showing it. No matter how many times I'd shown him the future of Bella being just fine with it, or Jasper telling him over and over that Bella felt comfortable around us, he refused to believe it. Honestly, the man was stubborn as a mule. I could hear everyone freeze downstairs as they heard Bella's question. "Don't tell her," Edward said. He was speaking in a normal tone, so Bella couldn't hear him, but I think he was close to shouting. "Tell her, she'll think it's cool," Emmett was saying. I rolled my eyes. Men. Well. I glanced down to see Bella's expectant face looking up at me, her big brown eyes searching my face. I couldn't lie to her. What was I thinking? "Sorry, Edward. It's time to tell her." "I can see the future," I blurted out. Bella blinked, her face a mask of confusion. "I have a special power. Sometimes I can see how the future would be like," I explained. We reached her room, and Bella quickly placed the jewelry box on the vanity. She turned to me and frowned. I was just about to see what her reaction would be like, just so Edward could stop fussing already, when she spoke. "That's not fair," she whined. "I want to see the future, too." Well, it was a good thing I got her a magic 8-ball. I could hear Emmett's booming laughter, and so could Bella this time. She blushed a deep red, and I chuckled, crouching down so that we were eye to eye. I took both her hands in mine and swung our entwined fingers together slightly. "How about I just share with you what I see? Is that okay?" She was still pouting, so I kissed her knuckles gently. "Can I tell you a secret?" I whispered conspiratorially. After a moment's hesitation, Bella nodded. I leaned forward and whispered, "Edward wishes he could see the future, too." Bella giggled at this and brightened up. I stood up, still chuckling, and led Bella out by the hand downstairs. When we reached, they had all composed themselves. Well, most of them. Edward shot me a dark look and whispered far too soft and too low for Bella to hear. "You're going to pay for that, dear sister." I stuck my tongue out at him and danced over to Jasper. Carlisle's POV. Today my new daughter turns 7 years old. I'd never been happier. Well, the day I met Esme and the day we got married were equivalent to this, but still. She had turned our usual daily routine into something much more interesting. I think that she has made life worth living for, especially for Edward. I'd guessed that even before Alice told me about her vision. I'd never seen so much emotion, so much life in my son. He cared about Bella deeply, loved her deeply. And in just a decade, she would make him the happiest man on earth. How could I ever repay her? When we decided on throwing Bella a party, we had all wanted to give her a special gift, different than the other things that Alice and Edward would surely get for her. Esme had immediately thought of the locket her mother had given her. I'd heard Edward was giving her a charm bracelet with a diamond heart that belonged to his biological mother. I was at a loss at what to give Bella myself as a human. I only did what my father did. I don't think a Bible and preaching to her about the evil that was vampires would be a very good birthday present. So I'd gotten a charm for her bracelet made specially for her. It was a mini cross, something that was very similar to what my own mother wore around her neck, with gold designs. I didn't know if she was religious. She was 7 after all, and I thought it to be quite an oxymoron to teach her about God when I was a vampire. But Edward believed in God and heaven, and this was the closest I could think of that was a part of my human life. When Alice had brought Bella up to her room, I'd reached into my pocket to feel for the charm. It was still there, thank God. And then we'd heard Bella asking Alice why she always knew something was going to happen before it did. Well, Edward warned us that she was perceptive. I hadn't imagined she was this perceptive, though. I have to admit, Alice hadn't exactly been discreet about her visions. She'd just come dancing into the room talking about how tomorrow was going to be a gloomy day, or how Jasper was going to win at poker.
Of course, Bella would ask.
She was 7, not incompetent. When Alice told her about having visions, Bella complained about not being able to see the future like Alice could. It wasn't what any of us expected. I think Edward went into shock. Emmett, however, burst out into laughter, howling like a rabid dog. He bent over in laughter, and soon, we were all joining him. Especially when Alice told Bella that Edward wished he could see the future as well. He wasn't as appreciative, however, and was scowling the whole way. When Alice and Bella came down the stairs, Bella tugged her hand free from Alice's grip and ran to Edward, latching onto his legs, Lily at her feet. I allowed myself to smile at the sight before holding out my hand. Bella stared at me shyly before taking it. I lifted her into my arms in one quick swoop. Bella squealed, surprised, and buried her face in my chest. I laughed and carried her in my office. I sat her down on my desk and she kicked her feet playfully, hands on the desk on either side of her. I wanted to give you a charm to put on Edward's bracelet. Is that okay? I asked her gently. I didn't want to upset her by doing something she didn't like. Bella stared at the bracelet for a moment before nodding her head slowly. I took out the cross charm and showed it to her. Bella smiled at it. My dad was a pastor, I told her. I just wanted you to have this, to remind you that while I can't ever replace your own daddy, I'd like to be there for you. I fastened the charm and placed the bracelet around her wrist once more. Like my second daddy? Bella asked, tilting her head to one side. I nodded my head, smiling.
If you want me to, I said.
Bella considered for a moment in silence, then she said, Esme's my mommy. You can be my daddy. I stared at her, unblinking. Bella frowned, raising her hand to wave it in front of my face. Daddy, she whispered, worry evident in her voice. I broke out into the biggest smile I'd ever smiled and crushed her body to me.
Daddy.
Can't breathe, she gasped. I laughed, letting her go. Bella glared at me for a moment before joining me, laughing as well. As we were going back to the living room, she stopped me and said, Daddy, could you beat Emmett in arm wrestling? Emmett's POV. Carlisle? Beat me in arm wrestling? Not a chance. No one could take me. I'm unbeatable. The one and only Emmett Cullen, ladies and gentlemen. And no reason to choke on your own laughter over there, Edward. All right, now I was nervous. There was only Rose and me left to give our presents. Rose wanted me to go first because she was still a little upset that Bella had called Esme mommy instead of her. I hadn't thought it as a big deal. We all considered Esme a mother. But Rose had wanted Bella to be her kid, so it's understandable. I still think Rose was overreacting, though. There's no saying how Bella felt about Rose. I mean, just look at the past few weeks. Bella respected Rose's decisions, and she loved Rose's concern for her. When Edward went hunting the other day and Bella had a nightmare, she came screaming for Rose, didn't she? In my opinion, Bella considered Rose as a very important person in her life. Bella came back into the living room being carried by Carlisle. She smiled widely at me. Emmett. Carlisle put her on the ground, and she turned around to face me. Daddy's strong, she informed me. I laughed. Well, you haven't seen how strong I can get, I teased. Emmett, Edward warned. But Bella was already grinning from ear to ear. Show me. Show me.
Ah, hell.
She looked so excited. Edward, I can't just not show her. Besides, she already knows about us. Why not? I swear. Edward was too overprotective. I honestly wondered what he was going to do when she grows up. At this, I saw Edward flinched. I chuckled and looked around for something I could crush. I couldn't find anything I could destroy that wouldn't invoke Esme's wrath. Edward was smirking. Just then, Alice danced into the house from the backyard. I hadn't even noticed she'd gone out. Edward frowned at her, but she ignored him. She practically floated to me. I think she was a ballerina as a human and handed me a rock the size of my palm. I grinned, bending down so that I was eye to eye with Bella, and showed her the rock. Her eyes wide and glittering, she watched me as I gripped the rock harder in my hand. She gasped as I ground the rock into dust. She started jumping up and down in excitement, asking me to do it again, but I laughed and stood up. Later, Bella, I want to give you my present first, okay? She latched onto my leg, stubborn, and I ended up walking to the kitchen with Bella sitting on my foot, her arms wrapped around my leg. I bent and pried her from my leg, setting her down on the kitchen aisle. She glared at me, upset that I wouldn't show her another trick. I reached into my shirt pocket and pulled out a yellow journal I'd kept since I was a little boy. It was thick, with pages sewn together, and some of the pages were sticking out. Bella stared at it curiously. Since I was a kid like you, I loved playing pranks on people, I chuckled. I had these crazy ideas I couldn't remember by the next day, so I wrote them all down. I kept writing in here until the day before I married Rosalie. Bella threw up her hands in frustration. "Is everybody married?" she asked, rolling her eyes in that cute way of hers. I snorted. "Edward isn't," I sang out. "Emmett." Both Edward and Alice shouted, both for different reasons. Edward was purely embarrassed and mortified that I'd actually tell Bella that and discuss this with her. Alice just didn't want me to slip up. I burst out in raucous laughter and handed Bella the book. She flipped it open and stared at the notes I'd made, and her smile grew more pronounced with each page. "I could definitely use this," she said, looking up at me to grin evilly. I reached out to shake her hand. "Partners in crime?" I whispered, knowing fully while the others could hear. "Partners in crime," she agreed. Oh, this was going to be sweet. "Don't corrupt her, Emmett," Esme warned from the living room. But it was too late. I recognized the look on Bella's face. She was already down the evil path. Bella's POV. After Emmett had given me his gift, we'd gone back to the living room. Edward had tried to persuade me to hand over the gift, but Esme had given him a bad look and made him apologize. Edward said he was trying to save me from becoming like Emmett. I didn't mind it. Emmett was always funny, and he played the funniest jokes on people. I liked it, and if he was going to share with me how to play pranks, then I want to learn. We ended up sitting on the floor in a circle, opening the rest of the presents. Aside from the camera, I also got face paint from Emmett, of course, who said that we should paint our face and play Red Indians. Esme wasn't too happy about that, but Alice was excited. A toy doctor's kit, what I thought was the whole collection of soft toys in the mall, books from Jasper, a silver mirror with a handle so I could carry it around, a magic 8-ball from Alice who said I could see the future with it, and toys for Lily. Alice told me she'd gotten me some new clothes and shoes, too, but she'd put them in my closet when I wasn't looking. I spent the rest of the day playing with my new toys. Emmett was especially excited to try the face paint. I made him use green all over his face so we could pretend we were spies. Rosalie had also gotten me a whole stack of Disney's princess movies. I watched The Little Mermaid 3 times. Edward was begging me to stop replaying it after that. I ate more mac and cheese and cake for dinner while Jasper and Emmett reenacted Sleeping Beauty for me. Emmett was Aurora. Finally, it was time for bed. Rosalie took me up to my room while I carried Lily. She was still a baby, and I didn't want her to get tired. I yawned as Rose put me down on the bed and took out my pajamas. "Are you tired?" she smiled. I nodded my head. Putting Lily in her bed, it was one of the things Edward had gotten for her. "Did you have fun today, Angel?" Rosalie asked, crouching down in front of me to help me take off my dress and put on my pajamas. I nodded my head again. "Yes, I did. Thank you for the presents," I said, blushing again as I realized how much they must have spent on me. Rose smiled a little. "You're welcome." Usually, Rose would be talkative, telling me about her day, or asking me if I'd brushed my teeth and washed my feet. But today, Rose didn't even say a word. I realized that she looked upset, the way Esme did whenever Emmett trailed Mud into the house after playing football or break the furniture because he lost a game to Jasper. But why was Rosalie sad? Didn't she have fun today? I thought everyone did. I saw Rosie laugh. I saw her hug Emmett and you kiss him. I saw her taking pictures, and she even helped me cut the cake. So why was she sad? Once she was done helping me with my pajamas, Rose placed me on the bed and sat next to me. I reached out to brush her cheek with my hand. "Why are you sad?" I asked, tilting my head to one side. Rosalie's eyes widened, then she shook her head, chuckling. "Edward was right, you are perceptive." I didn't know what that meant, but I really didn't want Rosie to be sad. "Aren't you going to tell me?" I pleaded, batting my lashes in the way I knew would get me anything I wanted from her. "I could help if you told me why you're sad." Rosalie shrugged, smiling a little. "It's really all right, Angel. I'm fine. I'm just sad the day is over," she said.
Oh.
Well, that made sense. If she had been having too much fun, maybe she didn't want the day to end because tomorrow might not be as fun. I knelt on the bed on my knees and hugged her around the neck. "We'll play again tomorrow," I promised. Rosalie pulled back and kissed me on the cheek. "Okay, Angel," she sighed and reached into her pocket. "I have one last present for you." I stared at her, trying to keep myself from looking too excited. I don't think it worked because Rosalie chuckled. "It was mine a long time ago," she said, pulling out a silver hairbrush with a single rose carved on the back. I traced it with my finger. "You're going to be Bella Barbie with Alice a lot." I groaned at that, and Rosalie just smiled wider. "I just figured you could use a pretty brush." I smiled and placed my head on her lap. Rosalie started to brush my hair, and I closed my eyes, contented.
"Thank you, Mommy."
"I love it." Rosalie's hand stopped brushing my hair, and my eyes snapped open. Had I said something wrong? I turned slightly so that my head was facing Rosalie. Her eyes were wide with shock, her mouth hanging open. I reached up to tug at her hand. Why wasn't she responding? I started to panic. "Mommy?" I called out. "Mommy?" I called out again, louder. Why wasn't anyone coming in? What did I do to make her act like that? I felt the tears welling up in my eyes. This seemed to snap Rosalie out of her stupor. No, baby, don't cry," she cooed, putting the brush aside and lifting me up slightly so that I was sitting on her lap instead of lying on it. "I was just shocked," she admitted. "Why?" I asked, blinking back the tears. Rosalie shrugged, brushing back a few stray hair from my face. "I heard you call Esme Mommy in the morning. I didn't think dash." She couldn't finish her sentences, so I leaned forward and kissed her cheek, just like she'd kissed mine earlier on. "Rosie," I giggled. "You and Esme are both my mommies. Don't you know that?" I was baffled. Why else would I listen to everything the both of them told me to do? I loved them both equally. I loved Alice, too, but she was more of my sister. I loved playing with her, and she took care of what I had to wear every day because I couldn't be bothered. I would honestly just wear pants and a random shirt just so I could go out and play with the boys, but Alice insisted on dressing me up before I went out of my room. Rosalie looked like she would start crying any second, but she never did. She gave me a big, shaky smile and hugged me close. Thank you, baby. I love you. Did you know that? I nodded my head. I love you, too. Rosalie tucked me in bed and placed the silver hairbrush on the vanity. Go to sleep, Angel. We got to start packing tomorrow, she told me. I made a face and she laughed. Now, don't be like that. You'll have fun at our new home, I promise. Night, Rose, I mumbled sleepily, turning to press the side of my face into my pillow. Night, Bella. I heard Rosalie switch on my nightlight, something I should probably stop using sometime soon, and close the door behind her when she went out. Night, Lily. An answering meow was the last thing I heard before sleep overtook me. 13 London Calling. Bella's POV. My room was almost empty now, except for the bed, the vanity, and the wardrobe. Alice said the new house was going to have new furniture. We were going all the way to London. When I asked Jasper where that was, he'd show me the world map. That is a long way to go. He said we would take the plane. I was afraid of taking the plane. Emmett told me stories about how people went on flights, and then the plane crashed in the middle of the ocean or on an island, and they have to eat each other because they would starve if they don't. Esme grounded him for a month. He'd continue his punishment at our new home. Jasper told me a secret. He has a cool power too. He could make someone feel anything. To prove it, he made Alice really mad at Edward for no reason, and we watched while she chased him around the house for an hour. Carlisle promised not to tell Esme about it when she got home from hunting. Then Jasper made Emmett cry over everything. And I mean everything. He cried when Rosalie threw him a glare. He cried when he lost a poker game. He cried when Esme came home and scolded him for breaking a vase. I felt bad for him, so I told her the real culprit of the crime, Carlisle. He was trying to play catch with me, but he threw too hard and broke the vase instead. Esme didn't get mad at him. Instead, she got mad at Jasper for using his gift to manipulate everybody's feelings. He said he was only proving his point to me. If I got scared on the plane, he would know and he'd calm me down. I didn't believe he could until he calmed Esme down so much she almost toppled over from an overdose of serenity. Yeah, he got grounded, too, but I felt better. I still didn't want to leave the house, though. Edward was leaving his piano here. How would he play for me in London? He said he had another piano there, but it still didn't make me want to go. My mommy and daddy were here, in Forks. I can't see them anymore, but I could visit them at the cemetery. Edward took me yesterday to tell them goodbye for now. I got really upset and cried for 3 hours straight. Edward had to calm me down by saying that my parents are never really gone. They would always be in my heart and my memory. I had to go on with life and make them proud to have me as their daughter. I had to be strong and smart and kind. I knew I was being stubborn. Everyone was already downstairs. But I missed it here already, and we haven't even left. I just didn't want to go. I had a nice room. We had a nice house. Rose had sat me down and told me that moving was a part of being a Cullen. To which I responded that I wasn't a Cullen, I was a Hale. She'd laughed and said, "It's part of being a Hale, too, Angel." They had to move to keep up appearances. They would never grow old. People would suspect they weren't human if they stayed. And I loved them. I wanted to be with them. I'd go with them. I just miss being here, that's all. There was a knock at the door, and I lifted my head to see Edward leaning against the door frame, a sad smile on his face. "Are you ready to leave?" he asked quietly. I shook my head frantically, my gaze dropping to my lap once more as I kicked my legs while I sat on the edge of my bed. Well, what was once my bed? Edward sighed and came into the room. He sat next to me. "You know, London won't be so bad," he said. "In fact, you might like it there. There's going to be new friends, new people." I was still silent and wasn't even looking at him as he said all this. "Don't you want to come with us and Lily?" he whined playfully. "You don't want to be left behind, do you?" My head shot up and I gazed at him in panic. No, I yelled, climbing onto his lap. Edward laughed a little, rubbing my back soothingly.
It's all right, Bella.
We would never leave you, he soothed. Promise? I promise. I sighed as my gaze swept around my room once more. Then I looked up into Edward's smiling topaz eyes and shrugged. Okay, let's go to London. Our flight was in an hour's time. It was 7:30 in the morning when we got to the airport. I hadn't had breakfast. There wasn't any food left in the kitchen, and Esme had packed all the kitchen knives because Emmett had taken up a habit of throwing them around. Most of our stuff had been sent to London already, and Alice said that those would arrive a day after we did. We had some clothes and whatnot with us, though. My stomach grumbled loudly as Jasper and Emmett handled our suitcases. Due to their super hearing, they all heard me and turned to look at me. I blushed. Edward chuckled and offered me a hand. What do you say we go find you some breakfast? He smiled. My embarrassment forgotten, I slipped my small hand in his and let him lead me away from the family to get food. I ate a slice of pizza and drank a cup of hot chocolate. Edward bought me a jelly donut to eat on the way back to the family. He didn't want me to suffer if I got hungry later, since we still had half an hour left before we should board the plane. When we got back to where the family were waiting, I grinned. It was very typically Cullen what I saw. Carlisle had his arms around Esme's waist, and they were watching their children. Alice and Rosalie were sharing a magazine, gasping at certain things they read. Jasper and Emmett were arguing over who won their latest arm wrestling match. Jasper was certain that he'd won, and Emmett said Jasper cheated. Esme had to finally plead Edward to find out who really won. Edward had smirked and told them Jasper had cheated. He'd used his gift to weaken Emmett and had slammed his hand down when Emmett was distracted. Jasper shot Edward a dirty look for ratting him out, but I had another question in mind. Edward, I tugged at his sleeve. He looked down at me as if he was surprised I was there. His face betrayed his guilty expression. How did you know that? No one said anything for a moment, but Edward scowled in Alice's direction. I thought I heard Jasper growl. Edward, I prompted. He sighed, hanging his head for a moment. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes squeezed shut. I waited patiently for him to speak. When he didn't, I climbed off Rosalie's lap and made my way to him. I stood directly in front of him and placed a hand on his arm. You can tell me, I assured him. Edward opened his eyes and gave me a weak smile. Do you promise not to be upset or afraid of me? He asked, his voice almost too quiet for me to hear. But I'd been straining my ears to catch his words, so I nodded my head eagerly. Well, he hesitated. I can read minds, he concluded. My face must have shown the horror I felt, for he immediately turned his face away from me. I danced around to meet his eyes, but every time I stepped to a certain angle to see his face clearly, he averted it again. I sighed loudly. Edward, I complained. He looked at me warily. I bit my lip. Does that mean you can hear everything I think? I asked worriedly. Edward shook his head, the ghost of a smile on his lips.
No, Bella.
I can't read your mind. Only yours. I don't know why. He trailed off. Well, that doesn't seem too bad, then. But why couldn't he read my mind if he could read other people's minds? I placed my hands on my hips and glared at him. Are you lying? I accused, narrowing my eyes at him. I'd wanted to scare him into telling the truth, but he just chuckled at my behavior. I suppose a vampire like him couldn't be afraid of a 7-year-old human girl. No, I'm not, he answered truthfully. I considered. So he, Alice, and Jasper all have powers? Do all of them? I opened my mouth to ask, but Alice shook her head. No, just us 3. I shot her a puzzled look and she giggled, tapping her forehead with a finger. I smacked my forehead with my palm. How could I forget Alice could see the future? I turned back to face Edward and frowned. Why didn't you want to tell me about reading people's minds? I asked, more confused now than ever. He shrugged, not meeting my eyes. I sighed loudly and climbed onto his lap so I could really look into his eyes without having him avert his gaze. He looked at me, surprised, and I smiled sweetly at him. Tell me, I ordered. I didn't want to scare you, he admitted. It was bad enough for you to hear that monsters are real. I didn't want you to be scared of anything else. I drew in a sharp intake of breath. His head snapped up and he looked at me worried. I couldn't speak for a moment. Was this what Edward thought I saw him as? Was this how he viewed himself? He couldn't have been more wrong. And I thought he was the smart one. Is that... I struggled to say the words, but I was too angry. You're angry, Edward commented, a look of shock on his face. Of course I'm angry, I yelled. I noticed a few people shoot me a few looks, but I didn't care. I lowered my voice, though, so no one other than Edward and the Cullens and Hales would hear what I'd say next. A monster? Is that how you think I see you? He looked confused. You know what I am, Bella, he said in a pained voice. I nodded my head.
Yes.
You're my best friend. He rolled his eyes. Bella, he groaned, shaking his head. But I spoke before he had a chance to. You're not a monster. You're a very good person. You gave me Lily. And you didn't even eat her, I said, smiling. He raised an eyebrow and I shrugged. Emmett said you liked eating cats. He shot Emmett a dark look, and Emmett only laughed. Big cats, though, he amended through his laughter. I placed my hands on either side of Edward's face to force him to look at me again. It was like pulling a really heavy piece of rock. But Edward obliged and turned to look at me. You're a good person, I said again firmly. You make a lot of people very happy.
You are not
a monster. He just sat there, his face blank, not saying anything. His eyes were burning into mine, and I blushed under the intensity of his golden gaze. Then he smiled. I don't scare you? I shrugged, tilting my head to one side. No more than usual, I teased back. He got this really funny look in his eyes, and he caught me in his arms and pulled me into a bone-crunching hug. Thank God he didn't squish my donut. Edward pulled back and opened her mouth, but Alice interrupted, clearing her throat. Sorry to break up the moment, she laughed. But if we speak any more about you-know-what, then someone's going to hear I saw it, she said knowingly. Emmett clapped his huge hands together and smiled slyly at Jasper. Well, then, I guess it's time for Jazzy Boy here. Jasper growled at the nickname, and I giggled. To be punished for cheating? Emmett turned to look at me, raising an eyebrow. Any ideas, Devil? He asked, deliberately altering my nickname. I bit my lip and thought. Then I smiled widely. It was too easy, but it was too perfect. Alice, seeing my punishment for Jasper, burst into peals of laughter. Edward shook with silent laughter as well, having read it in Alice's mind. I'm not hungry anymore, I announced to a confused Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, Carlisle, and Esme. I turned to Jasper and held out my donut. He looked terrified now. Will you finish my donut for me, please? I asked him sweetly. Emmett laughed so hard he fell off his chair. Esme shushed him, but she too had a grin plastered on her face. Jasper stared at the donut like it had cooties on it, then swallowed. No, he said firmly. No way. But Emmett slapped him on the head. You cheated. You have to. Tell him, Mom, he whined to Esme, who merely shrugged. She still looked amused. Jasper snatched the donut from my hand and glared at me. I found this too funny to be afraid. Besides, Jasper would never hurt me. He was just a sore loser right now. With a disgusted look on his face, he started munching on it. Emmett had told me that because vampires don't need human food, they'd have to barf it out if they ever ate it. He said it was okay, though, because sometimes they dare each other to do it. I'd never seen any one of them eat human food, so my eyes were fixed on Jasper. He finished it just in time for us to board the plane. "I'm gonna be sick," he muttered. Alice smiled at him sympathetically. "You can get sick on the flight, Jazz. Just don't ruin the shirt," she added. Emmett gave me a high five. Emmett's POV. Poor Jasper threw up 5 minutes into the flight. I was chortling the whole way.
Damn.
Remind me never to make Bella mad. If she did that out of playfulness, imagine what she would do out of anger or for revenge. I shuddered at the thought, and I swore I saw Edward smirk. We haven't had the chance to use my prank journal yet. The day after her birthday, Edward had hidden it. He swore he didn't, and Bella believed him, but I knew better. Alice wouldn't help us find it. It was hours later when we found it in the piano. Bella wouldn't talk to Edward for 3 days until he practically had to beg her for forgiveness. I chuckled at the memory, causing Rose to give me an odd look and Edward to glare at me. Jasper sent us, both calming waves. I guess he was still feeling too nauseous to deal with additional emotions. I couldn't wait to try out the prank journal with Bella. She could be pretty devious when she wants to. We were taking first-class seats, so I was sitting next to my Rosie. Edward took the seat next to Bella. Jasper, once he got back from the bathroom, of course sat with Alice, and Carlisle with Esme. The light came on for us to buckle in our seatbelts, and we did so. Though, it was unlikely that any one of us would actually get hurt even if the plane crashed. Except for Bella, of course. But Edward would get to her before that happened any day. The plane took off, and I noticed Bella gripping Edward's hand with both of hers tightly, her already pale face going even paler. I stifled my laughter. Who knew Bella was so scared of flying? "You're the one who told her stories of planes crashing, Emmett," Edward hissed, too low for Bella or any other humans in first class to hear. I rolled my eyes at him. He was too overprotective. Honestly, chill, bro. She'll get over it. After all, Bella didn't strike me as someone who'd stick to a fear. She'd outgrow it. Once the plane was in the air and the light went off to indicate we could take off our seatbelts, Edward pried Bella's small fingers from his hand and proceeded to remove her seatbelt as well as his. "Are we gonna crash?" she whispered, worried. Edward smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, Bella, we won't," he whispered back. Bella calmed down a bit, and I had the feeling Jasper had something to do with it.
Soon she was smiling a little even.
Lily was in the cargo hold. Rosalie said that if Lily flew with us, Bella would want to take her out of her kennel to play, and that wasn't allowed. Then came the turbulence. Bella whimpered, reaching blindly for Edward, her eyes squeezed shut, her entire body shaking. In one fell swoop, Edward had lifted her from her chair and cradled her against his chest. Bella buried her face in his chest and breathed heavily. All right, now I felt guilty for telling her all those stories. They were meant to be a joke. I didn't know she'd take them so seriously. Of course, Jasper sensed my guilt and turned it up a notch. Or 2. Or 3. "What the hell, Jasper?" I snapped. He grinned back at me, unrepentant. I scowled and settled back in my seat. Soon enough, Bella calmed down and went back to her seat. A stewardess walked by to hand us our meals. We really didn't need the food, but we had to pretend to eat them to avoid suspicion. The stewardess going down Edward and Bella's row shot him a flirtatious smile. I choked back my laughter. I didn't need Jasper's empathic abilities or be able to read her mind to know what she wanted. She handed Edward the vegetarian meal. Ironic, no? With a smile, she asked in what I supposed was a husky voice if he wanted anything else. Edward looked partially horrified as he tried to put on his poker face. I'm guessing her thoughts were less tame than her actual actions. Edward took the easy way out. He asked Bella. She scrunched up her nose. then tugged at the stewardess' shirt. She didn't seem to realize that Bella was trying to get her attention. I rolled my eyes. She was too busy staring at an uncomfortable Edward. Frustrated, Bella stood up on her seat. "Bella," Edward called out, alarmed, reaching out to steady her before she fell or something. Knowing Bella, that was entirely probable. Since she stood on her seat, Bella came face to face with the stewardess. "I want orange juice," she announced. Esme cleared her throat loudly and gave Bella a reprimanding, motherly look. Bella added, "Please," to the end of her sentence. The stewardess looked shocked, as if she hadn't registered someone sitting next to Edward. "Of course," she said, pouring Bella a cup of orange juice. She handed it to Bella with an exaggerated fake smile. I winced. Bella hated it when people did that. It might just be her age, but she was extremely blunt. I hoped she didn't say anything appropriate. Then again, entertainment would be nice. Edward pulled Bella down to a sitting position before allowing her to drink the juice. The stewardess looked back at Edward and grinned. "She's so adorable," she cooed, pinching Bella's cheek. Bella stopped drinking and glared at her. "Is she your sister's?" Edward looked uncomfortable. No, he really wasn't Bella's brother. Funny how even now he could sense that, though he didn't understand it. I knew they weren't there yet, but their interactions were still comical most of the times. No, he mumbled. The stewardess wasn't fazed. "She's such a cute little girl," she continued. "You must be really good at looking after her," she commented, her voice taking that husky tone to it again. I saw Edward shooting daggers at Jasper and realized that my dear brother was giving that woman lusty shots of confidence. I almost rolled on the floor laughing, but Bella had other plans. She stood up to look at the stewardess in the eyes. Edward groaned and tried to get her to sit down again, but she didn't listen. "I'm not little," she said bitingly. "I'm 7. She held out her hands, 5 fingers played on one and 3 fingers curled on the other, to show 7 fingers. The stewardess blinked. "I'm a big girl," Bella added, hands flying to her hips. I heard my family trying to hold in their laughter. The poor stewardess was embarrassed enough. Edward pulled Bella back down to a sitting position and told her not to stand. "It's dangerous, Bella," he told her. Funny how his voice didn't even sound angry. Bella wanted another cup of orange juice. The stewardess scowled slightly, but obliged. "Nice kid," she snapped at Edward. Edward only gave her one of his patented charming smiles he used on humans, especially the women, to get his way, and nodded his head. "The best," he agreed, as if she had actually complimented Bella. The stewardess stared at him, shocked for a moment, then she continued on down the aisle. Edward's POV. Bella had fallen asleep halfway through the flight. She hadn't gotten much sleep yesterday because she'd been too worried about flying. Emmett just had to tell her those stories. I sighed. I glanced down at her. She hadn't really woken up, only staying conscious long enough for me to buckle her back in her seat before the plane landed and unbuckle her to carry her out of the plane. We'd passed the atrocious woman neither Bella nor I were fond of on the way out. Honestly.
Who hired these people?
I shuddered. We were now waiting for Alice and Rosalie to come pick us up in our rentals. Our cars had already been sent to our new estate. I would have gone to pick up the rentals myself, but Bella had fallen asleep in my arms and I really didn't want to hand her over to anyone else. She had her head nestled in the crook of my neck, her thin legs wrapped around my middle. Coco Teddy the bear, undoubtedly one of her favorite soft toys, was cradled between my cold chest and her warm body. She never slept without that thing since she'd gotten it. I smiled down at her. Bella stirred a little and blinked up at me. "Are we there yet?" she asked sleepily. I shook my head no. "Don't forget Lily," she mumbled before closing her eyes again. She slept through the entire journey to our new home. It was beautiful as always, thanks to Esme. A secluded Victorian mansion covered by forestry, completely shrouded from view of the humans. This would be perfect for us. Not to mention, our high school was within the town itself. It was pretty cloudy most of the time here, raining almost as much as it did in Forks. It only made the weather twice as cold since we were in London, after all. When Rosalie drove up to the mansion, Bella stirred, yawning as she opened her eyes. Her mouth fell open as she stared up at the 3-story mansion in front of us. I chuckled. "Do you like it?" I asked. She blushed at being caught staring. "It's big," she mumbled, burying her overheated face in my cool chest. I fought the urge to laugh harder. Bella didn't need the embarrassment. Rosalie, Esme, Bella, and I climbed out of the car while Emmett was going to drive the rental back to the airport. "How will you get back?" Bella asked innocently, staring up at Emmett with her big chocolate eyes. He shrugged, grinning. "I'll run." Speed was a natural part of our nature. In fact, it was pretty exhilarating. I loved it, as did everyone else in our family. It's why we talk so fast, why we drive so fast. When we run, we do it equally as fast. Her eyes widened. "That's a long way to run," she said. "Won't you get tired?" Emmett chuckled. "Of course not, silly. I'm a vampire, remember?" He pointed at his chest as he said this. Bella, realizing that he meant he would use vampire speed, started to laugh. Emmett and Jasper drove Alice's and Rose's rentals back to the airport, though it looked suspiciously like they were racing back. I hope they didn't spoil the cars. Our cars normally undergo a few changes by Rosalie before we could drive them that fast. We went inside, Bella holding my hand with one of hers and clutching Coco in another. She was anxious to see Lily again. Alice was already dancing around the place inside, driving Carlisle, Rosalie, and Esme mad.
She was too excited about this place.
Most of the furniture were already in place. Esme had done it all during her renovations. But our things weren't here yet. Most of it will arrive later today or tomorrow. Alice said there was going to be a possible delay. But Lily was already out of her kennel, shyly maneuvering around this unfamiliar territory. When she saw Bella, she quickly darted forward to brush her soft body against Bella's leg. Bella giggled and bent down to play with Lily. I smiled and let go of her hand, going around to pick Bella's bags and mine to put it in our respective rooms. My room was nearly an exact replica of the one back in Forks, golden in different shades. There were shelves along the walls for my music collection, and the black sofa was almost identical. Bella's room was blue, but Alice, I'm guessing, had persuaded Esme to add purple and pink around the room. I chuckled, placing Bella's bags on the floor. I hoped she liked purple and pink. When I got back downstairs, Bella was still on the floor, playing with Lily, dangling Coco in front of her. Lily was attempting to claw at Coco, but she couldn't reach. Bella was giggling the whole time. "Bella," I called out. "Do you want to see your new room?" I asked. Her eyes lit up and she scrambled to her feet. "I'm carrying Coco," she pouted at me. "Can you carry Lily for me?" "Please," she asked, batting her eyelashes at me. I groaned inwardly. All she had to do was say the P word, and I was a goner. I'd just do whatever she asked me to. How is this fair? I nodded my head and strode forward. I scooped Lily up in one hand and grabbed onto Bella's hand with my other. If I didn't, she'd fall over anyway. We made it up the spiraling stairs, and I was grateful that they were wide steps. Bella wouldn't fall as much this way. Maybe Esme intended it to be this way for that purpose. Once we were outside Bella's room, I pushed it open. Bella gasped. There was a queen-sized bed in the middle of the room with blue satin spread and pillows, pushed against the wall, facing the windows. I could only guess that the reason for a queen-sized bed was because Bella tended to roll in her sleep and would have ended up on the floor had I not, accidentally been there to catch her. Esme had placed rods on the ceiling right above the bed and both sides of the wall on either side of it. A canopy was draped over the rods, where it flowed all the way to the floor. On either side of the bed, there was a bedside table. On the left side of the wall, just above the bedside table, hung a garden trellis nailed to the wall. Lilac and freesia clung to it. On the bare wall, someone, presumably Alice, had placed a shadow box with a purple tutu, hair scrunchie, and ballet shoes in it. Next to it was a floor-length mirror with a white frame, with pink roses carved on the surface. Then there was a vanity, a wardrobe, the door to her own bathroom, of course. There was also her play area. There was a deep red rug somewhere to the far left, near the fireplace. I'm assuming Esme won't allow that fireplace to be used unless there was an adult with Bella. The toy shelves were empty because her things hadn't arrived yet. But I could see the small round table near the fireplace, with a small armchair obviously meant for Bella next to it. The table had a purple and pink quilt on it, acting as a table topper. I snuck a look at Bella, who had frozen on the spot, her mouth hanging open. She stood staring at the room, unblinking. I chuckled and bent down, releasing Lily to play. She headed straight for the play area, where she had her own scratch post and kitty toys and her small kitten bed. "Do you like the room?" Bella finally blinked, taking in a ragged breath. She must have stopped breathing when we entered. I laughed. Bella glared at me. "It's not funny," she muttered, stomping into the room and attempting to climb on the bed. She failed countless times. Shaking my head, I picked her up and set her on the satin sheets. It was true Esme and Alice had overdone it this time. Even I could see that. Bella was blinking back tears and I frowned. I truly didn't understand her sometimes. Why on earth was she crying now? "Why are you crying, Bella?" I asked, sitting next to her. "I am not crying," she said defiantly, crossing her arms across her chest and sniffing. I raised an eyebrow, and she rolled her eyes. "Fine." She dragged out the word, as if she was exhausted from all my prying. I grinned. "This must have been a lot of trouble for Esme," she said softly, trailing aimless patterns on the sheet with a gentle finger. I smiled. So that was what she was worried about? Silly Bella. This must have been such a shock for her, truly seeing for the first time how out of control Esme and Alice can get, spoiling her like this. Her room back in Forks wasn't done properly, according to them, because we were stayed there for a few weeks. They had put more time and effort into this room. But Bella was a self-conscious child, even at age 7. She hated it that Esme and Alice must have worked so hard on this, just for her. I placed a finger under her chin to lift her face. I smiled down at her. "Hey, this makes her and Alice happy," I told her. Bella looked incredulous. I had to admit, when Esme and Alice first started collaborating and going crazy over everyone's rooms when we all got together, I didn't understand what the allure was either. I still don't. I just knew it was pointless to argue. "No, really," I said. "They make a big fuss over everyone's room."
Don't worry about it.
"They love doing this, and they'd love to know you like your new room," I encouraged. Bella sighed and looked around again.
"It's a lot," she said slowly.
"But I think it's nice," she admitted, smiling shyly at me. I laughed, jumping off the bed. "Do you want to see my room?" I offered. Esme's POV. Alice couldn't stop bouncing next to me as we eavesdropped on Bella's conversation with Edward. We had both put a lot of hard work into decorating Bella's room. I'd taken care of all the shelves and whatnot. Alice had decorated. Alice was particularly fond of the ballerina shadow box. "It's a lot," I heard Bella say, "but I think it's nice." I covered my ears as Alice let out a glass-shattering squeal. I could hear Edward laughing upstairs. I stopped eavesdropping on Edward's time with Bella and went around to straighten out the place, Alice dancing around as she helped me. Carlisle had gone straight to his new study to check the interiors that he'd done everything to his liking. I smiled, thinking of how he'd love the new Victorian table I'd gotten for him. Rosalie had gone straight to the garage to check on her precious car. I sighed. Jasper and Emmett were due to be back any second now. Our things were slated to arrive by this evening, but Alice had told us of a certain incident that would delay it until tomorrow morning. I glanced at the stairs and thought, we haven't taken Bella out as an entire family yet. We'd all spent time with her separately, and we'd all spent time as a family inside on movie nights and such. But we hadn't done anything together outdoors. The children would be starting school soon. Carlisle would start working at the hospital on Monday. Bella would be registered in school soon as well. She was 7 and would be attending primary school. Edward and I had had a serious discussion about this. He was convinced that Bella should be homeschooled. You don't know how insane humans are, Esme. For all we know, a crazy kid might bring a gun to school to shoot everyone. They're children. 7-year-olds. Edward, be reasonable. I had calmly tried to dissuade him. Jasper, having studied psychology more than once, had said that it was Edward's overprotective streak that had him lashing out. He wanted Bella safe, and what was safer than having her study at home? It was also his reluctance at having Bella grow up. When she goes to school, she would make new friends and learn new things and socialize. She would be growing up. He was afraid she'd drift apart from us, from him. Oh, Edward. How could that even happen? I sighed, shaking my head. Maybe we should take Bella out today before our things arrived, of course. Alice would see when that was, and we'd have plenty of time. I just wanted us all to have one special day together before beginning our lives here in a foreign place. Alice squealed again and hugged me from behind. A picnic? She jumped, excited. How nice. Yes. I smiled. How nice, indeed. A great way for all of us to bond with Bella. 14, Connor and I. Rosalie's POV. Not even an hour in the house, and Bella's managed to fall 3 times. Honestly, she has got to be the most clumsy girl who ever lived. But I still love her. The odd thing is she never cried when she fell. She'd sniffle a little, look sad, and she'd accept a hug, but she never cried. Her level of maturity impressed me and scared me at the same time. We're already here in London. I'd be going to school soon, and Bella would be growing up. I knew time wouldn't have stood still if we'd stayed in Forks either, but this just made it all the more real. I wanted to stay at home. We've gone to school plenty of times before. If Carlisle and Esme said that I was being homeschooled or if I dropped out, it wouldn't be suspicious at all, would it? These were all normal human things. But Carlisle said that it drew more attention to us, and he didn't want that. Bella would be going to school, but she would be home a lot sooner than I would. Esme said she could handle Bella until we got home. I knew she could. I just wanted more time with my daughter. I knew it was ridiculous to the others, but I felt insane jealous of Esme for getting that time. Esme wanted to go for a picnic today. Our things won't be arriving until tomorrow morning. Bless Alice and her visions. Bella seemed excited about it, and the day was perfect for a picnic. Cloudy, slightly wet, but not raining. Alice said it wouldn't rain until nighttime, so Alice had run upstairs to raid through what little change of clothes she'd packed for Bella, and Esme had sent Emmett out to get some sandwiches for Bella. It was a picnic after all. I sighed as I waited for the others to come down. I didn't know what I was expecting, having Bella in my life. I just knew that I wanted to be her mother, someone who would look out for her, someone who does all the motherly things for her. She called me Mommy. But then again, she called Esme the same thing, too. It was vain to be jealous, but I couldn't help myself. Hey, I jumped a little and smiled sheepishly at Jasper as he wandered into the room. You okay? He asked, frowning. I could sense the sadness and guilt all the way from my room. I smiled. Jasper could be a real brother when he wanted to be. I had to give him that. But I wasn't so sure that I wanted to talk about this with him. It would just be plain embarrassing. Not to mention the fact that everyone in the family, bar Bella, would be able to hear me. Edward already heard at every single one of my thoughts. I didn't need anyone else knowing, too. I knew Esme loved Bella, too. Maybe even as much as I do. She had lost her child, and I'd lost the chance to have a child. Bella was our second chance. I just needed to learn how to share, I suppose. I shook my head. "It's nothing, Jasper," I said. Thank God my voice didn't crack. I'm worried about Monday, you know? Less time with Bella. More time with ridiculous, hormonally charged teenagers. I'll be fine. He just stared at me for a moment. Then he leaned forward to whisper only for my ears to hear. "I know that's not it. If you want to talk, Rose, I'm there." He gave me a small smile before disappearing up the stairs. Alice was lucky to have him. I was lucky to have Emmett. He wasn't the most serious guy around most of the times, but that's how I like him. He took my mind off things. But when I needed my man to be there for me, he always was. Emmett was a surprisingly attentive guy. I could always talk to him about my problems. I just wasn't sure if I wanted him to know my selfish side in regards to Bella. I'm just allowed, right? I knew that I wasn't the one to find her. I wasn't the first to hold her. Those rights belonged to Edward, Carlisle, and Esme. But I still loved her. I wanted her to be mine. I still do. But if half is all I can get, I'll take it. Mommy. My head snapped up, and my eyes found my Bella as she carefully made her way down the stairs, one step at a time. She was wearing jeans and a white shirt, a jacket with a hoodie over it. I watched as she stumbled a little, and was there faster than a blink of an eye to catch her. She smiled sheepishly up at me, and I carried her down the last few steps. "Bella," I said warningly, though I couldn't help the smile that crept up my face. I set her down on her feet in the living room. I knelt down in front of her to be at her eye level. "Try to be careful." "Sorry," she pouted. I laughed and reached forward to zip up her hoodie jacket. "You excited to go for our picnic?" I asked, grabbing her by the waist and lifting her off the ground. Bella shrieked in surprise, then wrapped her legs around my waist for support. She nodded her head, yes. Emmett said we could collect worms. I wrinkled my nose and rolled my eyes. Worms? Of all the things, did I mention that Emmett could also be a real idiot from time to time? Why would Emmett? I growled out his name. Want to collect worms? Bella shrugged. He said he wanted to dash. Bella. Emmett emerged at the top of the stairs. He rushed down the steps at vampire speed and clamped a hand over Bella's mouth. You're not supposed to tell anyone, he said urgently. I rolled my eyes again and shoved his hand away. Are you planning some vile trick with her, Emmett? I asked. Don't do that, okay? You're turning her into a trickster, and I don't like it. The next thing you know, the two of them will be Wednesday and Pugsley. Gross. I heard laughter coming from behind Emmett's large figure, and Emmett turned, moving aside so I could see as well. Edward descended from the stairs gracefully, humor in his eyes. I glared at him and placed one hand on my hip while the other securely held Bella against me. Aren't you going to yell at him for asking her to pick worms? I demanded. Edward shrugged. As long as she doesn't eat them, he replied cheekily. I fumed. So, apparently, the prank would not include him. Traitor. Bella's POV. They took me to the park. It was slightly windy, but Rosalie said it was okay because it wasn't enough to mess up her hair. There was, apparently, enough clouds in the sky. I didn't know what that meant, but Alice said that I'd find out soon enough, so I didn't ask any more questions. Our stuff haven't arrived yet, but Esme managed to get me sandwiches and juice in a picnic basket and a picnic blanket. Rose won't let me play until I ate a sandwich. She said that the last time I ate something was on the plane, and that was hours ago, so she didn't want me to get sick. Emmett didn't have to eat anything first, so he could go play. I sulked when I sat down to eat, but when I bit into the sandwich, I realized that I actually was hungry. I ended up eating 2 before joining Emmett play with the ducks. It was really fun. We chased them around the pond, and Emmett even fell in to scare the ducks that had gotten in the water. Emmett then said we should look for our worms, and took out an empty jar and 2 small spades. I was supposed to look on my left, and he was supposed to look on my right. I caught quite a lot of worms, and I needed to put them in the jar before they escaped, but Emmett had the jar. I turned around to find him, and saw that he was already making his way towards me. He stooped down to my level on his knees and grinned at the worms. "Hey, kiddo. That's a lot of worms there. Good work." He started to place them in the jar, 1 handful at a time. The jar was empty before my worms were dumped into it. I was about to scold him for slacking when I noticed that there was a feather stuck to his mouth. Edward and Alice started laughing in the distance. I narrowed my eyes at Emmett and placed my hands on either side of my hips. "Emmett?" I asked, tapping my foot and crossing my arms across my chest. Why do you have a feather stuck to your lips?" He looked surprised, like he hadn't noticed it. He quickly swiped at the feather, looking guilty the whole time. I glanced around the park and noticed the ducks. I gasped. "You didn't." I slapped him lightly on the shoulder. I knew if I hit any harder, it would only hurt me. He wouldn't feel a thing. Emmett only shrugged sheepishly. "I wanted to know how they'd taste like." He grinned. I rolled my eyes and made my way to where he was supposed to have dug for worms we needed more for our plan. Emmett followed me in silence. After a moment, I asked, "So how'd they taste like?" "Like chicken." We dug around a bit and found a lot of worms. They were all wriggly and gross, but I didn't mind it. Alice minded, though. She yelled at Emmett for ever letting me touch the worms. She thought Emmett was just kidding when he decided to look for worms, and that I would never actually do it. I suppose her anger had more to do with the mud on my hands and my outfit more than anything. She spent 20 minutes trying to get it all out, but some things even a vampire couldn't do. Jasper pretended to be mad about the plane incident. Barfing isn't a pleasant experience. But I knew he was joking. I saw him smile when he thought I wasn't looking. So I ended up being chased by him around the park. He used human speed for a while. Then we reached the woodland area, and while no human was around, he ran at me full vampire speed and scooped me up. I shrieked as loud as I could, laughing at the same time. I thought my heart was going to stop because of the adrenaline. Then he froze, his smile slipping away. I waved a hand in front of his eyes, but he didn't even blink. He had that look of concentration on his face, the one he used whenever I asked him to redo my Rubik's Cube. I kept messing it up after he's done just to see him do it again. It annoyed him to no end, so it was funny to watch. His eyes had gone black, but it wasn't out of hunger, I could tell. He blinked and looked down at me. He looked scary for a moment that I shivered. His expression softened, but the focused look in his eyes didn't go away. He leaned forward to whisper in my ear, "We're going to go back to the family."
"Be very quiet," he said.
I felt my lip tremble. Even I could guess that danger must be around the corner. It was one of the things Edward and Esme had talked to me about after they'd given me time to deal with the fact that they were vampires. They said that if we were out somewhere and one of them sensed danger, I should be very quiet, stick to the family, and follow instructions. But I nodded my head and buried my head in Jasper's chest while he cradled me and ran all the way back to the family. He slowed down to human speed once we broke through the woodland. The family had already packed the things. Emmett was nowhere to be seen. Edward held out his arms for me the moment Jasper reached them, and he complied. I whimpered and clung onto Edward while he rubbed my back, soothing me. "How long?" Jasper asked Alice. She wasn't looking at him, or at any one of us. She didn't even look as if she was paying attention. But she replied, anyway. A few minutes. We won't make it out in time. The V already caught our scent, she murmured. Edward's grip around me tightened. But they want to talk, Alice said, raising an eyebrow as she finally turned to look at us. They're vegetarians. Edward sighed out loud, then smiled down at me. It's all right, Bella, he told me. Carlisle spoke up. Why don't we head back? He suggested in his authoritative tone. If they're vegetarians, then they mean us no harm. I don't think out in the open like this is any way to meet new friends, Rosalie scoffed, but Carlisle ignored her. He turned to Alice, raised an eyebrow, and waited patiently. After a moment, Alice opened her eyes and nodded her head, smiling. It'll work. They'll follow us, she announced. I wasn't sure if that was supposed to be a good thing or not, but the others seemed content enough with this. Edward refused to put me down, though, and carried me all the way to where his Volvo was parked. When we arrived home, Alice whisked me upstairs to change clothes. She said that being covered in mud and dirt wasn't a good way to meet friends. She didn't take as long as she usually did on my outfit or my hair, though, and I suppose this was because friends were on the way. But in her vampire speed, she didn't need all that long. She dressed me in a pink knee-length dress with bows all over it and let down my hair. For the life of me, I just couldn't understand her need to dress me up 5 different times every single day. She picked me up with one hand and rushed me down the stairs before I even had the chance to gasp. She put me down, and Edward immediately stood partially in front of me, as if he wanted to block me from the people visiting. The front door was already open, Carlisle standing in front of it. I heard a whoosh sound, then Carlisle stepping back to let in a couple and their son. He looked to be about 10 years old. All 3 of them were pale white, and as they approached, I could see their golden eyes. I'm Haley, the woman said, smiling at us. This is my husband, Matt, and our son, Connor. They seemed so normal. I suppose that was to be expected, since the Cullens were normal, too. I just didn't know why the others were so anxious in the beginning. Maybe they thought Haley, Matt, and Connor drank human blood. I'm Carlisle. Carlisle stepped forward, hand extended. Matt took it first, smiling widely. This is my family. My wife, Esme. He nodded at her. My children Emmett and Rosalie, Edward and Bella, Alice and Jasper. While Haley and Matt smiled at the rest, Connor's eyes never left mine. He raised an eyebrow. Is she human? He asked, his question directed to everyone in the room.
He was still looking at me.
Yes, she is, Carlisle responded. I felt Edward stiffening in front of me. But she is very much a part of this family. Connor didn't respond for a moment. Why don't you change her? She's too young, came Edward's quick, stiff reply. Connor shot him a look before seeking my gaze yet again. I'm 10, he announced unnecessarily. Haley and Matt must have sensed the family's discomfort at speaking about this. I was mainly confused.
Change me?
I'd have to ask Edward later. Now, Connor, let's not be rude. Haley laughed, placing a hand on Connor's shoulder. I didn't find Connor rude. I thought he seemed nice, though we haven't actually talked to each other. He didn't look mean or anything. He just looked at me like he'd never seen another kid before. How about we sit down and have a little chat? Esme suggested, walking over to take her place beside Carlisle. Sounds like a good idea, Matt replied, smiling. Sounds boring, Connor muttered, loud enough so I could hear. I giggled. He smiled at me. Want to go play with the grown-ups talk? He asked, his golden eyes lighting up. I thought, then nodded my head. Okay. Edward held me back by the arm, and I looked up at him, confused. I thought you were supposed to be nice to people when they visit you at home? Oh, it's all right, Haley interrupted. Connor's just excited to see a human girl. Edward stared at Connor for a long moment, reading his mind. I'm guessing, before letting go of my arm. Stay close, Bella, he told me. I nodded my head and stepped around his legs. Connor held out a hand, which I took. Maybe vampires don't have cooties. Let's go play in my room, I suggested. I couldn't wait for him to see Lily. Connor and I played video games. The other toys were too girly for him. But it was okay. Emmett and Jasper taught me how to play, so I was basically winning. While we played and I won, Connor and I talked. His parents were changed a few months after he was born. Connor was raised by an uncle until he was 10. Near his 11th birthday, Connor's uncle died. He had no other relatives, so his parents took him and changed him because they didn't want him to go into foster care. They had been watching over him all the while. He had been frozen at 10 for 15 years now, and had learnt self-control long enough to be able to finally come out in public, be in the same place as other people. I go to school here, you know, he stated proudly. As it turned out, Connor and I would be in the same school. Just different grades. I told Connor about my story, how the Cullens found me, how they decided to keep me since I'd go into foster care if they didn't. Our stories were somewhat similar. Connor wanted to know why the Cullens didn't change me, turn me into a vampire like them. I didn't even know such a thing was possible. To be honest, I hadn't given much thought to how vampires existed. I just assumed they existed.
Just like that.
I knew the Cullens had human lives before they were vampires. I just never questioned it. I really needed to talk to Edward about this. Finally, after I'd beaten him 4 times, he sighed and put down the controller. He glanced at Lily, who was curled up in my lap. I can't believe you have a cat in a house full of vampires, he laughed. I rolled my eyes.
They can't eat Lily, I said.
And neither can you. I poked him with the controller once with each word. He laughed again. I promise I won't, he nodded solemnly, his blonde curls bouncing up and down as he did so. Then he glanced towards the door and sighed again. My parents said it's time to go home, he said, smiling at me ruefully. But I'll see you in school, right? His voice was hopeful, and it made me smile. I nodded my head and stood up with him. Yeah, I replied. Connor made to move towards the door, but he stopped, came back to me, and hugged me. You smell really nice, he stated. I raised an eyebrow, but he only shrugged and waved as he left. Well, at least I'd have one friend at school on Monday.
Carlisle's POV.
We had rushed back home from the park, Bella in the back seat of Edward's Volvo, Rosalie and Esme on either side of her, worrying. I couldn't blame them. Being protective over Bella came naturally. Alice's visions had shown her that these vampires were vegetarians, like us, so I forced myself to calm down, even just a little. Fear and worry must be killing Jasper at the moment. I heard them approaching and went to open the door. I sensed Alice and Bella had joined the others and trusted Edward to keep Bella safe. A moment later, a couple appeared. What surprised me was the boy that was in front of them. He looked to be about 10, and he was one of our kind. I smiled at them and led them in. Haley, the woman, introduced herself, her husband Matt, and their son Connor. I studied him. He had Haley's blonde curls, but his face was the mini replica of Matt. This was their biological son, if I'm not mistaken. I introduced myself and my family, and Esme suggested we sit down to talk. I suppose there really was a lot to discuss. Their eyes were golden like ours. Not a speck of red, even from Connor. I wasn't extremely worried, but my centuries of experience taught me to be cautious, at the very least. Connor invited Bella to play, and instantly everyone stiffened up. But no one looked as angry and wary as Edward. Haley interrupted to say that Connor really just wanted to play, not make her his meal. Edward reluctantly let her go. I heard them go up to her room to play with her huge array of toys. I gestured to the couch, and Haley and Matt complied. I took the armchair, Esme sitting on the arm of the chair. Edward, Alice, and Jasper took the couch, while Rose and Emmett took the recliner Emmett had insisted on buying for God only knows what reason. Haley and Matt took the love seat. They told us about their change, how they'd been changed a few months after Connor was born, and how they changed Connor himself after his guardian died. Haley and Matt lived in Northampton as well, but their town home was a few miles north of ours. Connor was attending the same school Bella was registered in. They had been here for 3 years, so far, and would be moving to Scotland in a few years to keep up appearances. It was especially vital for them since they'd changed Connor so young. He could only deceive people until age 12. Beyond that was too conspicuous. We told them about Bella going to school in the same place as Connor and told them about the children. They seemed like nice enough people, and I wasn't overly anxious by the time we had exchanged our histories. By the time they were done, it was already nighttime, and it was pouring cats and dogs outside. Esme politely invited them to stay, which they equally politely refused. They called out to Connor to tell him they were leaving. I heard him say goodbye to Bella. But I'll see you in school, right?
Yeah.
I smiled to myself. The two seemed to have forged a friendship in the past few hours. I hadn't exactly been paying much attention to their conversation, but I knew Edward had. I also knew Edward didn't approve of this, from the look on his face. Connor appeared at the bottom of the stairs, a smile on his face.
Come on, Mum, Dad, he said.
Let's head home. Haley, Matt, and Connor waved us goodbye as they left. I turned to look at my family after I'd closed the door. They didn't seem too bad, Emmett commented. Edward shot him a look, growled, and shook his head. That dim-witted son of theirs told Bella about changing, about turning into one of us, he said disgustedly. Oh, dear. We haven't exactly told Bella that. We didn't want to scare her too much with all the information. The less she knew, the safer she was. He asked her why we didn't change her, he growled. The others were surprised by this, but we kept our mouths shut. I suddenly remembered Alice's visions, but I started naming all the bones in the human anatomy to keep my thoughts from him. I only hoped the others were blocking their minds as well if they'd thought of the visions. Edward stopped pacing to look at us. Why are all of you suddenly blocking your minds? He asked, suspicion in his voice. No one replied to this. Edward's hands curled into fists as he fought the frustration building up in him. Before he could speak, or anyone, namely Emmett, could spill the beans, I interrupted. Why don't you go check on Bella and tuck her in, Edward? I asked quickly. Make sure she's all right with Connor and his parents being around. He looked as if he was about to argue, but nodded his head anyway. As he ascended the stairs, I thought I heard him mutter something about this not being over. Edward's POV. I was nervous. I knew Bella would have questions for me, but I didn't know if I could answer them. I didn't know if I wanted to. I took a deep breath and went inside her room anyway. Bella was already in her pajamas, trying to coax Lily to climb onto her cat bed. Hey, I greeted her. Bella turned around and smiled at me. Are they gone? She asked, her brows furrowing. I nodded my head, gesturing with my hand for Bella to climb onto her bed. She was still too little and too short to climb on the bed on her own, thanks to Alice and her crazy need for overdoing things when shopping. I reached down to lift her and placed her in bed. She slid under the covers, but sat up and stared at me. I knew what was coming, so I sat down on the edge of the bed, waiting. Are you going to change me? She asked. I would have choked if I was able to.
How could she ask that?
And so bluntly? So obliviously? Did she even realize what she was asking? To spend eternity in darkness? To drink blood? To kill? She would be a monster. No matter how often she said otherwise, I knew it was true. I was a monster. I killed people. I murdered them in cold blood Because I wanted to survive. Because I wanted it. It took a decade for me to get to my senses, and even though Carlisle and Esme took me back, I was never the same. I remembered the people, their faces, their lifeless, drained bodies. I remembered how it felt. I'd liked draining them. I'd wanted it. Was this what Bella wanted? To spend eternity that way? A selfish part of me wondered if that were such a bad thing. I could let her grow up a little more, spend more time as a human, experience life and light. Then I could take her, change her into one of us. Would that be so bad? To have eternity with her near me? I was already protective over her. Like Bella said, we were best friends, and the entire family loved her. She meant something important to each and every one of us. Would it really be so horrible to have her with us forever? She was already a part of the family.
But no,
I couldn't do that. Bella didn't really understand what she was asking of me. She didn't fully understand that being a vampire meant being a killer. She didn't grasp that. I knew. She was only 7 years old. 7-year-olds don't understand the magnitude of a matter this serious. I shook my head. No, Bella, I said firmly. Her bottom lip quivered. Why not? She demanded, her eyes growing wide. Because, I said. It's just not going to happen. I'm human. I'll grow old and die, she whispered, her eyes filling up with tears. And I won't be able to follow you anymore. If I grow old, will you leave me? My dead heart just about shattered to a million pieces. She was right. When she grew older, we'd have to abandon her. Not just that, but at some point in her life, she'd have to date, marry some man, have a life with that man, have children. She would have to say goodbye to us and stay permanently in one place with him. Could I let that happen? Could I let her go? Could I allow her to slip away from me, from us? No, I couldn't. I'd fight to the end for it not to happen. But that was how it was supposed to be. Bella's supposed to grow older, date, have a career, marry, have children, and eventually die. She was supposed to have a full life, not being immersed in darkness for eternity. But this was a discussion for the future. She was too young, too innocent for me to tell her everything. I needed her to keep her innocence for as long as possible. I didn't want to take it away from her. She was too pure for that. No, Bella, I said again. I will never leave you. Promise me? She asked, grasping my cold hands with her warm ones. I promise. At least this was one promise I could keep. Even if she left, or we left, I'd never be able to truly keep my distance. I'd always be around to watch her, protect her. Sleep, Bella, I said. She opened her mouth to argue, but I shook my head. We'll discuss this another time, when you're older. Now is just not the right time. She looked like she would argue, her eyes blazing with the need to know the truth, to know everything. Please, Bella, I pleaded softly. She sighed and slid down further in bed, resting her head on the pillow. I smiled and leaned down to kiss her forehead. Good night, Bella. Good night, Edward. I heard her bidding good night to the cat as I went out of the room. I shut the door behind me and sighed, closing my eyes, leaning against the closed door. The issue had been averted for now. But what was I going to do when she asked me again in the future? A better question would be what the others were so desperately keeping from me. 15. Bella's week alone with the Cullen boys. Monday. Alice's POV. Today is just the beginning of the most beautiful journey of my existence, Rose. Esme and I were heading to Canada, to the largest mall in America, the West Edmonton Mall. I couldn't believe it. Well, yes, I booked the tickets, but that's hardly the point. They have over 800 stores there.
Oh, God.
How wonderful was this? And not only were we going, we were staying there for a week. This was the best thing ever. Too bad Bella didn't want to come. She'd signed up for ballerina camp, together with her cute friend from school, Rebecca. I honestly don't see her doing ballet very long, but she'd been hard to sway. I wondered what her aversion to shopping was. Oh, well, the girl was young.
Give her time.
Just a few years with Alice Cullen, and she'll love shopping as much as I do. I looked down at my bag. I was carrying a purse only. Why bother bringing things when I was going to buy everything in plain sight? It didn't make sense. I heard a knock at my door and turned around to find Rose grinning at me, her own Hermes bag slung over her shoulder. "Ready, sis?" she asked, her voice teasing. I had only been screaming about this trip since I decided we should go. That was 3 months ago. We had a 1-month-long holiday right smack in the middle of the year. Where better to spend a vacation than in the biggest mall in America? I missed American land, so this really was perfect. I grabbed my purse and followed Rose out the door. We met Esme in the hallway, equally excited. When we reached the living room, Bella was sitting on the couch, a slightly bigger Lily sprawled beside her. I approached her, and her eyes widened in fear. "Don't you want to come, Bella?" I pouted. "No," she screamed, jumping off the couch and hurrying towards Edward. She hid behind him, clutching at his legs as if she was hanging on for dear life. I frowned, but Edward merely laughed. "Come on, Alice. What you view as one of the best pleasures in life, she views as torture," he teased. "Let it go." I scowled, but couldn't help the amusement I felt at Bella's automatic response to, I hated to admit it, danger. She clung to Edward, literally looked at him as her protector, and he was just wrapped around her finger. It was purely a miracle that we'd managed to keep my visions a secret from Edward for months now. It was just a few months to a year since I'd had those visions. Emmett came very close to slipping, but I always saw it beforehand, and Rose was very good at making him forget about everything. My eyes looked around until I saw Edward. I hoped he hadn't read my mind. It was going to be hard to explain. But he wasn't paying attention to me. He was crouching down in front of Bella as they whispered to each other about watching Peter Pan again. He was desperately trying to convince her not to. Come on, Eddie," I taunted him. Edward shot a glare at me over his shoulders, but I ignored it. "What you view as torture, she views as one of the best pleasures in life. Let it go." I giggled when Edward growled at me, eyes flashing. All right, Esme interrupted before our sibling banter could reach a new height. "You have our numbers, correct?" she asked, looking at Edward, Emmett, Jasper, and Carlisle in the eyes sternly, one by one. They all nodded their heads, too wimpy to disobey Esme. Esme whipped around to look at me. "Did you get any visions of this week?" she asked me. I groaned internally. She knew I would tell her if I saw anything horrible happening to Bella. Right now I wanted nothing more to get on that plane and be on my way to Canada. I shook my head. "Everything will be fine, Esme," I said, starting to bounce around again. "Come on, girls. Let's go to Canada." I started squealing. I couldn't help it. After months of anticipation, the day has finally come. I was just so excited. "Have fun, Alice," Jasper smiled, coming forward to wrap his arms around my waist. My excitement dulled a little as I looked into his warm amber eyes. "My Jasper," I sighed, and I wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed my lips to his. How I'd miss him. A whole week. I'd seen all the good parts of the trip, but not seeing Jasper for an entire week?
Torture.
I pulled back, my eyes lighting up. I opened my mouth to speak, but Jasper shook his head, cutting my off. "I'm not coming with you to shop, Alice," he said firmly. I pouted and he chuckled. "Besides, it's our time to bond with Bella, remember?" I giggled and crashed my lips to his once more before dragging Rose and Esme from Emmett's and Carlisle's respective embraces. Biggest mall in America, here I come. Edward's POV. The moment Alice, Rose, and Esme left, the four of us rounded on Bella. She stared up at us, her wide eyes full of amusement. She knew we had absolutely no idea what to do or how to entertain her, and she was just waiting to see what we'd come up with. A few moments passed in silence. I switched from looking at Bella to shooting panicked looks at my brothers and father, and back to looking at Bella. My brothers and Carlisle did the same. Finally, unable to take it, Bella burst into laughter, her ivory face flushed a deep scarlet color. I waited for her to stop, but she only laughed harder. I glanced at Jasper in amusement, and he rolled his eyes, smiling, and used his gift to calm her down. Bella had tears running down the sides of her face when she was done, and she was sitting up on the floor. Emmett bent down, scooped her up, and straightened up. "All right, now that that's over," he said sarcastically. "What do you want to do, Squirt?" She scrunched her nose in the way we all knew meant she was thinking something over thoroughly. It was endearing and hilarious at the same time to see her take a small question like this so seriously. Then her eyes lit up and a huge smile graced her features. "Let's play Pocahontas," she said excitedly. Bella ended up playing Pocahontas. I was Captain John Smith, Jasper was Governor Ratcliffe, and Emmett played every single other character in the movie, including Grandmother Willow. This threw Bella in hysterics, and thanks to Jasper's gift and Emmett being Emmett, it didn't take long for us to follow. We reenacted the entire movie, which took 4 hours for us, considering Emmett's need to add certain scenes, and Bella playing hide and seek in the middle of Pocahontas and John's secret rendezvous. Finally, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Bella collapsed on the couch, yawning, and Lily deciding it was finally safe to come out after all the crazy nonsense that had been going on in the past few hours, curled up in her lap and licked her paw. The phone rang and I grabbed it, quickly going over to sit by Bella to check if she needed anything. "Cullen Residence," I said into the phone.
"Hi."
"This is Connor," said the voice on the other line. Emmett and Jasper were immediately sitting on the couch, looking on interestedly. Bella, who couldn't hear the conversation, was merely trying not to sleep on the couch. "Hello," I said tersely. Connor either didn't catch my curt tone, or he didn't care. Both didn't go well with me. I could sense Jasper sending me calming waves, but it had absolutely no effect on me. This Connor was not only a vampire, he was also someone who had planted the idea of becoming a vampire into Bella's head. How dare he call here? What did he want? "Is Bella there?" "I wanted to talk to her," Connor continued. I hesitated. Should I really give the phone to Bella? She had mentioned being friends with Connor in school. It had helped her since she didn't know anyone in school when she started, and Connor had helped her out. He had shown her classes, introduced her to some friends, that sort of thing. But 6 months had passed. Wasn't that long enough for him to disappear? Bella caught the look on my face somewhere between disgust and horror and placed a gentle hand on my arm. "What is it?" she asked worriedly. I sighed. It wasn't fair of me to keep her from talking to a friend, no matter how much I detested said friend. Besides, they weren't especially close. I knew that, and it would only be a year or 2 before Connor had to move. Who knew? We probably would never hear from him again, and Bella would continue to grow older and would have no interest in spending time with him whatsoever when that happens. "It's Connor," I said. I hated the way her eyes lit up at that. "He wants to talk to you." Bella held out her hand for the phone, and I reluctantly gave it to her. "Connor," she said into the phone. "Yeah, it's me." "No, I don't have anything going on." "Well, I have ballet camp on Wednesday. Becca wanted me to go with her." "I'm not sure I want to, but I can't break my promise." "Tomorrow?" "I don't know. I have to ask Carlisle." "Hold on." She placed a hand over the mouthpiece and looked around. Carlisle had played the role of the chief of the village in our little game, and he had gone to take the ridiculous headdress Emmett had made for him to wear. "Carlisle," she called out in a normal tone, as if he was sitting right next to her. He was by her side in an instant. "Yes, Bella," he smiled at her, taking a seat on her other side. "Could Connor come play with us tomorrow?" she asked sweetly. I groaned internally. She was using that voice, the daddy's girl voice that would get Carlisle to give her anything and everything she wanted. For a 7-year-old girl, she knew exactly how to push everyone's buttons. I could already hear his thoughts, giving in to her. I scowled. He knew how I hated Connor. And he was a vampire, for God's sake. Vegetarian or not, it was dangerous. "Please, Daddy," she batted her lashes.
Oh.
She never called Carlisle Daddy unless she wanted something. I heard Emmett and Jasper holding in their laughter, while Carlisle sighed and said, "Fine, Bella. He could come tomorrow." "It'll rain tomorrow," I said abruptly. I was grasping at straws, and I knew it, but I didn't care. Bella shot me a look. "He'll play in the house, silly," she laughed, and uncovered the mouthpiece to tell Connor the good news. He, being a vampire, had already heard it, of course. Emmett and Jasper tried to cook Bella some food she told them to make sausages. But they ended up burning everything and setting fire to the kitchen counter. After half an hour of extinguishing the fire, it only took less than a minute, but Emmett started a war using the fire extinguisher, spraying it all over at everyone. I finally decided to order the pizza. Emmett took Bella upstairs to get her out of her makeshift Pocahontas dress, one of Alice's dresses cut in several different places, and into some normal clothes. Carlisle picked up a book to read, and I started to play on the piano. We should really enjoy the quiet times before Emmett and Bella decide on doing something as crazy as Pocahontas role-playing again. "Jasper, get up here. Get up here," Bella screamed. I started, alarmed, and Jasper ran up the stairs so fast it was hard for even me to catch it. I started to move upstairs as well, but I heard Emmett's thoughts and chuckled, shaking my head at Carlisle to tell him he needn't worry. Jasper would not be happy. Jasper's POV. I was setting up for another video game challenge. Emmett loved the challenge, and Bella loved to watch. It was, admittedly, hilarious to see the reactions from him. I never found my reactions funny, though Bella did. Then I heard it. Bella screaming for me. I dropped the controller in my hand and dashed up the stairs. I would have thought she'd call for Edward if she needed help. But me? To make it even weirder, Edward hadn't come rushing up the stairs with me. I burst into Bella's room, half crazed. "Bella," I shouted. "What is it? Are you hurt? Did you fall? Did Emmett crush you?" I looked around the room until I found Bella and Emmett sitting on the floor in her play area. They both looked at me amusedly. "I resent that," Emmett said teasingly. I scowled at him. "What is it, Bella?" I asked, walking over to where they sat. I saw the toys lined up in front of both of them as they sat opposite one another. Bella grinned up at me mischievously. "We want to show you something, Jazz," she said deviously. I should know better by now if it involved Emmett and Bella was looking like that, walk away. The safest option possible. But she was giving me that puppy dog look, and I melted. So I sighed and sat down opposite them both, facing them. Emmett and Bella turned toward each other, and with a knowing smile, they begun their little play. Union leaders, attack. Bella squealed, using both her hands to make her toys move forward, and beat the soft toys in front of Emmett. Confederates. Emmett's voice boomed. "We have to counterattack them. They're evil and hence need to be destroyed." I watched in awe and disgust as they continued to duel using the soft toys, a reenactment of the Civil War, Emmett and Bella style. "No, you die, you die." Bella shrieked, holding a purple elephant and beating away the unicorn plush toy Emmett was holding to her face. "We're going to win, so you die." Emmett yelled back, sweeping away half the Confederate army with his big hand. "Oh no," Bella gasped, a hand to her chest. "What do we do? Half our men are down." Surrender now, or you'll regret it, Emmett said, still pointing the unicorn at Bella. Never, she squealed, the purple elephant still in hand. I took in a ragged breath.
Are you
joking? I asked them slowly. They were mocking my days in the army. Of course, Bella probably didn't know any better. This was all Emmett. I growled at him, but he merely grinned back at me. Of course not. Jasper, he chuckled. Sit, enjoy. We haven't gotten to the good part yet. And with that, he snatched the purple elephant from Bella's hand and, using his strength of course, poked the unicorn's horn through it. We're dead. Bella groaned playfully. I stared at them for another second, wondering what crazy dimension I had stumbled into, then stood up, glared at them both, and stalked off. Lunatics, I muttered under my breath. All I got in response were 4 very amused people laughing hysterically. After their little stunt, Bella had fallen asleep. I never truly realized how many naps children take, but that had probably more to do with the fact that we wore her out playing games. We knew she'd wake up after a few hours, hungry for dinner. So we crowded in the kitchen, Carlisle included, to cook her something. Too bad we didn't know what to make her. Usually Esme cooked for Bella. We had spent the past half an hour brainstorming on what she might want for breakfast. Among the ideas were pancakes, dinner, Emmett, not breakfast, soup, like that could sustain her, and gingerbread men. Where did you even get that idea? Emmett still thought we should wake her up to ask her what she wanted. Edward thought she needed the sleep. I thought they all needed to calm down, because their anxiety and worry were driving me crazy. Edward snorted. You think you have it bad. He shook his head. Emmett has been repeating, she's going to starve. Rose will kill me in his head for the past 30 minutes. I laughed, but Emmett merely scowled. Maybe we should make her some pasta, Carlisle suggested. She seemed to like that when Esme made it for her, right? Does she even like Italian? I wondered. Emmett shrugged. Well, her name is Bella. After that convincing argument, he says sarcastically, we got to work. Emmett got the cheese, Edward got the meat. The last time Emmett handled meat, he ended up cajoling us into a food fight. Esme wasn't very pleased with that. Carlisle got the pasta, and I got the cookbook. We only knew what was needed, but beyond that, we were clueless. Maybe we should start watching the Food Network more often. After 3 tries, and Emmett throwing a knife through the wall in frustration, successfully breaking through the plaster, we finally made something that resembled pasta. We couldn't actually tell if it tasted good since even if we had the guts to taste it, it would only be repulsive to us. What are you doing? All 4 of us turned around from the pot of pasta to look at Bella, still in the pajamas she had put on for her nap. She was looking curiously at us, crowding around the stove. I smiled brightly at her. We made you dinner. Bella raised an eyebrow incredulously. How? Was the only word she managed to sputter out. I felt like laughing at her incredulity. It was true none of us Cullens had been able to cook for her except for Esme. She loved doing this. It made her feel more motherly. Rosalie mainly. Obsess about how much Bella should eat, how healthy she should eat, that sort of thing. We followed instructions. I waved the cookbook in the air. Bella narrowed her eyes, and I sensed the anxiety rolling off of her in waves. She was worried about our cooking. Truthfully, she had reason to be worried. Edward took her hand and led her towards the dining room. Come on, Bella, he said cheerfully. Edward? Cheerful? I shook my head. How strange. Emmett will get you a plate of pasta. We'll go settle down in the dining room. Will he also get me juice? I heard her ask hopefully and laughed. Once we had brought out her plate of pasta and glass of juice, she refused to eat until she had her juice. Bella began to eat. At first, she crinkled her nose, but with every bite, I could sense the delight growing stronger. So, do you like it? I asked, smiling. Bella nodded her head enthusiastically. "I love chicken," she announced, before eating more of the pasta. I stifled a chuckle and exchanged looks with my brothers and Carlisle. There was no need to tell Bella that it was mutton, not chicken.
Tuesday. Bella's POV.
I was so excited. Not only was Alice out of the house as much as I loved her, I was beginning to feel sick every morning when she came in to dress me up. School days were so much better because I had to wear a uniform to school. I was leaving for ballet camp with Rebecca tomorrow. I would miss everyone terribly, but it would only be a week. Edward already promised to let me borrow his cell phone so that I could call him every day. He told me to call more than once a day if I felt like it, if I missed him a lot. I had no doubt that I would. But Rebecca was really excited about going to ballet camp, and she was my best friend in the entire world, aside from Edward and Alice and Connor, I think. Why was it that 3 of my best friends were vampires? I sighed, shaking my head as I made my way slowly downstairs. I didn't need to stumble the first thing in the morning today. I would do plenty of that throughout the day. Connor only had a year or 2 left before he had to move someplace else. It was part of the charade, part of the life he had to live. I think I would miss him when he's gone, but we could always call each other and email. Edward said that once I grew older, I wouldn't want to spend so much time with Connor anymore because he was only 10 physically. He said I would want to spend time with people who look more my age. I didn't know if that was true, but I hope not. Connor was genuinely nice, and he didn't look at me funny the way his parents did sometimes. I think it was mostly because I was a human living in a house full of vampires. I heard them saying once that my knowing the Cullens were vampires made it all the more strange, since I didn't go screaming out the back door. Was it so odd for me to want to stay with the people I loved? When I got to the living room, no one was there. The same went for the piano room and the conservatory. Where is everyone? I muttered to myself. Dining room. I heard Emmett's loud voice. I jumped, startled, and heard 3 beautiful laughter, like a symphony, a moment later. I rolled my eyes. Stupid vampire hearing. They probably heard my heart beating faster. I forced myself to calm down and walked into the dining room. The table was full of breakfast foods, from pancakes to waffles to Pop-Tarts. I raised an eyebrow at Edward, Emmett, and Jasper, and sat in my usual chair. They tended to go overboard on occasion. "Where's Carlisle's?" I asked, reaching for the waffles. Edward poured me a glass of juice and a glass of milk. Rosalie probably told him I needed both juice and milk for breakfast. I didn't really. She just read it somewhere and wouldn't let it go ever since. He had to go to the hospital early. There was an accident involving 2 buses. They needed him there, he told me. I nodded my head, frowning at the news. It was horrible to hear about people getting hurt. 2 buses? That must have been awful, that many people getting sick. I smiled as I thought of Carlisle, the man the vampire I'd gotten accustomed to as a father. He was really special, in a way that he was completely desensitized to blood. Edward said it was because he'd spent centuries practicing. He had always been interested in medicine, and being a doctor meant he could help people. It also helped to control his bloodlust. He was a really good person and a good father. I saw the way the other Cullen kids looked up to him. Even Rosalie, the stubborn one, wouldn't dare disobey him. And he wasn't one to throw a temper or anything. His authority was just evident. I was really lucky that it was Edward and Carlisle who found me. Before I'd even finished my waffles, the doorbell rang. Edward growled, and I looked at him strangely. "What's wrong, Edward?" He only clenched his jaw. I knew the only reason he did that was because he was angry, really angry.
But why?
Emmett stood up from the table. "I'll go answer the door," he offered. Neither Edward nor Jasper objected, so he left the room. I wondered what Edward was so uptight about. He has yet to answer my question, and from the looks of it, he wasn't going to. My question was answered anyway when Connor walked into the room. His eyes met mine and we both smiled. Haley walked in next, her golden eyes appraising me. I knew she wasn't as fond of me as Connor was. It wasn't that she disapproved. She was civil towards me, nice even. But she just didn't understand it. A human living with vampires. But she let me play with Connor, though, so I was alright with it. "Good morning, Bella," Connor said, his English voice clear and strong. It always made me laugh, though even now. It was hard enough for me to understand what he or any of my English friends said sometimes. I always misunderstood them, being me and all. "Good morning, Connor." "Haley," I smiled. Haley smiled back at me and then turned to Emmett. "I just wanted to stop by for a little while. It's been a long time since we'd seen each other," she said, addressing Emmett alone. Emmett shifted slightly, and I fought hard not to laugh. Haley had a crush on Emmett. This didn't go unnoticed by both Rosalie and Matt, both of whom weren't entirely pleased by it. Every time Haley came around, Rosalie would drape herself all over Emmett. She called it protecting her territory. Matt didn't even come by anymore, though Alice said he didn't have any particular animosity towards our family. Yes, well, Emmett cleared his throat and moved back towards the table to take his seat safely between Edward and Jasper. Connor rolled his eyes. Apparently, he knew it too. "I'll be fine, Mum," he said loudly, interrupting Haley, who had her golden eyes trained on Emmett. "I will be home later on today." With a sigh, Haley left. Jasper was the one to see her out the door. I exchanged a look with Edward, then buried myself in the pancakes, stuffing them into my mouth. If I didn't, I'd only burst out laughing, and I didn't want to offend Connor. Connor sighed and took a seat next to me. "You can laugh," he told me glumly. "My mother has always been a little odd when it comes to male vampires. We met one while vacationing in China once, and she almost jumped him." "Jumped what?" I asked, tilting my head to the side. Connor cracked a grin. "Sorry, Bella. Almost forgot you're only 7. I rolled my eyes at him. Just because I was 7 didn't mean I was stupid. If he'd only just explained it to me. "So, what are we going to do today?" Connor asked, his expression going from glum to excited in a matter of seconds. I smiled back at him. I knew he was excited to act like a kid for once. He hadn't done that in a long time. He had been controlling his bloodlust for 15 years or so, and when he finally went to school, he mostly avoided the humans. So hanging around me, playing here with Emmett, Jasper, and sometimes Edward, it was a lot of fun for him. I shrugged. I thought we could just play some games. Like we did yesterday. I turned to the Cullen boys. Edward shook his head immediately. "I'm not playing Pocahontas again." He grimaced at the memory. I giggled. It had been too much fun to torture them like that. Emmett suddenly grinned. Edward flinched, having read his mind, but Emmett ignored that. "If we don't play Pocahontas, how about we play Men in Black?" he suggested. "Agent J." Both Connor and I called out simultaneously. Static cackled as Connor's voice floated from the walkie-talkie in my hand. "Agent B, are you there?" "Over." I smirked. After much argument about who was going to be Agent J, you have to admit, he's the coolest. Jasper had settled it by saying that we should be Agent B and Agent C. It sounded stupid, but as long as we got to play instead of argue already, both Connor and I agreed. Edward, Jasper, and Emmett were the monsters, and they were hiding around the house. We had no idea where, but we were supposed to find them. Connor had already found Jasper and Emmett twice after they were killed. They just came back as a different monster, since there were only 3 of them. It wasn't fair since Connor was a vampire, and he could sense them, smell out their scent. I was merely looking around aimlessly, but I was having fun nonetheless. "Agent B, reporting," I said back into my walkie-talkie. "Have you found the aliens yet?" I knew Edward, Jasper, and Emmett could hear our conversation. They didn't even have to be near us for that, but it made it all the more fun anyway.
No.
But I think I caught sighting of Bigfoot in the kitchen. I stifled my laughter. We'd started calling Emmett Bigfoot for the purpose of this game, just because he was so big. I heard someone chuckle from behind me, but when I turned around, the space was empty. I glanced around. I was in my bedroom. I thought I saw Edward coming in here, and that laughter was definitely his. I walked slowly around the room. I knew he could probably outrun me before I could even blink, but he was playing the game at a somewhat human pace just for me. I opened the door to the wardrobe and screamed AHA. Edward started laughing so hard I thought he was going to drop on the floor, literally. "You caught me," he said once he finally managed to calm down. I narrowed my eyes at him speculatively. I could make him into another monster, but I'd rather have him on my side as the good guy. So I smiled up at him and said, "Want to help me find Jazz and Bigfoot?" He chuckled, more controlled this time, and nodded his head. Connor had to leave around 5. His eyes had gotten darker, and apparently my scent wasn't helping. He kept shaking his head and muttering, "You just smell so good." Edward had practically kicked him out the door. I wanted to scream at him for doing that, but Connor had smiled ruefully at me. "It's all right, Bella. You forget what I am. I really do need to hunt. I'll speak to you soon." I was still upset that Connor had to leave early, and Jasper, of course, sensed it. He suggested that we go to the park, though it was already late evening. I didn't mind it. The park was even better at night because it was nicer, fresher. The air smelt better. The wind was gentle. There wasn't much to do at the park because it was nighttime, but Edward found this rather secluded place. It was near the fountain, but it gave us privacy, covered by trees and tall bushes. There was a park bench there. Sometimes all of us head there just to talk and be free. So I said yes. Within minutes, we were speeding down in Edward's car, heading towards the park. We made a stop at a bistro near our house. I liked it there. There had about 1,000 different sandwiches there. We got to the park 5 minutes later, thanks to Edward's crazy driving. Edward was protective about his car. He never let anyone else drive it. Once Alice borrowed it without permission to go shopping while he was away hunting, and he threw a fit when he found out. We climbed out of the car, and I immediately latched onto Edward's hand. We kept walking towards the secluded park bench. Then Emmett noticed the few ducks that were still in the pond. Edward must have noticed, too. "Emmett, don't dash." But it was no use. He had already charged at the ducks, and with a triumphant yell, he had plucked out from the pond and sank his teeth into its neck. Edward covered my eyes with both his hands and turned me away from the scene. I wanted to see it. I found it a little unnerving but hilarious. When Emmett finally joined us, the dead duck clutched in his hand, and invisible to any passerby, Jasper smacked him on the head. His grin disappeared. "What was that for?" he yelped. "Bella's here, Emmett," Edward growled. He looked guiltily down at me. "Sorry, Angel. I forgot they just tasted nice, you know?" "I really don't." Edward shook his head, irritated, and took hold of my hand once more, leading me towards the secluded park bench. I sat down and took out the sandwich, biting into it hungrily. I watched with curious eyes as Emmett discarded of the duck, Edward muttering angrily at him in vampire speed, so I wouldn't be able to hear it. "Sorry, Bella," Emmett said as soon as Edward was done.
He came to sit next to me.
"I didn't mean to traumatize you." I snorted between bites. "You didn't traumatize me, Emmett," I assured him. I was surprised. But it was funny to see you with the ducks. Emmett's sad frown disappeared. Good. I hated it whenever he was sad. It was just so un-Emmett-like. Every time I pictured Emmett, he had a big goofy smile on his face. It was just the way it was meant to be. "You think it was funny? Huh?" He jumped up from the bench, and before Edward or Jasper could stop him, he had run towards the pond and started chasing the ducks. I started laughing, but Edward only shook his head. He was being too maniacal, so Edward had to go chase him to make him stop. It was pretty silly watching a vampire chasing ducks. I was silent as I watched them, Emmett never backing down, Edward incensed. But inside, I was thinking of Connor and his change. He had hinted every single time I saw him how I should be changed. He'd said that my family were vampires. I didn't really have a chance of a normal life anymore. The things that he said about being normal didn't stick with me. What bothered me was knowing that if I stayed human, Edward would have to leave me. The Cullens would have to leave me. One day, I'd just be too old to be around them. I couldn't blend in with their new facade. I'd just be extra burden to them. This was my family we were talking about. They'd accepted me without question. They loved me, made me feel special. I would miss them all terribly. Alice, my best friend. Rose and Esme, my mothers. Carlisle, my father. Emmett, my partner in crime. Jasper, my buddy. And Edward. I couldn't understand our relationship, not really. He was my best friend, but it felt like more. Every time he was hurt, I felt hurt, too. If he was sad, so was I. If he was excited or happy, I would be too. So would I be able to handle it? One day, being without them? No, I wouldn't. I'd miss them all too much. What's wrong, Bella? Jasper asked. I jumped, startled. He had been too quiet, and I had been too immersed in my thoughts that I'd forgotten he was sitting right next to me. And, of course, he felt my emotions. I blushed. Nothing, I mumbled. Jasper laughed. You know better than to lie to me, he teased. I looked away from him, biting my lip. Should I ask him? I couldn't ask Edward. Every time I tried, he'd clam up. It was why he hated Connor so much. He didn't want me knowing about transformation or getting interested in it. Connor suggested it, so he despised him for it. Sometimes I wondered if the reason Edward didn't like the idea so much was because he hated the idea of spending eternity with me and his family. Was it so bad to have me around? Bella, Jasper groaned, obviously overwhelmed by my emotions. I sighed, giving in. I was just thinking of becoming one of you, I admitted. Jasper stiffened, but didn't say anything. Edward and Emmett were too far off in the distance, wrestling each other now, to hear me or notice Jasper's reaction. Connor said that it was painful, to which Jasper nodded. But he also said that it was worth it. If I was changed, then I'd be with you guys forever. I won't have to leave. Jasper shook his head. It's a lot harder than that, Bella, he said softly. You wouldn't be a normal girl anymore. I live with vampires, I pointed out. He sighed and shook his head again. Maybe you should talk about this with Edward, Bella, he said. I groaned, crumpling the empty paper bag in my hand. I tried talking to Edward about this, he just never listened. But I knew Jasper was uncomfortable with it, so I just shrugged dejectedly. Okay. Once again, he must have sensed that I was unhappy. Bella, being what we are is a very hard thing. You're still a kid. Just enjoy being human. When you're older, we'll talk about this. All of us, he assured me. I raised an eyebrow at him and smiled a little. You promise, Jazz? He nodded his head, wrapping an arm around my shoulder and squeezing gently. I promise. Edward's POV. On the way home, Bella had fallen asleep in Emmett's lap. Her breathing was labored, though, and I could tell she was in pain. She was sweating, too. I kept shooting her glances in the rearview mirror. What was wrong with her? Emmett was also worried, having sensed the differences in her. She's burning up, bro, he told me via his mind worriedly. I swerved, stepping on the gas. Carlisle would be home by now, and the hospital would be too chaotic. I needed him to take a look at Bella. Was she coming down with something? We reached home to find Carlisle waiting for us in the garage. He quickly stepped towards the back seat and pulled Bella out. "Alice called," he said, by way of explanation. We rushed into the house and into Bella's room. Carlisle already has his doctor's kit out. She stirred while he was giving her checkup, and she looked at us. I had the feeling she wasn't really seeing us even as her gaze swept across the room. Carlisle handed her some medication. Bella made a face, but took it anyway. She fell asleep almost immediately. Carlisle said to let her rest. She would be out cold for the next few hours, and we were to let her sleep peacefully. She would recuperate soon enough. Emmett, Jasper, and Carlisle were extremely worried. I could hear it in their frantic thoughts. Carlisle was certain Bella only had the flu and slight fever. The medication would work its magic, and Bella would be fine in a day or two. He had dealt with this countless times before, but he had never been the paternal figure towards one of his patients before. This was killing him inside, seeing Bella weak and tossing and turning on the bed. He left the room to clear his head. Emmett and Jasper followed soon, to pace around in their own rooms. But I didn't leave Bella's side. I couldn't. I hated seeing her like this, but I needed to be there for her. She was tossing and turning, writhing slightly. She was also sweating. I tugged off the sweater I had put on her before we left the house and stripped the bed sheet from the bed so that she wouldn't feel suffocated. She had the flu. I knew it was ridiculous to be so out of my mind with worry, but I couldn't help myself. Centuries ago, I had died from my human life due to the flu. It wasn't the same, I knew it. But tons of people still died from flu and fever, didn't they? Children, especially. Their bodies were weak, fragile. Bella was even more so. I took one of her pale hands in mine and kissed her knuckle gently. "You'll be all right, Bella," I whispered.
She has to be.
I watched her sleep throughout the night. Sometime near dawn, my cell phone rang. I silently cursed myself for forgetting to keep it in silent mode. I answered the call immediately, not moving from Bella's side. I could talk quiet enough not to wake her. The caller ID said Alice. I supposed she would have had a vision of this. I winced. What would the Cullen women say about this? I answered the phone, slightly timidly. "Hellos, Edward Anthony Mason Cullen." Alice shrieked. I flinched as she used my full name. She'd never done that before. I guess she was extremely angry. "Alice, be quiet. Bella's sleeping," I admonished. "Well, I'm just sorry that I can't be quiet enough after I'd gotten a vision of Bella being sick." Her loud voice was making my ears bleed. Even Bella was waking up, hearing her shrill voice. "Edward," she mumbled sleepily. I placed the phone on my lap and helped Bella up to a sitting position, propping up the pillows against the headboard so she could rest against it. "Who is that on the phone?" she asked, suppressing a yawn. "Alice." She nodded her head, and I went back to talk on the phone. "Is she there? Is she awake? Can you put her on?" I rolled my eyes and handed the phone to Bella. "Alice wants to talk to you." Bella took the phone and pressed it to her ear. "Hello?" "Yes, Alice. I'm fine. Carlisle gave me medicine. I'm okay." "Really?"
"No."
"You don't need to come home early, Alice. Really, I'm fine." She was blushing as she said all this, probably embarrassed that she was being mollycoddled like this. Finally, after 10 minutes of convincing Alice, Rosalie, and Esme that they really did need to cut their visit to West Edmonton Mall short, Bella handed the phone back to me. I assured Alice that Bella has Carlisle's undivided attention and hung up. I shot Bella a sympathetic look. "I'm sorry you have to miss ballet camp," I told her. Realization dawned on her face as she realized that ballet camp was supposed to take place today. Then she laughed, shaking her head. She really hadn't been all that interested in it anyway, I knew. Thursday. Emmett's POV. I can do this. Edward and Carlisle were up in Bella's room. Edward had gotten her a TV yesterday, specially delivered, of course. He hadn't left her side since she'd gotten sick. Honestly, the guy took overprotective to a whole new level. Carlisle was having one of his checkups again. After Alice had called Edward, Esme has called Carlisle and made him promise to make sure Bella would be healthy and in one piece by the time the girls came home. I couldn't be sure, but I think Esme must have threatened him. I was supposed to be making Bella lunch. Jasper was still gone. He had no choice but to go on his hunting trip. He'd put it off for long enough, and it just wasn't safe with Bella in the house. He was going to be back by tonight, though. I scooped up some of the soup into the bowl. I'd made Bella chicken noodle soup. I heard it was supposed to be good for you if you were sick. Bella liked it enough when Carlisle made it for her yesterday. I placed the bowl on a tray and placed a spoon next to it. I carried the tray up the stairs at human speed. I could hear Edward begging Bella to watch something else ever since the TV had been in her room. All she would watch was Peter Pan, over and over again. It was driving Edward crazy. I wanted to torture him a little bit more. I reached her room and knocked on the door. I made chicken noodle soup, I declared, almost proudly. Bella looked at me in surprise. You did? I nodded my head and handed her the tray. Edward adjusted it so that it would spill onto the bed. Bella grabbed the spoon and plunged it into the bowl. She scooped some of the food and ate it. Then she cracked a smile and raised an eyebrow at me. I think you forgot the chicken. What? It's noodle water. Edward almost fell off the bed laughing. I gaped at Bella and the bowl of noodle water, apparently. Carlisle smiled widely, but held in his laughter. Give me that, Bella. He took the tray from her lap. I'll, add in the chicken, he said, shooting me an amused look. I scowled, sitting on the bed on Bella's other side. Edward was still shaking with laughter, causing the bed to shake under his weight. I crossed my arms across my chest. Bella, seeing my embarrassment, placed a hand on my arm. If it helps, she said. I liked the noodle water. You know, it really didn't help, especially when it set Edward off on another round of laughter. When Jasper got back, Bella was still awake. She'd been waiting up for him, even though the medication was kicking in. I would see her stifle a yawn or two, but she still struggled to stay awake. I loved how Bella was already a part of the family. She really was attached to everyone. Of course, the reason she waited for Jasper was pure comic relief for Carlisle. Edward and I, the moment she saw him, she made him get down on all fours and carry her around the house on his back.
He was a pony.
She'd seen a commercial on horses at one point and had been thinking of making Jasper a pony ever since.
Poor guy.
He had to do that for half an hour before Carlisle controlled his laughter and pulled the dad card. That's enough, Bella. Time for bed, he said sternly, lifting her off Jasper's back and carrying her to her room. But Bella started to protest, but a yawn escaped her lips. Carlisle smiled as he gently laid her down on the bed. The medication is working, he commented. Sleep, okay, Angel? You need to get better. And as usual, Edward took his place, sitting right next to her, watching her like her guardian angel. Saturday. Bella's POV. I woke up feeling a lot better. My head didn't feel so heavy. My eyes didn't feel like I've been crying for hours. I could breathe through my nose again, and I felt refreshed, like I'd just had a really good night's sleep. I looked around the room, and sure enough, Edward was right there, sitting in my rocking chair by the window.
He smiled when he saw me.
He must have sensed somehow that I felt all better. Are you feeling all right now, Bella? He asked gently. I nodded my head, sitting up and stretching. Yes, I replied. I think I'm okay now. Edward nodded his head, smiling. Good. I went into the bathroom to take a shower and changed into my clothes. Then I called for Edward. I was still too short to reach the sink on my own, so I needed his help to carry me up so I could brush my teeth. I had been sick since Tuesday. I was more than ready to be up and about. I couldn't wait to play with the boys again and move around the house. Maybe even go out somewhere. Once I was done brushing my teeth, I went downstairs with Edward. Jasper and Emmett were in the kitchen trying to make blueberry pancakes, my favorite. I guess they heard that I was all better now. They were arguing, as usual. Edward said that they were worse than a married couple. Carlisle was sitting at the counter, watching them bemusedly. The kitchen was a mess. I don't think they've actually cleaned it since the girls left. I could even see an empty pack of noodles from when Emmett tried to make me chicken noodle soup on Thursday. And that was 3 days ago. I was about to tell them that we could just put a Pop-Tart in the toaster when Edward stiffened. "Oh no," he said, turning around to face the front door. The door burst open, and in came my worst nightmare Alice, with about 50 shopping bags on each arm. I screamed and hid behind Edward, afraid of what she had in store for me. Even if she didn't go shopping with me, she always bought me something and always made me try everything she bought for me for her to see, as if she didn't already know if they would fit or not. She was just plain crazy about fashion. Alice froze as she took in the condition of the house. Her mouth dropped open. Esme and Rosalie came in just then, and they both had the same reaction as her. Then, Esme's face went from shock to complete anger. That was a lot scarier than Alice any day. Carlisle Cullen. I think I heard him whimper in fright. 16 Denali surprise. Edward's POV. It was still the holidays and he spent the last week being grounded by Esme for getting Bella sick and causing the house to look as if a hurricane to sweep through it. In all fairness, I hadn't actually stepped out of Bella's room since she got sick, but I do blame myself for getting her sick in the first place. I should have taken better care of her, ensure that nothing would go wrong, which was why I accepted my punishment without complaint. Emmett and Jasper, however, were a different matter. They begged, pouted, and fell on their knees. Pathetic, really. Carlisle was the worst. Esme wouldn't even look at him for 3 days straight, especially when she found out that he had broken her china vase in a game of football inside the house. Alice was as angry as the rest of us, but she'd seen the games Bella had made us play, and she was always alternating between being extremely furious to shaking with laughter. Bella had apologized profusely to her friend Rebecca for missing the ballet camp. I knew Bella hated letting people down, and it seemed to her like this was an example of that. Rebecca had gone to ballet camp on her own, and Bella felt guilty for not going with her, which was utterly ridiculous, considering it wasn't her fault she'd gotten sick. I was watching Eloise at the Plaza A movie Esme begged us not to watch since Emmett's influence was bad enough already when Alice started squealing from her room. I hadn't heard her thoughts since she was upstairs, so it was fairly easy to block, so I was about as surprised and curious as the next person. She ran into the room at top Alice speed, Jasper following close by at a vampire speed stroll. "We're going to have visitors," she announced excitedly. At this, every one of us tensed. For us, visitors might not be such a good thing. Alice saw this and rolled her eyes. "Would I be so excited if they were bad visitors?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. We all exchanged looks and laughed, realizing she was right. Esme stepped forward and placed a hand on Alice's shoulder. "Who is it then, Alice?" she asked. Alice started squealing again, jumping up and down. "Tanya and her clan," she said. I winced.
God, no.
Tanya? I've successfully spent the past 20 years avoiding her. Something that required skill, no less. And now she was visiting? Oh, God, this couldn't be a good thing. Jasper sensed my anxiety and fear, to put it mildly, and snickered. "Come on, Eddie," he teased. I growled at him. It can't be that bad to see her. See who? Bella asked from beside me, not even taking her eyes off the television screen. Emmett's raucous laughter filled the hall. Tanya, he answered between gasps of laughter. His best friend. At this, almost everyone laughed at me while I grimaced. Almost everyone. Bella frowned at me, though I could see the hurt on her face. "I thought I'm your bestest friend," she asked quietly. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her to sit on my lap, though she looked away from me. I could tell that she wanted to get away from me. I threw Emmett a glare over my shoulder, and he shrugged. That smirk of his still hasn't left his lips. "Bella," I shook my head. "Emmett's being silly. I don't actually like Tanya. I find her quite irritating," I mused. It was true. Her antics over the times we've met has left much to be desired. She found me attractive and wanted me as a mate. Or even just a one-night stand, as Emmett called it. I, on the other hand, had never been interested in her. She was beautiful, but all of our kind were. She was nothing special to me. I acted civil towards her despite her childish manner of always trying to seduce me because she was a part of the Denali clan. Carlisle was good friends with them all, and I didn't want to cause a rift between them. It had been extremely unnerving for Tanya, who always got who she wanted, due to the fact that she was a seductress. She and her sisters were succubus. It surprised her that I could refuse her, that I wanted to refuse her. And it had been extremely unnerving for me each time I saw Tanya, because I wanted nothing more than to escape her idea of seduction. Bella looked up at me timidly. "So, I'm still your bestest friend?" she asked, dropping her gaze to her hands on her lap. I smiled. Silly Bella. Of course she was. I'd give her anything for her happiness, including my life. "Of course, Bella. You're my bestest friend," I grinned. Bella smiled, blushing. She hid her face in my chest, her overheated skin warm, even through my shirt. Carlisle cleared his throat, smiling amusedly. I couldn't make out his thoughts, though. They were mostly about a documentary he once saw on alligators. Right then, now that that's all sorted out, he chuckled. "Do you know when they'll be here?" Alice scoffed, hands on her hips. "Of course I know," she said indignantly. "I'm psychic, remember?" "When, dears?" Esme asked.
"Oh, dear."
"I hope it's not very soon. I'd have to tidy the place up a bit. It's a good thing they aren't human guests, I'd have to cook if they were. Let's see, best start with the living room." Alice's face brightened as she started jumping in excitement again. "They'll be here by tomorrow night," she announced, dancing over to Jasper. He wrapped his arms around her in a futile effort to calm her down. "My God, Alice, please calm down. I'm starting to feel like squealing in excitement. Emmett would tease me for a century if I did. You heard that, didn't you, Edward?" I laughed, but focused my eyes on the screen so that my family would think I was laughing at the movie. I could almost see Jasper's mental frown at me. Bella couldn't sleep. I could hear her from my room, tossing and turning. It sounded like the sheets were eating her whole. I smirked, shaking my head, as I stood up from my couch and made my way to her room. Normally, all it took was Esme or Rosalie reading her a bedtime story, Emmett making some jokes, and Claire de Lune playing on her stereo before she fell asleep. Claire de Lune has been on repeat 5 times. I knocked on her door and pushed it open slightly. Bella sat up in bed and looked at me, frowning. "I can't sleep," she muttered unhappily. I laughed. "I know. I could hear you," I teased. Bella blushed at being caught and, I suspected, from embarrassment that the entire family knew she was still awake at this hour. I stepped inside and walked over to her, sitting on the edge of the bed. "May I know what's been bothering you?" I asked. I had an inkling that it had something to do with Tanya's family visiting. "Nothing," Bella replied, though her blush became more prominent. I sighed. It was easy to pick out humans when they lie. It was much easier with Bella considering she wasn't a very good liar. I didn't need to be able to read her mind to know when she was trying to be deceptive. Really? I prodded. It has absolutely nothing to do with Tanya and her family visiting? Yeah. Good Eddie. Emmett threw his thoughts at me from the living room. Just go straight to the obvious. I growled low in my throat. Something Bella sitting in front of me didn't catch, but Emmett did. I heard him laughing. Bella blushed again and looked away. Bella, you know you can tell me anything, I said gently, smiling at her. She sighed and folded her arms across her chest. I just don't know anything about them, and everyone else does, she pouted. I laughed. So this was what has gotten her in a tizzy? I'll tell you everything you want to know, I promised. She brightened up, but I held up a finger. Tomorrow, I finished firmly. I want you to go to sleep now. It's late. Bella gaped at me, then frowned. Edward, you can't tell someone you're going to let them in on a secret, then tell them to go to sleep first, she said incredulously. The Denali clan aren't a secret, Bella. They are to me. I sighed again and pinched the bridge of my nose with my thumb and forefinger. Bella. I rolled my eyes. Would you please listen to me just this once? I don't want you to get tired tomorrow, please. Just sleep. I used my best smile on her in the vain hopes that she would actually forget that she was stubborn for a minute and go to sleep. To my utter surprise, it worked. Bella rolled her eyes, but slid down in the bed, her head on the pillow. I tucked her in and picked up the remote control from her nightstand. I pressed the play button, and Claire de Lune filled the room from the speakers. Almost immediately, her eyes closed and her breathing evened out. The house was in chaos for the most part, anyway. Esme was frantically going through the whole place, cleaning every inch of it. She'd been doing that since 4 a.m. Alice was trying to see if she and Kate could do any shopping while the Denali clan stayed with us. While they weren't the best of friends due to the distance, Kate and Alice enjoyed each other's company. When they meet after a long time apart, it was like two sisters seeing each other again. Jasper was trying to control himself because he could feel all the emotions running through the house. Emmett was indifferent, of course, as was Rosalie. Her only concern was of Tanya. She didn't particularly like her either. Tanya considered herself to be extremely beautiful. Her vanity rivaled Rosalie's. It was why the two could never get along. Carlisle was wondering if Eleazar would have any stories to share the last time they'd seen each other. Eleazar had recounted several meetings with newborns he'd encountered while traveling north with Carmen, his mate. I was merely dreading the entire thing. I hoped beyond hope that Tanya has gotten herself a mate, so she wouldn't bother me anymore. I'd planned on asking Alice if she saw anything, but she'd answered before I even opened my mouth. Nope. Sorry, Edward, but she's still as infatuated with you as she was the first time she saw you. That made me cringe. The first time we saw each other had been extremely painful. She'd followed me everywhere, using her seductress techniques on me. While none of them worked, they did make me uncomfortable. Very much so. I was practically begging to leave Denali by the end of our 2-week stay. This had only served to make Tanya pursue me even more, and Emmett to crack up laughing. I wondered if he was going to tell me to just let it go and let loose. He told me there was no harm in just having fun. I'd rather chew glass. They'll be here in 5 minutes, Alice chirped from the love seat, where she perched on Jasper's lap. Emmett and Rosalie sat in the same position right next to them. I held Bella in my lap on the couch. I hoped Kate, or Carmen, or Eleazar were to sit next to me instead of Tanya. Please, God, don't let me suffer. Carlisle and Esme took the armchair. A moment later, I heard the doorbell. Esme climbed off of Carlisle's lap and answered it. Carmen. Eleazar. Kate. I heard her exclaim, "Welcome. Come in, please." She didn't mention Tanya. I brightened up slightly. Maybe she couldn't make it? Or maybe she was mauled by a grizzly. Highly unlikely, but a vampire could hope. The three astounding vampires came in the door. "Hello, Esme," Carmen said warmly. "I hope you don't mind Irina and Tanya are parking the car outside. They'll be in soon." My hopes sank. Jasper felt this and chuckled quietly. I scowled at him.
Great.
She was here. What was I going to do? Would I have to avoid her this time as well? It was pure torture whenever she was around. I never minded her company as a friend. But 20 seconds into our conversation, and she would start flirting with me. It made me feel highly uncomfortable. Of course. "Come on. Everyone's excited to see you," Esme said giddily. We all stood up as the three of them entered the living room. Bella stood behind me, gripping my legs for comfort. She was still incredibly shy when meeting new people. She begged me to stay with her on her first day of school. I chuckled internally at the memory. Kate, Carmen, and Eleazar scanned the room, greeting us all with their warm smiles and quick hellos. But ultimately, their attention was on Bella. So it's true a human child. I wonder if Carlisle knew what trouble he was getting himself and his family into, Eleazar thought. He used to be a Volturi guard, so he knew Arrow's strict rules on humans never finding out about vampires. Carlisle was an old friend. It was no wonder he was concerned for us. Irrational as it was, I still felt a tiny surge of anger towards him for judging the situation so harshly.
Oh my.
She's adorable, so pretty. Look at that ivory skin, that blush, those eyes. She would be very beautiful when she's grown. Oh, Esme must be so happy to have a daughter, a real human daughter. I smiled at Carmen's thoughts. She was so gentle, so loving. Esme had always liked her. I wonder if they have any plans to change her in the future. I hope the Cullens know what they're doing. You have to admit she's cute. Kate always the practical one, the blunt one. With feeling, of course. Unlike Irina, who just spoke without thinking. Her tenacity rivaled Rosalie's and Emmett's combined. Noticing that all three of them had their eyes on Bella, Esme stepped forward and scooped Bella up into her arms. Bella, noticing that she was being given full attention, blushed and buried her face against Esme's neck. Esme laughed and stroked Bella's hair lovingly. "This is Bella," she said, her voice dripping with motherly affection. "We found her when she was 6. More than a year ago, actually. She's human." I heard a voice from the entryway. We all turned to find Irina and Tanya looking disbelievingly at Bella. Esme placed Bella on the floor, and she immediately ran towards me, hiding behind my legs again. "Yes," Esme answered coolly, though I knew she was fighting hard to keep her anger in check. She had never been all that fond of Irina because she was too rude for her liking. Tanya had gotten on her nerves as well, but that was purely because she tried too hard to be with me and yet found time to be with other men on the side. Esme found this disgusting. But she's one of us. I'd like her to be treated like a Cullen. Esme took her place next to Carlisle, and he wrapped an arm around her waist, smiling proudly at her. "That's my wife." Irina and Tanya didn't seem as if they would be recovering anytime soon. But Kate, Carmen, and Eleazar were already smiling at Bella. "Of course, Esme, Carlisle," Eleazar said gracefully. In his thoughts, I could see he was still slightly apprehensive, but he understood that this meant a lot to us and decided to just keep his opinions to himself. I respected him for that. Esme gestured for our 5 visitors to take a seat, while we Cullens resumed ours. I scooped Bella up and settled her on my lap as I sat. Kate sat next to me, while Eleazar sat next to her, and Carmen sat on the armrest next to Eleazar. Tanya and Irina were offered chairs. Kate turned her body slightly, angling it towards Bella and I. She smiled down at Bella, who promptly blushed.
Kate laughed.
She's adorable, she said, looking up to smile at all of us. I grinned down at Bella. Adorable. That was one word to describe it. Kate turned back to look at Bella. Hello, Bella, she said sweetly. I'm Kate. Bella's blush still tainted her cheeks, but she swallowed loud for every one of us and smiled shyly back. Hello, she whispered. Kate was unfazed by Bella's shyness. In fact, she found it endearing. I like your dress, Bella. Did you pick it out? I felt Bella begin to relax and smiled at Kate. Thank you. I mouthed at her. She gave me an almost imperceptible shrug before turning her attention back to Bella. I could tell she really did find Bella intriguing. Bella shook her head, fingering the fabric.
Alice did.
She went to the biggest mall in America, Bella announced. Then she frowned, pouting her lips the way she did whenever she was thinking. I don't know why she was happy about that, she mumbled, almost to herself. I suppressed my laughter, but I already saw Alice shooting Bella a glare, and Jasper trying to calm his wife while he himself shook with laughter. Kate threw back her head and laughed. I like her, she grinned, winking at Alice. She simply stuck her tongue out at Kate, folded her arms defiantly, and huffed. Before I could stop her, Bella had reached out to touch Kate's bare arm. I felt panic surge through me. Would Kate's power spark right about now? A current as strong as the one Kate would produce would kill Bella instantly. But Bella placed her small hand on Kate's surprised arm for a full 10 seconds before pulling back. Nothing happening. You're cold, too, she said. Is that something all vampires have? She asked, looking at me. I nodded my head numbly. My confusion and shock was multiplied tenfold because of Jasper. He was feeling everyone's shock, and he was subconsciously projecting the emotions back to the room. Bella, of course, noticed my silence and frowned. She placed a hand on either side of my face, her brown eyes seeking my golden orbs. Edward, her voice shook. Are you okay? I nodded silently again. Did I do something wrong? I wasn't able to answer that. Did she do something wrong? Did she do something right? How was she able to block Kate's power? From the shock on her face and her own scattered thoughts, I could tell that Kate had produced a current. She hadn't mean to, it was pure reflex. She couldn't control it quite well either. But it hadn't even affected Bella. She looked as if she didn't even know she should have been curled up on the floor, writhing in pain, dying. Carlyle was the first to recover. Bella, he said slowly but gently. Bella's tear-filled gaze turned to him. I could tell I was scaring her by being so passive, and I didn't want that. I forced myself to snap out of it.
Bella needed me.
Did you feel anything when you touched Kate's? Bella sniffed, then frowned at Carlyle. What do you mean, Daddy? She asked softly. I grinned a little.
Daddy.
She thought she was in trouble and was trying to pacify Carlyle. Carlyle must have known this too, because I saw the corners of his lips pull back into a smile. But his thoughts were too scattered for me to read properly. He was too intrigued by this new discovery. When you touched Kate, did you feel like a tingle? Or a pain, maybe? Bella's frown deepened, and she shook her head. She turned back to look at me, and that's when I noticed that she had a look of fear on her face. What could she be fearing? Could she be finally realizing that she was in a room full of vampires? Could she somehow know that something wasn't right? Was she afraid that she was in trouble? Jasper sensed my confusion and anxiety and answered my unspoken questions mentally. Edward, she's just worried about you. She thinks you're mad at her, that she's in trouble somehow. Snap out of it. You're scaring her even more. I inclined my head once to let him know I heard him, then placed my hands on Bella's shoulders.
Bella, I said.
Some of the fear on her face disappeared.
I'm not angry at you.
You're not in trouble, okay? I told her quietly. Bella nodded her head, and I felt her muscles relax under my grip. She gave me a tentative smile. I leaned forward and brushed my lips against her forehead, closing my eyes to breathe in her scent for a moment. I pulled back and looked her seriously in the eyes. Really, Bella? I just want to know you felt nothing out of the ordinary when you touched Kate? I asked, trying to keep my voice light. It must have worked, because Bella started playing with my sleeve absentmindedly.
It was a
habit of hers whenever she became bored. No, she replied. It was the same as touching any one of you. Interesting, Carlyle said. Eleazar shot him a look. Interesting? Carlyle. The human child could block out Kate, Powers dash. Eleazar, Carmen warned, but he didn't heed her. This isn't interesting. This is an anomaly that the Volturi would be very concerned about. I would have gotten angry at him had I not heard only concern for Carlyle's safety in his mind. Bella, however, didn't have the same advantage. She curled up into me, whimpering. Eleazar heard it and glanced at Bella guiltily. Eleazar, sit. Look what you did. Carmen scolded him. Eleazar looked too bashful for anyone to be really mad at him. Bella, it's all right, I soothed, running my hand through her silky, long hair. Really? Eleazar isn't angry with you. He was just very concerned. Kate reached over and hesitantly placed a hand on Bella's back. When Bella didn't react in pain, she smiled.
It's okay, Bella, she said.
I promise. When Bella still won't look up, I sighed and said, Won't you smile for me, Bella? I made sure to use my best pleading look on her when she looked up at me. Bella giggled and threw me a huge grin. I smiled back and wiped away the tears on her cheeks. Eleazar looked uncomfortable and he tried to apologize, stuttering all the way. Bella looked at him, confused, wondering what he might be trying to say. After a few minutes of groveling, I decided to let him off the hook. I leant forward and whispered that he only wanted to say he was sorry. Of course, everyone else heard, but Bella liked her privacy, and I wanted to give that to her as much as possible. She laughed again and blushed. It's okay, she said quietly. Eleazar smiled at her, and she smiled back, snuggling into me. Carlyle cleared his throat, and once he'd gotten all our attention, he continued. I only said interesting because I think I've figured out why Edward can't read Bella's mind, he said. Your gift, like Kate's, is an invasion of her mind. It's psychological. Bella likes to be private, even now as a child. She hated the idea of you being able to read her mind, Edward. I think she somehow, subconsciously blocked it. I raised an eyebrow. Her 7-year-old mind can do that. I asked incredulously. Hey, Alice huffed, glaring at me. Great things come in small packages. We burst into laughter at that. What about Alice and Jasper? Emmett asked. Alice can see her future, and Jasper can sense her emotions. Carlyle shook his head. Those have nothing to do with her mind, he reminded us. Bella looked confused and, for the most part, uninterested. Eleazar was pacing by now, his Volturi past crashing down on him. He was thinking of how Arrow, Marcus, and Caius would be interested in knowing about Bella, and how he would have a hard time hiding her, protecting her. So will this blocking, he said, stopping finally to look at Bella, intensify and become her gift once she's changed? I growled low in my throat, and all of our guests turned to look at me, surprised. Jasper spoke up before I could do or say anything. Don't be ridiculous, Edward, he warned mentally. They don't know anything. To them, it's the most rational thing to do. I wanted to ask if he thought it was the rational thing to do, if they all thought it. But we had guests, and Bella was sitting right here. I would lose my temper for that particular conversation, and I didn't want her to see that side of me. We haven't actually decided on that yet, Jasper said quickly. At Eleazar's perplexed look, he elaborated. She's only 7. We have time, Eleazar looked unconvinced, but he took his place next to Carmen anyway. I hope so, for all your sakes, Carlyle, he muttered, shaking his head. Arrow won't be pleased. Rosalie snorted. Arrow could just dash. Carlyle shot her a glare, and she stopped talking. We'll take into consideration your concerns, Eleazar, Carlyle said pleasantly. But how about we forget about Arrow and the Volturi for this visit, and focus on the pleasant things? Carmen and Kate agreed instantly. Since Carmen agreed, so did Eleazar. Tanya had yet to say anything, as had Irina. Suddenly, Tanya stood up from her seat and smiled at me. I felt an involuntary shudder run down my spine. Jasper, of course, felt that, and started laughing at me mentally. Well, I think she's cute, she sang, prancing next to me and sitting on the arm of the couch on my side. I should have sat in between Kate and Carmen. Tanya flipped her strawberry blonde hair and smiled at Bella. Hello, I'm Tanya, she said. At this, Bella blushed and buried her face in my chest. I chuckled to myself. Emmett really shouldn't have told her about Tanya wanting to be my bestest friend. She was being irrationally fearful of something that would never happen. Tanya frowned at this and raised an eyebrow at me. Edward, she whined. Did I do something wrong? I shook my head, running my hand soothingly up and down Bella's spine. I could still feel the heat on her face. She wasn't done blushing yet. I cracked a grin. No, Tanya, nothing to be worried about, I said dismissively. She's shy. She brightened at this and leaned forward. Well, let her play with someone else for a while, Edward, she said in a low voice. I felt my eyebrows draw together. What was she playing in now? We could go out for a little while, hunt, walk, whatever. I fought the massive urge to roll my eyes. Ah, that again. I felt Bella's arms tightened around my neck. I think she was using as much force as her 7-year-old human body could allow. I smiled, planting a kiss on the top of her head. Sorry, Tanya, I said as politely as I could. I promised Bella I'd teach her how to play the piano. It wasn't a complete lie. Bella had heard me play the piano, of course. She'd gotten attached to that, always asking me to play. I'd never been bothered by that. I loved playing for her as much as, maybe even more than, I loved playing for Esme. Bella had been intrigued and had asked me to teach her how to play. We just hadn't specified on when. I turned my gaze towards Carlyle and Esme, who looked as if they were trying their best not to laugh. I wanted to scowl, but that would only make Tanya suspicious. She wasn't facing them, so she didn't know. I would rather avoid confrontation. May I please be excused? I asked through clenched teeth. Esme only nodded her head. I stood up, setting Bella on her feet and taking her hand in mine, leading her towards the piano room. As we walked away, I heard Eleazar and Carmen talking in Spanish in hushed tones. I couldn't help but wonder why suddenly all of my family had their thoughts blocked against mine. Esme's POV. My poor son. I would have defended him, but it was just too funny. As much as I enjoyed the entertainment, though, I couldn't help but feel a resentment towards Tanya and Irina. I thank God no one from the Denali clan were empaths. Jasper kept trying to calm me down, too good a son to laugh at me every time I started imagining Tanya being strangled to death, and Alice enjoyed the visions too much to care. Irina hadn't gotten any better at being tactful. After Edward had taken Bella to the piano room, and the beautiful notes only my son could produce had floated towards us, Irina had looked at us all and bluntly asked how we hadn't eaten Bella yet. If Carlyle hadn't been holding me, I would have lunged at her. Tanya must have sensed that because she asked her sister to keep quiet and respect the guests. I knew she was only saying that to get on my good graces. But Irina had to follow her commands because she was the leader of the coven. The next few days were spent in the most torturous way possible. I enjoyed Eleazar's, Kate's and Carmen's company. So did the rest of the family. Alice, Rosalie, and Kate took Bella shopping their second day here, and Bella had gone because she seemed to like Kate. That was a good thing, that Bella was able to connect with her. It was strange how this human girl fitted with vampires, but not with humans. She was ready to scream and run with that Darla Noonan. Not that I blamed her, but she hadn't really made any close human friends. Except for Rebecca. I'd have to talk to Bella about not being so shy with people. I don't think it was a good thing for a growing girl. Carmen, too, had taken a liking to Bella. Carmen was an artist, and she had a sketchbook at all times with her. She had been sketching the horizon from the garden one evening, and Bella had come out to look at it. I think Carmen enjoyed the perspective of an innocent child. And, to be honest, Bella was adorable whenever she gave her opinions. She blushed, she stuttered at times, but she spoke the truth. I supposed Bella loved Carmen's work. Eliezer still hadn't gotten over his apprehension over the matter, but he was warming up to the idea. I even caught him trying to teach Bella Spanish. Irina avoided Bella at all costs, something I was actually happy about. Tanya followed Bella and Edward around like a lost puppy. She tried being nice to Bella, to talk to her and get her to like her, but it never worked. Like Edward, Bella was impregnable. She wouldn't be bought by Tanya's bribes because she hated being the spotlight. She wouldn't give in to Tanya's charms because she knew Tanya wasn't being honest in liking her. In truth, Bella was afraid Tanya would take away her best friend. She had no idea how close she was to the truth. Tanya wanted Edward to be her mate. The fact that he was off limits only made it even more worth the chase. I found it repulsive, as do the rest of us. I had never been happier about Emmett's big mouth. At least this way, Bella's fear of being abandoned by Edward was set to good use. Not that I'd actually use my daughter that way. Edward would never leave her. The only time he left her alone was when she needed to go to the bathroom, or bathe, or change into her clothes, or sleep. Other than that, the two were inseparable. I sighed. I couldn't wait until Bella was older, no matter how much I loved her now as a child. She would always be my daughter. I just wanted to see my son happy. Seeing Edward and Bella together like this the past few days have gotten the rest of us thinking of Alice's vision much more often. It was harder to keep it blocked from Edward. Emmett was always so close to telling. Rosalie didn't even let him leave the room, keeping him too preoccupied to think of anything else. Edward had left the two of them alone, disgusted. The rest of us just had to fare our best. Esme, I heard Tanya's voice from the kitchen doorway. I gritted my teeth, but turned to smile at her briefly before I get back to stirring the batter for the brownies I was making for Bella. She had gotten addicted to them recently, and I wanted to indulge her. It was the least I could do since she had to endure Tanya and Irina. She pranced over to me and sat down on one of the stools at the kitchen aisle, right opposite where I was standing. I chose to ignore her and focus on the task at hand. "What on earth are you doing, Esme?" Tanya asked, bewildered. I smiled slightly. Not a lot of vampires cook. "I'm baking brownies," I said cheerfully. It was really a pleasure for me to be able to cook for Bella. I'd never been able to do that for anyone. At least, not for a very long time. And Bella enjoyed my cooking. I wanted to be able to do this as much as I could while there was still time. The way I saw it, there were only two options. One, Bella stays with us, and she becomes a vampire. The other, Bella leaves to have a normal life. Both options would mean that her humanity would leave me. I wanted to make the most of it while I could. Tanya wrinkled her nose. It was nowhere near as adorable as when Bella did it. Tanya had never done that before. I guess she'd picked it up from a 7-year-old. I rolled my eyes at that. "Baking brownies," she repeated slowly. I nodded my head and poured the batter into the baking tray. "Bella loves these," I told her. I wanted to make her something special. Tanya sighed dramatically and placed her elbows on the table, cupping her face in her palms. "Esme, I love Bella, I really do," she began sweetly. I stiffened. Yes, of course she loved Bella. But it's all everyone talks about. It's like she's the center of attention. What she wanted to say was Bella's the center of Edward's attention. I didn't bother with the oven mitts as I opened the oven door and placed the tray inside. Shutting it, I set the temperature and time and turned back to face Tanya. I sighed, shaking my head. "Tanya," I said as politely as I could. She was the leader of the Denali coven. If I insulted her, I insulted them. "Bella is very special, very important around here," I explained. "It's hard to describe exactly what she means to us, but the bond is very strong. I'm sorry that we've been neglecting you. It's just that Bella always comes first." Tanya pouted, as if that would change everything. Thank God Rosalie chose that moment to enter. "Hey, Esme," she greeted me with a smile, completely ignoring the fact that Tanya was in the room. "Bella's coming home from the park soon. Should we make her a snack?" I knew Rosalie was only saying this to get rid of Tanya. She knew fully well that I'd have made Bella a snack on my own, without reminders. My life revolved around that girl now. I smiled widely at her. "Sure, Rose. How about turkey sandwich?" Tanya huffed silently, then excused herself. I waited until her footsteps died down, then said as low as possible, "Thank you, Rose." Rosalie only smiled and walked out of the kitchen. I shook my head. My family sure was interesting. Rosalie's POV. Tanya was getting on my nerves, as if she hadn't already all those other times we've met. She had to think that she was the most beautiful, that she was who men would fall head over heels for. Don't make me laugh. She was repulsive, in every sense of the word. And now she wasn't only making my brother uncomfortable, but she was trying to con Bella into liking her. As if that would work. Bella was smarter than your average 7-year-old. I really thought the Denali clan would be gone by now. It's been 4 days. I didn't mind Carmen, Kate, and Eliezer. But Tanya and Irina was making life a lot harder. I hope there didn't come a time when we have to stay with them for an extended period of time. I had been busy keeping Emmett distracted. Thank God he had to hunt today, not that I minded distracting him. But 4 days in a row was tiring, even for a vampire. We'd all been thinking of Alice's visions lately. Maybe it was seeing Edward and Bella never leaving each other's side. Maybe it was seeing Tanya trying to seduce Edward. Maybe it was seeing Bella getting jealous of Tanya. Whatever it was, we'd all been thinking of those visions. I'd kept myself busy with Emmett. I knew Alice spent most of her time shopping with Kate. Jasper went hunting with Emmett today. Esme kept cooking and cleaning and talking to Carmen. Carlisle debated with Eliezer. I thought we've evaded Edward finding out so far. Boy, was I wrong. Edward was watching TV with Bella. She'd gotten a whole set of I Love Jeannie DVDs, courtesy of Alice, and had gotten hooked. Dracula. I Love Jeannie. What was next, Bewitched? Alice had just gotten through the door with Kate, and my mind just slipped for a second. Instead of thinking about the fashion magazines in my room, I'd thought about Alice's vision. Edward and Bella dancing, looking into each other's eyes lovingly. What? Edward bellowed, leaping to his feet. I gasped and blocked my mind immediately. But he had already seen that in my head. Thank God it wasn't her second vision. What on earth was that, Rose? He demanded, his eyes black with fury. Bella had stopped watching the screen to stare up at him anxiously. We had all stopped what we were doing to stare at him. Finally, it was Esme who broke the silence. She sat next to Bella and wrapped her arms around her trembling form. Edward, really? She chided. A little discretion, please. Edward glanced down at Bella, guilty. I'm sorry, Bella, he said sincerely. Then he turned back to glare at Alice, and Alice raised an eyebrow and I shrugged, repentant. Alice sighed and rolled her eyes, waving for Edward and I to follow her out the door. We ran towards the woodland area and went as far from the house as we could. Then she stopped and we followed suit. "What did Rose do now?" she asked warily, though she must have seen it. "I saw me," Edward spluttered. And someone else. There was dancing." She looked. He trailed off, unsure of how to finish. Or maybe he thought that if he continued, we would think he was just mentally insane. Maybe we could use that defense. "Like Bella?" Alice prompted. Both Edward and I turned to look at her sharply. I gave her a confused look, but she ignored me. Surely she didn't think now was the right time and place for him to find out? What? Edward asked weakly. Alice rolled her eyes again and placed a hand on Edward's shoulder. "Edward," she said quietly, "it just means that Bella would be with us for a long time. It means that you and her would have your relationship intact even after all those years. It means she won't be scared off, so don't you get scared off, okay?" She finished that last part sternly. I see what she was doing. She was attempting to convince him that the vision was nothing more than two best friends sharing a dance. But Alice, he started to protest. His thoughts were too jumbled up for an actual argument, though. I cut in. "Alice is right, Edward. This was one of her visions that told her Bella would be staying with us. It showed her that Bella would be safe with us. I tried." Edward narrowed his eyes. "One of?" he asked suspiciously. Alice interrupted before I could stutter in panic.
"Yes."
"One of. The others are of her as a child. I got one of her attempting to play football with Emmett. Wanna see?" Edward glared at her, then sighed. "I suppose I overreacted," he allowed. I was still nervous, but I was good at lying. We all were. So I snorted and folded my arms huffily. "Suppose?" I mocked. We ran back to the house, crisis averted for a little while. Bella's POV. Tanya was still here. It's been 5 days, and she hasn't left. I knew it was wrong of me to want my family's friends to leave, but I didn't like her. I liked Kate, Carmen, and Eliezer enough, but Tanya I couldn't stand. At first she ignored me, only wanting to talk to Edward. When she saw that Edward didn't want to talk to her, she tried talking to me, I guess to make Edward like her. She wasn't being honest with me, and I didn't like that. 5 days. I wondered when she'll leave Edward and I alone. I knew I was being selfish, but I couldn't help it. When my parents died, I didn't just feel sad and angry. I didn't just feel guilty. I felt abandoned, like they had left me, and they'd gone off to heaven to be happy without me. Edward and the Cullens gave me a lot of happy times, and I love them for it. I just wish that I didn't feel so afraid of being left behind by them, too. Especially Edward. I didn't know what I would do without him. I noticed Edward's eyes were starting to get black. It meant he was thirsty. He was always a lot angrier whenever he was thirsty. I didn't like that Edward. So I told him to hunt. He refused. He wouldn't allow me to stay in the same house with our guests unless he was there. I think he didn't trust Irina and Tanya. I don't think they liked me very much. But the others would still be there. There would be no danger. Even Esme noticed Edward's eyes and told him to go. Finally, he gave in. I smiled, leaning forward to kiss his cheek. He could be so stubborn. Then Tanya spoke up. "I'll go with you, Edward. I need to hunt, too." No, she didn't. Her eyes were golden. Edward growled in his throat, and I giggled silently. He didn't like her very much, either. Alice piped up. "That's a good idea, Tanya," she chirped. I shot her a hurt and confused look. She was supposed to be on my side. "Rose and I will tag along, too. It's time for us to hunt as well," she winked at me. I blushed and turned to face Edward. I tightened my grip around his neck, but I was sure he could break my hold on him without even blinking. I'll be back before you go to bed, okay? He smiled at me. I nodded my head. Come on, Edward, Tanya called from the door. The smile on her face told me she was very happy that she finally got to spend time with Edward. Alice and Rose went to the door as well, and Tanya's smile slipped a little. Well, at least she won't be alone with him. Edward gave me a final hug, leaning in to whisper in my ear, "You're still my best girl." I typically blushed, and Edward chuckled, setting me on the couch next to where he sat. Then he stood up and joined the others. I sighed. A whole day without Edward. That's a first. I sat up in bed. It was already time for bed. Esme had tucked me in half an hour ago. Lily was already asleep in her bed. But I couldn't sleep, not even when I closed my eyes. I was waiting for Edward. I was starting to worry. He told me he would be back before I sleep tonight. Where was he? Normally, he hunted while I was in school on sunny days, or while I slept. He never went during the day. What was I thinking, telling him to go? I was thinking of him, of course. I knew it hurt him to sit with me and played with me and be so close to me when he needed to hunt so badly. I didn't want to hurt him, but I was worried nonetheless, and it was making me too anxious to sleep. There was a knock on my door, and I jumped. Edward poked his head in and smiled. "Can I come in?" he whispered. I smiled, relieved, and nodded my head. He slipped inside quietly, careful not to wake Lily. She's a crabby cat when she gets woken up early. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" he asked, sitting on the edge of my bed. I blushed, turning away. I was worried, I admitted sheepishly. "You said you'd be back by now." Edward smiled, reaching out to tap my nose playfully. I wrinkled it at him.
Sorry, Bella.
I was just saying goodbye to Kate, Carmen, and Eleazar, he told me. I frowned. They left. Edward nodded, handing me something from behind his back. "Carmen wanted me to give this to you," he said. It was a rolled-up piece of paper. I opened it up to see a sketch of Kate, Eleazar, and I sitting in the living room tonight. We had toasted marshmallows. Well, I had toasted marshmallows, and Kate, Eleazar, and Carmen had told me ghost stories. They were trying to scare me, but all it did was make me laugh hysterically. At the bottom of the drawing, Carmen had signed, "From Carmen with love, don't forget me." I smiled, tears starting to pool behind my eyes. I really was going to miss them, except for Tanya and Irina. Edward took the drawing from my hands and placed it on my nightstand. "I'll miss them," I whispered. He nodded his head, brushing away a stray strand of hair from my face. "I know. I'll miss them too." I frowned at him through my tears. "Tanya, too?" I asked sadly. Edward laughed, shaking his head. "Definitely not," he retorted, still chuckling. I smiled, and he tucked me in. "I'm sorry I was late tonight," he whispered. He leaned down and kissed my forehead briefly. "Good night, Bella." "Night, Edward," I mumbled sleepily, turning to sleep on my side. "I love you." 17 goodbyes. Bella's POV. It's my last week in England. The Cullens and I would be moving to our new home in Alaska by June. I'd have to say goodbye to Rebecca and my small group of friends. Even Connor. Yes, he's still around for a little bit. When I first met him, he was posing as a 9-year-old. Now, he's passing for a 12-year-old. He'd have to move soon, too. He'd be moving to Scotland, though, so I won't be able to see much of him, if at all. Edward seemed pleased about it for some reason. I never understood his dislike for Connor. Every time I asked him, he'd asked me to compare the situation with Tanya.
Point taken.
Although Connor doesn't have a disgusting crush on me, Rebecca was throwing a going-away party for me. I hated the attention, but she was too adamant. She said that we had been best friends for 4 years. She deserved the right. I think Alice brainwashed her just a little too much all those times she slept over. We were telling people Rebecca was just throwing a party for the fun of it, but I think they knew. Rebecca told me I was being paranoid. The worst part of it all wasn't saying goodbye to my friends and our great home in London. It wasn't saying goodbye to the London weather I'd grown so accustomed to. It wasn't even saying goodbye to Connor and the funny English accents I'd started to enjoy listening to wherever I went. It was knowing that we were simply miles away from the Denali clan. I didn't mind Kate, Carmen, and Eleazar. We'd visited them once or twice over the years, and we'd had plenty of fun. Carmen taught me a little bit of art every time, though I never really captured it as well as she did. I didn't think anyone could. Carmen promised we'd try harder once I moved to Alaska. Kate was like a blonde version of Alice. But it was okay, even though they forced me to go shopping every time. I secretly liked it. I made Jasper promise not to tell. Eleazar was still apprehensive of me, but that was because of the Volturi. I had to admit, after hearing him telling me about the Italian vampires, I was too. Edward said not to worry, he'll protect me. It reminded me of one of those old movies where the knight saves the damsel in distress. The thought always made me laugh. I sighed as I knocked on Alice's door, wearing my bathrobe. She'd made me swear that I'd let her do my hair and makeup and pick out my dress for the party. She put on that sad puppy dog look that made me feel so guilty about saying no, even though I knew she was just faking it. The door swung open before my knuckles even touched it. Jasper looked at me amused. I scowled at him. I don't suppose you could tone it down a little? I tilted my head towards the room behind him, referring to his gift. Maybe if he could just make her a little less excited. Jasper shook his head, still smiling. Alice would kill me, was his reply. Coward, I thought, as he let me in and walked out of the room himself, chuckling to himself. Vampires. I shook my head. Alice danced into the room, her face alight with happiness. I heard that, she sang out, too excited to be offended. I rolled my eyes at her. Okay, let's dry your hair first and get started on it. I already have your dress picked out.
She started squealing that Alice way.
When she starts doing that, even vampires had trouble understanding what she was trying to say, I've been told. What more a mere human like me? Alice took my hand and dragged me into her huge bathroom. God only knows how many times I'd been pulled in here against my will so Alice could play Bella Barbie. She sat me down in front of the vanity and grabbed a hairdryer. I let out a huge sigh. I had no idea why Alice enjoyed this so much. It felt like torture to me. But Rebecca was doing this for me. I had to be in my best behavior, even if it meant letting Alice do all the gruesome work on me for the next few hours. She ended up giving me curls for the night. I was only 11, and Rosalie and Esme would kill Alice, figuratively speaking, of course if she put a lot of makeup on me. That is, if Edward didn't get to her first. Finally, after an hour and a half, she was done. I think I'd get back problems by the time I'm 30. She dashed into the bedroom to get my dress. It was a pink baby doll dress, with spaghetti straps and a black bow at the back. I'd never worn anything like it before. I don't think I could. Alice? I gulped nervously. I was only 11. Was I even allowed? Alice rolled her eyes at me. Don't you want all eyes to be on you? She demanded. All eyes? On me? The clumsy Bella Hale? No, thank you. I shook my head vigorously, panic starting to overwhelm me. She handed me the dress and took me by the shoulders. Bella, she said, her tone both disapproving and calming at the same time. Don't worry about it. Your sister's a psychic. I saw the whole night. No accidents this time, she promised. It was my turn to roll my eyes at her. No accidents this time? She'd said that for the last 5 parties she made me go to, not one of those parties had been accident-free. Just wear the dress. You'll look amazing. I bought you the perfect shoes to go with it, she said, exuberant once more. At the mention of shoes, I looked up at her warily. Alice sighed, shaking her head. No heels, Bella. I promise. They're ballet flats. Ballet flats. Thank God. She must have brought Rose along with her. Rose wasn't as overeager or as crazy as Alice when it came to shopping. Alice left the bathroom to allow me to change. She always made a fuss, wondering why she had to leave. In her defense, she'd said she'd seen me naked since I was 6. I'd put a stop to it when I was 9. It was just too embarrassing. Alice was perfect in every way. She was a beautiful pixie vampire. I, on the other hand, was the ugly humans living in what could have been Mount Olympus. I shrugged off the bathroom and slipped on the dress, careful with my hair and makeup. I didn't want to ruin anything just to have Alice come in and redo it all. It would take hours. The bathroom door flung open the moment the dress was on, and I gasped. Alice. I glared at her. Have you ever heard of knocking? Have you ever heard of psychic? She retorted. Let me look at you. She squinted, scrutinizing me to make sure every part of me was the way she imagined or saw it to be. When she was finally satisfied, she grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the bathroom. It was time to meet my fate. Edward was going to drive me to the party. It was at Rebecca's house. Alice had wanted it to be thrown in our house, but I knew that would only mean Alice would take over. The party would have been way overdone. Edward, Jasper, and Emmett would have gone around glaring at every boy that came close to me, thus scaring them all away. I didn't know why they bothered. I wasn't interested in anyone. I was only 11. Okay, 11 in a few months. Edward was sitting on the couch, playing yet another video game with Emmett and Jasper. Those 3 acted like immature children sometimes. Oh, Bella, you look wonderful, Esme said and started snapping pictures. Yet another reason why I didn't want the party held here. I loved Esme and the rest of the family, but sometimes they tended to annoy me.
And embarrass me.
When I confided this to Rose, she'd just laugh and said that it was a preteen thing. I'd get over it. It didn't feel like that to me, though.
Mom,
I said, blushing in embarrassment. Esme only chuckled and kept snapping photos until Rose took it away. Come on, Esme. She'll embarrass herself enough tonight without our help, she smirked, winking playfully at me. I glared at her, then turned to Edward. Edward, could we go already? I'd rather have this over with as soon as possible, I muttered. Just a minute, he said, distracted, as he continued zapping who knows what on the flat screen. I sighed and waited. Finally, Alice had had enough and snatched his controller away. Alice, Edward growled. Game over, flashed on the screen. I spent hours working on her. Edward, Alice snapped. Get to it. Edward has got nothing on Alice's anger. When he turned to me, however, his eyes widened. What on earth are you wearing? He spluttered. I blushed again and hid behind Rosalie. Rose shook her head. You're making her self-conscious, Edward, she warned. As if I couldn't speak for myself. And yes, he really was. She should be. Edward stood up, glaring at Alice. She's too young for that. Go upstairs, he told me. Change, or I'm not taking you. I stepped away from Rose and placed my hands on my hips. You are not the boss of me, Edward Cullen, I snapped. Emmett and Jasper had stopped staring dejectedly at the screen and were looking at me open-mouthed, but I didn't care. Edward was treating me as if I was still the 6-year-old he found, and I didn't care for it. I heard the click of a camera somewhere to my left. If you won't take me, Alice will. He just stared at me, disbelieving. Alice chuckled, but grabbed my hand. She's right, she said proudly. I'll take her. You just sit and enjoy zapping aliens. We dashed out the door as fast as my human legs could make it. They're not aliens, we heard Edward's brilliant reply. As soon as we were in Alice's Bentley, peeling out of the driveway, we burst out laughing. That was the first time I'd ever stood up to Edward or took a different side, and I loved it.
It was exhilarating.
My heart was pounding so fast it hurt, but it still felt good. I wasn't a little girl anymore. And while I wasn't ready to go wild and crazy, I still wanted a little more freedom, a little more independence. I needed to know Edward would trust me to go out and have a little fun without getting harmed. I was, after all, only going to Rebecca's party. What was the worst that could happen? Rebecca's party was significantly more toned down than any of the Cullens' parties. Just the way I like it. There were balloons and a snack table and music and dancing, but I didn't have to mingle, I didn't have to dance, and I had Rebecca to talk to. "I'm really going to miss you, Bella," Rebecca said quietly, touching my arm. She was a shy girl, just like I was. I guess we fit together because of our personalities. "Promise me you'll email me all the time?" I nodded my head and smiled. This I would do. I'd miss her greatly, too. "Don't worry," I assured her. "I'll definitely email." We were both highly uncomfortable talking about feelings, so we just smiled and said things. Like how different Alaska would be. I told her about Tanya and her weird ways of getting Edward's attention through me. Rebecca found it funny. Jody, Alex, and Donnie, our friends from school, came up to meet us. They, too, knew of my departure from London in a week's time. "Bella, it's so sad that you're leaving," Jody whined. I grinned. She and I had gotten quite close throughout the years. I'd helped her with English, and she'd helped me with math. Jody was a genius when it came to math. She could have won the Nobel Prize, in my opinion. Give it a few years. I'll miss you too, Joe," I teased. The rest of the party, I spent talking to my friends, and occasionally to others I wasn't so familiar with. They knew, of course, that I was leaving. It was already all over school, courtesy of Jody, who had been sobbing about it the past month. I ended up with a table full of gifts. After everyone had left, Jody, Alex, Donnie, and I stayed back to help Rebecca and her mom clear up the mess. Rebecca stayed in a 2-story terrace house. It was pretty amazing, considering her mother was interested in interior design. She and Esme had tea often at our house, or hers whenever Esme dropped me off for a visit. We still had half an hour before Edward or Alice was supposed to come pick me up, so we decided to just sit around and enjoy each other's company. The school semester was already over for this month, and the next few days would be spent packing. Rebecca and I would have one last visit together right before I leave London, but this was pretty much it. I could already feel the tears starting up. "You won't forget us, would you, Bells?"
Donnie asked. "Ah, sweet boy."
He was a bit annoying at first. He had a doctor for a mother, and they were close. So every time he spoke to us, he started talking about bones and guts and whatnot. It turned out that he was just shy, and it was his defense mechanism. He has a crush on Rebecca, though I was told not to say anything. If I were, though, it would be a lot better. Rebecca has a crush on him, too. "Of course not, Donnie. I could never forget any one of you," I said sincerely. We talked about the crazy times we had, like the time Alex put super glue on the toilet seat to prank a girl we all hated and ended up slipping and getting stuck herself.
It was a pretty hilarious sight. Finally, the doorbell rang.
When Rebecca's mother answered it, Alice came bouncing in the room. "Hey, Bella," she grinned at me. I smiled back, though my stomach dropped at the thought of Edward mad at me. Why else wouldn't he show up? Why else would Alice be the one to pick me up? "Ready to go?" she asked. I nodded. We all stood up and helped Alice carry the gifts to her car. In truth, she could have carried it all in one hand and still dance around the room like a prima ballerina if she wanted to. But the others couldn't know that. When all the gifts were in the car, Alice got into her Bentley to give us some privacy. She could hear every word, though, so it didn't actually matter. Rebecca's mom hugged me and smiled at me. I hugged everyone, saving Rebecca for last. Promise one last visit before you leave, she sniffed. I nodded my head, waved, and got inside the car. We drove in silence for 5 minutes while I recollected my thoughts. Are you okay? Alice asked quietly. I shrugged. It sucks saying goodbye, I said truthfully. Alice sighed.
I'm sorry, Bella.
Our lifestyle. I shook my head. Alice, I wouldn't give it up for anything, I said firmly, giving her a smile. How could she even think that I would give up the Cullens? They were everything to me. Alice laughed shakily. I'm supposed to be comforting you, she teased. I shrugged again and fell silent. Why wasn't Alice bringing him up? Was he that angry that she didn't even want to mention it to me? Finally, I sighed and shifted slightly so that my body was angled towards her. Is he still mad at me? I asked. Alice bit her lip, glancing sideways at me, her eyes on the road. I knew this was just so she could avoid answering my question. Alice never looked at the road when she drove. None of the Cullens, except Esme, did. This was what I believed would kill me, ultimately. Alice. I complained. Okay. Alice gave in grudgingly. He's stubborn, she said hesitantly. I rolled my eyes at her. I'm not looking for an attitude description, I told her. I'm asking if he's still mad at me. Yes, I grumbled and turned away, looking out the window. Bella, you know he's only like that because, well, he's Edward, she said. Don't defend him, I said, leaning my head on the headrest and closing my eyes to rest for a bit. Edward was being childish. This coming from someone he considered a child must mean something. Alice wasn't happy that I, too, was angry. But she didn't say anything for the rest of the journey back, and for that I was thankful. When we reached home, Alice carried most of the gifts back inside. I sat on the hood of her car, procrastinating. I wasn't even sure if Edward was home, or if I'd run into him. I just didn't want to take the risk. I had never been mad at him before. Not like this. It wasn't so much the fact that he was overprotective. That part of him I'd gotten used to. What I hated was the fact that he thought he could just order me around, and I'd obey every command like a sick puppy. I wasn't asking for the right to vote. I wasn't asking for a late curfew. I just wanted him to not look at me like I'm still 6. I wanted him to have a little respect. I was growing up. Edward needed to accept that. I sighed, about ready to head in. Bella. I turned around and smiled when I saw Connor. He was walking in the driveway, looking around anxiously. I laughed at his expression. Afraid you'll run into Edward Connors? I teased. The two of them were still on harsh terms. After a while, Connor had given up trying to be on friendly terms with Edward. Instead, every time they saw each other, they just glared. Connor laughed and straightened up. Bella, I'm here to say goodbye, he said sadly, standing right in front of me now. My brows furrowed together.
Goodbye.
Oh, right. We were both leaving, separating for what might be forever. Going in separate directions. Without my consent, tears started to well in my eyes. It had been one goodbyes too many tonight. Connor smiled sadly when he saw my tears. I'm really going to miss you, Bella, he whispered, stepping closer to give me a hug. I wrapped my arms around his neck and closed my eyes, leaning into his embrace. I felt Connor bury his face in my hair, but this was nothing new. He'd always smelled my hair, always said I'd smelled good. What that meant, I couldn't really understand. He told me it was a vampire thing. My scent was just really good. I don't know whether I should be flattered or frightened. But Connor was a good friend, so I let him. I wish you could come with me, Bells, he mumbled into my hair. I'd be happy to have you around for eternity. I stiffened immediately. Eternity. The one thing I wasn't allowed to discuss with Edward, or with anyone really. Edward threw a fit the last time he found out I'd asked Esme. If it weren't for her, he'd have wrecked half the house. Edward was too sensitive on the matter. I just didn't understand why. The truth was, I wanted to be like him. I wanted to spend forever with the Cullens. I couldn't imagine a better fate. Edward might see this as a one-way ticket to hell, but I saw it as a chance to have a happily ever after. "I'll miss you, too," I said, pulling back. What I saw shocked me, Connor, with the blackest eyes I'd ever seen. His irises were surrounded by a dark red. Red. Edward had told me that red meant blood. Human blood. "If you see a vampire with red eyes, run," he told me. Had Connor been drinking human blood? Had he slipped up? I started to back away from him, my heart pounding like crazy. I knew he could hear it. I knew he could smell the fear on me. He knew I saw his eyes. But he didn't let go of me. "Bella," he pleaded, "don't be afraid of me. I'm still Connor. I only wanted to make sure I was able to do this. I didn't want to mess it up. You just your scent, it's incredible." I didn't want to mess up. I didn't understand any of it. He could have been speaking Urdu for all I knew. I didn't care. All I wanted was to get away from him and go back into the safety of my own house. "Connor," I shook my head, trying to reason with him. I didn't know what he wanted from me. I just knew it wasn't a good thing. He pulled me closer to him, into an embrace, as though we were hugging again. But my arms stayed limp at my sides. I was too frozen in fear to move. I gasped at the sudden movement, and my eyes widened in shock. "Sho," he whispered into my ear. "This won't hurt a bit." And then my world went black. The only thing reminding me of tonight was the pinpricks of pain at the side of my neck and the whispers of a scream. Edward's POV. "Bella." I stiffened, my head snapping in the direction of the door. Connor was here, out front, talking to Bella. I stood up without even thinking from my spot on the couch and headed towards the front door. "Edward," Rosalie warned me. I stopped dead in my tracks and turned around to glare darkly at her. "Don't give me that look. It's their last chance to say goodbye." "Let them be," she snapped. I hesitated. No matter how many times Connor had been around with Bella, I still didn't trust him. He was too young mentally and physically, and he was too much of a newborn. He'd only been around for 15 years as a vampire. He could snap at any moment. Bella's scent has grown slightly more potent throughout the years. She had even captured my attention, my bloodlust, as much as I hated to admit it. Jasper and I didn't have much trouble being around her because, first of all, we'd been partially desensitized by her scent so far, and secondly, she was still young, her scent still wasn't all that strong. "Edward," Esme jumped in, saying my name in a warning tone. I sighed and sat back down. What was the harm in it? After all, it was their last time seeing each other. I couldn't be more than happy about that, actually. "Afraid you'll run into Edward Connors?" I heard Bella tease, and I smirked, Jasper and Emmett snickering at my side. If I said so myself, I had been very successful in scaring that little nitwit. I tuned out the rest of their conversation, not wanting to hear their heartfelt goodbyes. I didn't feel guilty for Connor and Bella never seeing each other again. I did, however, felt guilty for Bella having to say goodbye to her friends from school. I knew she had gotten close to a small group of people, especially Rebecca. The girls seemed quite nice, too, from what I've observed. I knew it must have been hard for Bella to say goodbye to them at the party. I'd wanted to go pick her up and comfort her, but I was too angry with her for not listening to me, for blatantly ignoring my wishes and leaving in that dress anyway. And I knew she was still angry with me too because Bella was just plain stubborn. Still, I wished Bella had a normal life, instead of the one I had. She would have to say goodbye to a lot more people along the way until she could live on her own. Then she'd have to say goodbye to us. It would hurt her never to see us again, I knew that. She was an integral part of the family. It would hurt us, too. It would hurt me. But that was the selfish part of me talking. I couldn't allow Bella to be a part of this life. She meant too much. She could have a nice, normal human life, the way she was supposed to. She could grow up, go to school, maybe get a doctorate or two, have a nice career, a lovely family, children, all things that would almost be impossible if she were one of us. What if she'd wanted to write a book? Or be a musician? Or do something else that required attention? She couldn't be able to do that because it'd draw too much unwanted attraction. People would wonder why she never aged. They would wonder why she suddenly disappeared. And when she showed up at a high school a few years later, they would recognize her as well. The Volturi won't be happy. In fact, they would ensure it was the end of her. No, she deserved to be happy. I wouldn't do this to her. And then my world came crashing to a halt. Bella, Alice whispered. I turned to look at her, just in time to see her get that faraway look in her eyes that meant she was getting a vision. I looked into her thoughts to see what she was seeing about Bella's future. This won't hurt a bit, Connor said, as he leaned in and pressed his lips to her neck. Bella froze, her eyes wide and in pain. Edward, she whispered, her eyes rolling back as her life was taken from her, little by little. I gave an enraged roar and dashed out the door, not caring that I had crashed through the closed door and had let it crumble to the floor in splinters. I ran to the driveway, where Connor was in the same position as he had been in Alice's vision. Bella saw me approaching, and I screamed her name. But she had closed her eyes, slipping into the unconscious. I grabbed Connor by his shirt and yanked him off of Bella. He ended up being thrown across the lot towards Esme's garden. He recovered as quickly as if it had never happened, getting to his feet and crouching into position, poised to attack. I didn't have time to check on Bella as she collapsed on the floor. I crouched as well, glaring menacingly at Connor and giving a feral growl. His eyes were red, with my Bella's blood. This only served to make me angrier. By this time, the entire family had approached us. Carlisle went straight to Bella, knowing the rest of us would deal with Connor. They formed a semicircle with me, around Bella, facing Connor. They were all poised to attack. Their worried and angry thoughts attacked me, but I didn't let my guard down once. Connor, deranged with the need for blood, Bella's blood lunged forward, but I swiped at him, and he fell to the ground. It didn't even hinder him as he got back on his feet, attacking Jasper this time. Jasper growled, and got him in a choke hold around the neck. Wrong move, Connor. Jasper was a militant. He dealt with newborns all the time. Connor wasn't even half as strong as they were. Suddenly, two other figures appeared so quickly it was as if they'd materialized there on our driveway. It was Matt and Haley. Let go of our son, Matt growled, his eyes sweeping past the driveway. I heard a flicker of fear in his thoughts as he considered going up against a coven of 7 vampires. He attacked my daughter. Esme snapped angrily, taking a step forward. Haley actually took a step back before regaining some of her confidence and standing her ground. As if that would deter Esme. As if that would save her from Esme's grip. She had harmed a Cullen. We wouldn't stand for that. And you're attacking my son, Matt snapped. Maybe I should convince them to let Connor go. Then we leave. 7 vampires is too much for us. But they wouldn't think, Matt, think. We need a game plan here. Haley wasn't faring any better. My baby. Oh, my baby. Why did he have to be so stupid? Oh, God. I never should have let him come here so often. I bet it was her idea in the first place. I snarled at Haley, and her eyes widened in fear. Without warning or so they thought Matt attacked Jasper, who was still crushing Connor's windpipe. Not that he needed it. Alice saw it in her vision, and I saw it in her head. It was why I stepped in front of Jasper and threw him a punch. Haley stepped into the fight, taking on Esme and Rosalie, but she never got far. Matt was right. We were 7 vampires, 6, if you excluded Carlisle, who was working on Bella frantically, and they were no match for us. It didn't take long before Emmett and I had Matt pinned to the floor, and Esme and Rosalie had Haley pinned. Alice was by Carlisle's side, holding Bella's hand and glancing around worriedly. Jasper still had Connor swiping at him, trying to get away from his iron grip. "What do I do with it?" Jasper asked, disgust in his voice. I turned to look Matt straight in the eyes as I answered. "Destroy it," malice stripped from each word. Alice bounced from Carlisle's side to help Jasper. Matt and Haley struggled against us, but they were no match. They had been around for a shorter time than us. We had more strength, more power. And Emmett, of course. Jasper held Connor by the shoulders, pinning him so that he couldn't move, while Alice, anger glinting in her eyes, reached out and pulled his head off of his shoulders. The keening sound of it suddenly broke off, leaving only Haley's anguished screams and Matt's incoherent threats. "She's lost a lot of blood," Carlisle shouted. I snapped towards him, where he was trying desperately to stem the blood flow. Alice moved back to Bella's side immediately. Our distraction was all it took for Matt and Haley to push us off of them and make their escape. A part of me wanted to chase after them, but Bella needed my attention more. "Leave it," I yelled to Emmett, who was already making his way to run after them. "Bella comes first." We agreed and ran to her side. And then the unimaginable happened. Jasper's POV. I felt satisfaction run through me as Connor's head was ripped from his body. I gave Alice a grim smile to show her I was proud of her, yet disgusted at the situation. We had allowed Connor into our home, allowed him to be around Bella, and he had turned around and stabbed us in the back by attacking her. How dared he? Carlisle called for our attention, saying that Bella had lost a lot of blood. Matt and Haley escaped because we were distracted. Emmett and I were about to give chase, but Edward called us back. Bella came first.
She always did.
I spoke quietly to Emmett, asking him to guard Connor's body. He'd have to rip it to shreds and burn it so Matt and Haley couldn't come back and sew him back together. Vampires weren't easy to kill. Ripping us apart and burning us was the only surefire way. Emmett nodded his head solemnly and got to work. I moved away and went to crowd around Bella like the others. I didn't need to see this. I could already smell the smoke coming from the garden, where Emmett was burning the shreds of Connor's corpse. A smell hit me. Delicious. Mouth-watering. What was it? Freesia? My senses snapped back and slapped me hard. Freesia. Oh, God, no, Bella. I just hunted a few days ago, but my strength was fading. I could already see myself pushing Carlisle aside, gripping Bella to me, sinking my teeth in her neck. "Jazz, no," Alice whispered, horrified. She must have seen my fantasies.
I must have decided on it.
I couldn't stop myself now. I was beyond emotion. I was beyond remorse. I was beyond love. All I wanted was her blood, her warm blood, gushing down my throat, quenching my thirst, ending the urge. Without thinking, I lunged forward. I never got to her. Edward pinned me down, throwing me about 10 feet back. Emmett, already done burning Connor's remains, ran to us. His eyes widened as he realized what I must have done, and helped Edward to contain me as I struggled against their hold. "Jazz, come on, man," Emmett pleaded. He wanted me to come back to my senses. I wanted it too. I wanted to remember my family, my love, my life. But I couldn't. My want, my need for her blood was too strong. Carlisle took Bella in his arms and rushed inside the house. My wild eyes followed them inside. Edward and Emmett brought me to my feet and ran with my still between them. I struggled, but my bloodlust had weakened me, and their resolve had strengthened them. They ran with me all the way to our normal hunting ground in London. We came across a few bears, and they pushed me towards them. I ravaged them, drinking from them as fast and as hungrily as possible. When I was done with 3, I stopped, panting on the ground. What have I done? Bella, our Bella, had been bitten, hurt, and I'd tried to finish the job. My body wrecked with dry sobs as I realized the monster within me. I had grown to treat Bella like my own sister, but I'd forgotten all of that and succumbed to my bloodlust. If Alice hadn't seen it, if Edward and Emmett hadn't been there, I would have killed her. Oh, God, what have I done? Jazz, I heard Emmett's pained voice from behind me. I stiffened, my sobs subsiding. I'd forgotten they were there. Come on, let's go home. Home. I couldn't go back. They'd kill me. They'd shun me. Bella would hate me. Alice. I was pretty sure I'd lost Alice. She was concerned for you, Edward said quietly.
She still is.
Let's go home, Jasper. You're stable enough. Stable enough. Like I was the mentally ill. I could have been. I might as well have been. The mentally ill, the way I'd lunged for her. Would everyone even forgive me? Would Edward? She meant more to him than she meant to every single one of us combined. Even Esme and Rose. Would he forgive me for doing this? I heard Edward sigh, no doubt hearing my jumbled thoughts. Mind readers. It's who we are, Jasper, no one could deny that. You had a moment of weakness. It's understandable, he said. I bowed my head, taking deep breaths. I felt Emmett's big hand on my shoulder and looked up into his pained, sympathetic eyes. I took in another deep breath, then took his hand, standing up on shaky feet. I nodded once to show that I was ready and all right to go back. We started to run back, but Edward stopped me. I said it was understandable, but do it again, and I myself will end you. I stared at him. I would have been disbelieving, but knowing what I know, seeing them together, I was more than sure it wasn't an empty threat. And I deserved it too. So I nodded my head once more. I know, I said quietly. We ran back home, back to my downfall. Edward rushed up the stairs to Bella's room, where Carlisle was still attending to her the moment we stepped through the doors. Emmett ran to Rosalie, wrapping her in his big arms. I stood in front of Alice, unsure how to act. To my surprise, she ran at me, wrapping her small arms around my waist. She was sobbing into my chest. God, Jazz, she whispered once she'd calmed down enough to talk. If I didn't have my visions to tell me you were okay, I'd have died worrying. She wasn't angry at me. Bless her pixie mind. I wrapped my arms tightly around her and buried my face in her spiky hair. I love you, I whispered into her hair. Please, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. I was sobbing again. I couldn't help myself. How could I have been so monstrous? Alice pulled back and placed her hands on either side of my face. Jazz, it wasn't your fault, she said seriously. You didn't touch her, Dash. I opened my mouth to argue this point, but she shook her head, pressing her hand against my mouth to stop me. No, Jasper, it's not your fault. You need to believe that. You're new at this. It's only reasonable that you would react that way. I sighed. I didn't have it in me to argue with her. She was so desperate to believe the good in me. I wanted to be that man she fell in love with. I had to give her that. She deserved it. So I merely nodded my head, give her what was supposed to be a convincing smile, and pulled her closer to me. Alice, understanding my need, stood on her toes and crashed her lips against mine. I stayed that way, just feeling the love between us radiating from her, flowing through me, for as long as I could. When we finally pulled back, we were both panting heavily. I rested my forehead against hers. Thank you, I smiled at her. I love you, too, she grinned back at me, pecking my lips once more. Then we succumbed to our worries for Bella. Carlisle had come into the living room an hour after my return and told us that Bella was resting. She would wake up tomorrow morning because he'd given her morphine to dull the pain. Connor's bite had drawn her blood, but he hadn't had time to pump in his venom into her bloodstream, so no irreversible damage was done. Edward stayed by her side the entire night, and the rest of us were restless enough. We visited her, one by one, Edward never leaving the room. I was too guilt-ridden to actually enter the room. The scent of her blood lingered faintly in the air, but I wasn't tempted by it as I had been just hours before. Dawn was approaching fast. Esme was busy in the kitchen, making Bella some of her chicken noodle soup. That reminded me of the time Emmett had tried his hand at it when she was sick. Instead of making me laugh, it only intensified the pain I was feeling. Thank God no one else in the room was an empath. The emotions I felt were killing me enough. But my emotions were the strongest. They overrode all others. Finally, I heard Bella stir. Edward. I heard her mumble. "It's me, Bella. I'm right here." "You're all right," he whispered back. The others were already on their way up. I heard Esme moving faster in the kitchen, trying to hurry up. I took in a deep breath and stood up. Alice was waiting for me by the stairs. "It'll be all right, Jazz," she whispered, taking my hand in hers. God, I love this woman. I walked tentatively inside Bella's room. The others were already crowded around her. Edward was sitting in a chair beside her bed, holding her hand. Rosalie had crawled under the covers next to her. Emmett was sitting on the edge of her bed, and Carlisle was bending over her, checking her vitals. I took in a shaky breath. I could still smell her blood, of course, but I was under control. This time, my love for her as my sister, my love for my family, and my love for Alice kept me grounded. I just felt so remorseful of my actions. Bella noticed Alice and I and smiled widely. "Alice, Jasper," she called out. Then she frowned. "Why are you standing so far away?" she asked, tilting her head to one side. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. Why on earth did she have to be so observant? I took another tentative step forward. I could sense Alice's excitement to be closer to Bella, to hug her and kiss her and tell her about a shopping trip that would surely cure everything. But she stayed by my side, knowing that I needed her. I brought Alice's hand, entwined with mine, to my lips and kissed her knuckles. Then I let her go. Alice shot me a smile and bounced on the bed, making it shake. Bella gasped in surprise. "We have to go shopping," Alice squealed. "It'll make you feel better." Bella stared at her as if she had grown another head. "No, it won't," she said truthfully. Alice chose to ignore that and went on about the new line at Gap Kids. I took another step back, and Edward shot me a warning look. I sent a calming wave through the room, mainly to calm myself more than anything. I sat down gingerly on the edge of Bella's bed. "Bella," I started. Her wide chocolate eyes looked me, waiting for me to say something. Anything. With my vampire speed, I reached out and crushed her to me. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. I felt her small, fragile, human arms wrap around my neck, hugging me back. When I finally released her, Bella smiled at me. "For what?" she asked, confused. I didn't want to keep my near slip-up from her. She deserved to know the truth. "When Connor bit you," I said. Bella made a face at that, but she waited for me to continue. I sensed a tiny bit of fear at that, but I knew that Emmett had told her about getting rid of Connor. She was mostly curious to know what I'd say next. "Jasper, maybe you shouldn't," Rosalie said. But I needed to tell her. I needed to ask her to forgive me. "I almost lost control," I whispered. Bella looked puzzled for a moment, then her eyes widened as she realized what I meant. "I almost hurt you. I'm so sorry." Bella was silent for a moment. Her emotions ranged from shock to sadness to love. I searched her eyes, waiting to see what she would say, how she would react. "Say something, Bella."
"But you didn't hurt me," she said slowly.
"Only because Edward and Emmett held me back," I said remorsefully. I turned my head away from her, sadness overtaking me again. I felt Bella's presence, smelled her freesious scent washing over me. I felt the tiniest bit of the monster rising within me, but I quelled it almost instantly. She was more important. Bella climbed on my lap and wrapped her uninjured arm around my neck. "You didn't hurt me," she said again. "That's what matters, Jazz." She leaned forward to peck my cheek. I closed my eyes, hugging her to me, burying my face in her hair. Sweet Bella. How on earth did our family get so lucky to be blessed by her? To be graced by her? "You're asking me," Edward chuckled. I looked up and smiled slightly at me. He returned it. The last bit of my guilt faded away, but I knew that I needed to be on my guard. Nothing would justify hurting Bella. I loved her. She was a part of this family, more than she even realized. I couldn't allow myself to hurt her. Edward frowned, probably at my thoughts. He opened his mouth to ask me what I meant, but I was saved by Esme, waltzing into the room with a bowl of chicken noodle soup and a relieved smile. Alice's POV. No one had left Bella's room for the past 5 hours. Not even Carlisle. He had called in sick at the hospital. His daughter needed him. She had recounted the events of her party to us, and Rosalie had asked her about boys. Bella had, typically, blushed. Edward had growled. Bella said she wasn't interested in boys. Well, that was understandable. She was only 11.
Soon.
I wondered when she would get her first crush or her first boyfriend. It would be interesting to see. Bella had had 2 helpings of Esme's chicken noodle soup. She had been famished, and Esme couldn't be happier. Oh, the simple things that brought joy to our mother. I, of course, was planning our next shopping trip. Maybe I should bring her out of London. It was the holidays, after all, and she wouldn't have to start school until September. It was barely June. I knew we had to unpack and get settled in Alaska, but it didn't require 3 months to do. Maybe New York? Or Paris? I was getting excited, and even Bella was eyeing me warily. I couldn't be bothered by that. I would change her mind about shopping. She was merely a child. She'd grow to love it, I know it. Then my mind blinked, the way it always did before a vision struck me. Black robes flowed around their feet as they glided across the grass. Their cloaks hid their faces. They entered the house, 8 fearful pair of eyes on them. The one in front lifted his hood and it fell back, revealing the red eyes and wide grin. "Carlisle, good to see you again," he said. "Arrow," Carlisle said, his voice friendly but strained. "What brings you here?" The vision quickly shifted to a different part of the visit. "She doesn't belong. She's human." "It's over, Carlisle." Cloaks cascaded around, fists clashed, screams were heard. "Bella's frightened, please." And then it all went dark. I gasped, snapping out of it. Everyone had their eyes trained on me, aware that I'd just gotten another vision. By the expression on my face, I'm sure they knew it hadn't been a good one. But my eyes were trained on Edward, clutching Bella to his chest as if his life depended on it, his eyes wild as they mirrored my own shock and fear. "The Volturi," I whispered. 18, the Volturi. Emmett's POV. Alice, calm down." Carlisle was shaking her gently by the shoulders, although his panic was starting to show. Jasper was shooting wave after wave of serenity throughout the room, but I knew my brother he was as scared as she was. The Volturi. I've never met them in person, but I've heard stories, rumors, and Carlisle had lived with them for a period of time. They were human blood drinkers. They lived in Volterra, Italy. They had a castle. They had an army. And they were royalty. Alice must have seen something horrible for her to be in such a bad state. She was barely moving. She just kept staring at Edward and Bella, and Edward kept staring at her, open-mouthed. Bella just looked frightened. That's when inspiration hit. "Stop it!" I shouted at them both, my loud voice making Bella jump. "You're scaring Bella." Both of them snapped out of it quickly, and Carlisle and Jasper both shot me grateful looks. Alice was dry sobbing now, clutching onto Jasper. "Oh, God. Oh, God. How could this happen?" she asked, not really looking for an answer. Jasper held on to her tightly and rubbed her back soothingly. I exchanged worried glances with Rose, Carlisle, and Esme. "Come on, guys, what's going on?" Rose asked, looking from Alice to Edward worriedly. "The Volturi are coming," Edward whispered, still not blinking from the shock of Alice's vision. "And they're here for Bella." All eyes snapped to Bella, and she glanced around, confused, blushing. "For me?" she asked, puzzled. "Why?" "You're human, Bella," Alice said gently, her sobs slowly subsiding. "I think Jasper was to thank for that. Remember what we said about them protecting the secret that vampires exist? You're not supposed to know. You're not supposed to be here." Her voice broke. Bella turned to Edward, her seraphic face troubled. "Edward, they're going to take me away? You can't let that happen." She was frantic, clutching at his shirt, rumpling them as she fisted the material. Edward shook his head, shushing her, kissing her forehead. It seemed to me like a private moment as they stared at each other, concerned over the coming issue. I turned my head away and looked at Alice worriedly. "What do we do?" I asked, almost afraid of the answer. Alice shook her head, her bottom lip trembling from the effort to keep from sobbing again. "There's nothing to do but go through with it," she said apologetically, as if this was her fault. Edward turned his razor-sharp eyes on her. "You have to be joking," he glared. "I am not putting Bella at risk. We leave, we run, we escape. We don't put her in danger." Alice shook her head, standing up to start pacing. "You don't understand, Edward. No matter where we go, they find us. The longer the chase, the angrier they get, the worse the consequences dash." "Worse than dying?" Edward asked harshly. Bella gasped and started to shake, trembling in fear. "That's enough." Rosalie snapped, getting off the bed. She stalked over to where Bella was and took her from Edward. "You will not discuss this in front of her," she hissed menacingly at Edward. Surprisingly, Edward didn't retaliate. He simply bowed his head as if he was ashamed at his actions. Rosalie turned away from him and looked down at Bella. "Let's get you cleaned and changed, Bella," she said, smiling tightly. Bella looked back at Edward, worried, but he smiled at her, too. "Don't worry, Bella," he said, taking her hand and giving it a squeeze. "I'll protect you, remember?" Bella gave a shaky laugh, and Edward dropped her hand. The room was silent as we watched Rose take Bella out and into the bathroom. I turned back to them as soon as they were out of sight. Carlisle began speaking in low, hushed tones. "What exactly did you see, Alice? Don't leave out any details," he commanded. I listened in horror as Alice recounted her vision. I listened to her tell us about the cloaks, the guards, the fight. I knew Rose could hear us in the bathroom, but I was glad that Bella couldn't. I was glad that Rose had taken her out of the room. I didn't want to see her reaction to this. I was barely functioning right now, too stricken in horror and grief of what's to come. "How much time do we have?" Edward barked as we hurried down the stairs. We were planning our escape, away from London, away from civilization. Alice had warned us that they would find us anyway, but Edward was being Edward. He didn't care. He was too stubborn. And this time, I was with him. I didn't want Bella to get hurt. If she died, it would be the downfall of this family. I knew that. I was already too attached to her, just like the others. She was my little sister. If she died, I wouldn't be able to spend eternity going through the same routines. I wouldn't be able to live in the same place as the others, to see their grieving faces. I wouldn't be able to face Esme, or Rose for that matter. Edward would be too guilt-ridden. Everyone would fall apart. She held us together now, no matter how young, no matter how tiny she was. We were going to take our cars and drive as far as possible. At first we thought we'd go to Scotland, or maybe even back to Forks. Somewhere the Volturi wouldn't expect. Maybe even someplace sunny, like California. We'd have to stay in, but it was worth it if it saved Bella's life. But then we thought going to Denali seemed a more appropriate place. We have friends there who would no doubt help us protect Bella. They would help us reason and, if the need arose, fight the Volturi. It might not be much. The Volturi were the most powerful vampires around. But we couldn't allow Alice's vision to come true. Not much, Alice yelled back. We have a few hours at most. We have to go now. Just as we headed towards the garage, Alice stopped us. Wait, she screeched. We turned to find her having another vision. Edward gasped as he saw what she saw in his mind. I rolled my eyes. It was getting frustrating how the two of them had these silent conversations together. What? I bellowed, anxious to know. Alice turned her fearful gaze on me. They're here, she whispered. Icy shivers slipped down my spine as the front door burst open. All of us turned to welcome our guests. Bella was whimpering in fear, buried in Edward's chest as he held her close. I stepped in front of them, Jasper on my right, Rosalie on my left. I watched the Volturi appear before us, black cloaks, just like Alice mentioned. Carlisle, good to see you again, said the one in front, the hood of his cloak dropping back. I stared in disgust at his red eyes and his warm smile. He had come here to destroy us, to kill Bella, and yet here he was greeting Carlisle like an old friend. I turned my head slightly to see Carlisle smile back a little. Arrow. His one-word greeting was strained. What brings you here? Arrow's laugh sent shivers down my spine. I narrowed my eyes at him, then relaxed my facial muscles as I remembered what Carlisle told us about them. Arrow might be on good terms with him, but the others weren't too happy. Especially now. The guards won't let an opportunity to strike a fight with us go. I scanned the others as they let their cloaks fall back. There were 5 of them all together. Arrow, a small girl around the age of 14, I think, a boy that looked like he could be her twin, and 2 other males. I thought back to what Carlisle had told us about them. The girl must be Jane, the one who could create the illusion of pain. I shuddered just thinking about the stories Carlisle had told us about. I didn't know much about the other 3 males. Arrow must have seen us looking at the others apprehensively. He clapped his hand together and turned to his entourage. How rude of me, he cried jubilantly. I brought my coven over and didn't even introduce them. Was this guy for real? He came all the way here to kill us, and he thought it was rude not to make pleasantries first? Twisted. Real twisted. He clapped a hand on the shoulder of the girl. This is Jane, he said fondly, smiling down at her. That's Alec, her twin brother. Wow, did I nail that, or what? And this is Dimitri and Felix. Arrow turned back to look at Carlisle. Surely you remember them, he said, crimson eyes piercing. Carlisle looked like he would flinch if it didn't cause Arrow immense pleasure to see us in discomfort and pain. This is all very nice, Arrow, he said, pained. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm still wondering what you are doing here. Arrow laughed again and glided over to where he first stood. Bella, of course, he said amusedly, eyes dragging over to where Bella was shivering in Edward's arms. We've heard so much about you, he said as he drifted closer. I stood my ground, refusing to move. Arrow found this amusing. The human girl who managed to not only find herself in the midst of vampires, but somehow get them to protect her to such extreme measures. He clucked his tongue. Remarkable. My brows furrowed. Extreme measures? I asked, without thinking. Arrow nodded his head, suddenly excited. You see, just mere hours ago, I received 2 very interesting vampires, quite new to our world. They were angered at your coven, Carlyle. Something about their son. I stared at him in horror. Matt and Haley? They had informed the Volturi about this?
Oh, God.
I knew I should have gone after them. We had every right. Arrow, Carlyle said. They harmed one of us. But that's just it, isn't it? Arrow smiled. She isn't one of yours. She's one of them. It didn't take a genius to figure out he was talking about humans. Edward started to speak, his voice stiff. She would never reveal us, he assured Arrow. Arrow shrugged. I don't indulge myself in promises. More often than not, they come up empty. I want to see results, he said, baring his teeth at Bella, whose eyes widened slightly. Who the hell does this guy think he is? I felt a low growl in the back of my throat. And then suddenly, I was on my knees, blinding pain shooting through me. Good God, I was on fire. I'd never felt like this since my transformation. I pressed my palms on the floor, unseeing as I gasped. If I could have vomited blood, I would have. Stop. I heard Rose shriek, and then her cool hands were on my skin. It was the tiniest distraction from the pain, but I was already near giving up. That's enough, Arrow. Carlyle's voice rang with authority. I heard Arrow's chuckle, and then the pain subsided. I gasped, looking up to a very amused Arrow and a smug Jane. I bet you didn't even realize you screamed, Jane sang out. Bella was sobbing into Edward's chest, her trembling more prominent. I knew she was scared out of her mind and worried for me. Bella, I gasped. She didn't turn around, too scared of what she'll find. Bella, it's okay, I croaked out, letting Rosalie help me to my feet. I'm fine. I'm Emmett, remember? Bella sniffed, then turned to look at me slightly. Seeing me on my feet cheered her up a little, but she cringed back when Arrow moved forward. I want to see her, Carlyle. See what she's seen, he said, his eyes never leaving Bella. No, I'm afraid I can't allow that, Arrow, Carlyle said, as pleasantly as he could through gritted teeth. She is but a child. I won't harm her, Arrow smiled. You know how my gift works, Carlyle. I'm surprised at this. Right. Because he came in here acting like a psycho with a deranged, sadistic girl with him, and he expected what? A red carpet? Carlyle looked at Edward, and they seemed to have a silent conversation. I knew they were deciding on what to do with Bella. I hoped to God, if he exists, that they would find a way to protect her. Edward's POV. Bella was scared, afraid for Emmett. She had never seen him like that, screaming in pain, down on his knees. She kept sobbing into my chest, and I could do nothing but hold her. I wished I could do more. I wished I could kill Jane, or whisk Bella away from here. I didn't want her to see this, or hear it. Emmett's screams would forever be embedded in her mind. I was supposed to be protecting her, not giving her nightmares. It's going to be okay, I whispered to her, rubbing her back soothingly. Shh, Bella, please don't cry. For some reason, that only made her cry harder. Finally, Jane stopped, and Emmett stood up shakily with Rosalie's help. He tried to convince her to look at him, and she finally did. Then Arrow stepped forward, and she cringed back into me. Arrow wanted to see her, touch her, and see her every thought. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't let Bella be violated. Edward, I heard Carlyle's voice. I turned to look at him, my black eyes pinning him, daring him to say something I wouldn't like. But he was my father in all sense but biological. He had more authority. If you don't let him, all hell breaks loose. We have to avoid Alice's vision at all costs. Be as cooperative as possible without compromising too much. Please, Edward. It's not pleasant, but we have to think of Bella. Think of Bella. That was all I did anymore. For the past 4 years, all I'd done was think of her, make her happy, see her smile. All I wanted was for her to be safe. My world revolved around her. But Carlyle was right. If we don't let Arrow see her thoughts, he would just get agitated. I'd met Arrow once before, when he'd offer me a position as a Volturi guard. He was very interested in my gift. I couldn't have been more repulsed. So I gave a tiny nod. As Arrow drifted closer, Bella's heartbeat sped up. She looked at me, terror plainly etched on her angelic face. Her brown eyes were tinged red from crying so hard. Her fragile arms tightened around me. "Don't worry, Bella," I whispered, touching my lips to her forehead. "I'm here." Her heartbeat didn't slow as Arrow reached out with one finger and touched her arm. His smug smile disappeared, only to be replaced by the most frustrated frown. I can't read her thoughts. Why can't I? This has never happened before.
Why? How?
I was about to rejoice when Arrow's thoughts went another direction. Maybe Jane could affect her. "Jane, dear," he said, turning around. "No," I growled, turning around and shielding Bella from Jane's sight. I felt the blinding pain a moment before I dropped to my knees, Bella still clutching to me. "Edward," she whispered, frozen in shock beneath me. I refused to make a sound. Bella didn't need to hear this. She'd heard Emmett's screams of pain, and it had traumatized her. I couldn't do the same to her. "Edward," she whispered again. I felt water on my cheeks and realized that I had my head bowed, pressed against her cheek. She was crying again. She didn't need to hear me scream to know I was in pain. I was already unable to respond, already looking so pained. "I'm so sorry, Bella." I wanted to yell out, but I couldn't. Every nerve in my body was on fire. All I saw was white, endless white.
"Jane?"
"Let's not get carried away." Arrow's voice called out. The pain disappeared, but I was panting. Slowly, I reached out and wrapped my arms around Bella tightly. She kissed me on the cheek, worried. "Edward?" she asked again. I lifted my head and gave her a small smile. "You're all right, Bella," I whispered. I didn't know what to do. If I turned around, Bella in my arms, Jane would attack her. But I couldn't stay on the ground forever. "Get up," Dimitri growled. I reluctantly did so. "You're very brave, Edward," Arrow chuckled. "To endure in silence." I asked Jane to do that to me once just out of curiosity. God, I hoped he was in the worst kind of pain when that happened. I saw Jane direct her gaze at Bella, but I couldn't move in time. I waited, flinching, for Bella to scream. It was the worst experience in my life, to know that my Bella would be in pain, that she would be tortured. But she didn't scream. She just stared back at Jane, confused and fearful. The room was silent until Jane screamed out in frustration. Arrow chuckled, shaking his head. "Don't be disheartened, Jane." I, too, was unable to penetrate her mind, he mused. She could be a threat to our kind, or she could be an asset. An asset? Was he planning on taking Bella away from us? He couldn't possibly do that.
But
then again, he was Arrow, and this was the Volturi. They would do anything they deemed right to protect our secret. "Edward, I'm curious," Arrow said, tapping his chin with a chalky finger. "Can you read her mind?" I shook my head, not daring to say anything out loud. If I were to speak, my words would drip with insolence and malice. Jane would no doubt inflict pain on me again, and it would be enough to send Bella hurtling over the edge. He came closer again. I gripped Bella to me closer. "May I?" He held out a finger. "It's all right, Edward," Carlyle thought to me reassuringly. I took a deep breath and held out my palm. Arrow placed his finger on my palm, and I felt him sifting through my memories, looking at my very first memory of Bella in that dreadful wreckage, to my last one of her whispering my name, afraid Jane had hurt me too much. Finally, he took his finger away, laughter shaking his body. "Interesting," he exclaimed. "I'm not Marcus, but even I can tell the tenor of your relationship," he said, gliding over to stand next to Dimitri. All was silent for a moment. Arrow kept his eyes fixed on Bella and I. I couldn't see anything in his mind because Arrow had learned a long time ago how to block his mind from telepaths like me. I hated the way he was looking at us, as if he was regarding an experiment instead of people. Of course, people might be a loose term in regards to me. "Let's strike a deal," he smiled. Bella's POV. I keep telling myself to stay calm. I would never have done it without Edward holding me or Jasper sending calming waves at me every few minutes. Arrow scared me. He had blood-red eyes, even worse than Connor's, and his skin looked papery, like it would crumble. He laughed at everything, and he seemed so happy about the fact that Jane could hurt Edward and Emmett without even touching them. I wanted nothing more than for the 5 of them to leave. I wanted to just be with my family, safe and happy and looking forward to tomorrow. I'd even suffer through years of Tanya. I didn't care. I just wanted to be away from Arrow, Jane, and the other 2. "Let's strike a deal," Arrow said, smiling widely. I shivered at that. Whenever he smiled, it was the opposite of a good thing. How could one person be so evil? Edward started shaking his head, Alice gasping. Maybe he'd read whatever Arrow planned in his mind, and Alice saw it in her vision. They had all the cool powers. "Bella knows too much about our world," Arrow said. I saw Carlisle open his mouth to say something, but Arrow held up a hand to silence him. Surprisingly, Carlisle stopped. I gaped at him. Carlisle never took orders from someone else. He was always the one telling people what to do. He's the dad. I only see 2 options here. 1, Bella dies tonight. He shifted his gaze back at me.
Die?
Tonight? No, I didn't want to die. I didn't want to leave. I might go to heaven. I don't know where that was, but I might reach there if I died. I might see my parents again, but I didn't want to. Not right now. I wanted to stay with Edward and the Cullens. I wanted a long life with them. I wanted to be happy. I even wanted to see Kate again, even though that might mean I'd have to shop with her and Alice for hours. I couldn't help the small sob from escaping my mouth. Arrow smiled at that, pleased. I would have scowled at him, had I not been too terrified to do so. Or she has to be changed. I stopped sobbing. Changed? Did he mean I'd have to be a vampire? That I didn't quite mind, actually. I would get to spend forever with the Cullens. I'd get to have forever with Edward, my best friend. What could be better? No, Edward said flatly. His rejection shot through me like a bullet. Bella will stay human. Carlisle tried to be pleasant, still. Arrow, she's only a child. Arrow laughed, shaking his head. A deadline, then, if you will. He cried happily. By her 18th birthday. I want her changed. Edward must still be shaking his head. I wasn't even aware anymore. But Arrow must have, because his expression hardened. Decide now. Either she dies at our hands tonight, or you change her by her 18th birthday, he said, his voice low and full of threat. I looked up at Edward to see him glaring back at Arrow. He put me down on my feet and ushered me behind him. Neither, Edward growled. She will live. As a human. You will not touch her. I don't remember what happened. One moment I was there, right behind Edward. He was safe and so was I. More or less. Then the next moment, I was flying backwards, landing with a thud at the foot of the sofa. My back was in pain and I whimpered. But no one could come to my aid right now. Edward was fighting off Dimitri. Emmett was on the ground again, Jane's work, no doubt. Rosalie was trying to fight off Jane, to tackle her and distract her, so that Emmett would stop hurting. Alice, Jasper, and Esme were taking on Alec and Felix, and Arrow and Carlisle were fighting yet trying to sort it out with words. They were yelling at each other. I started screaming for them to stop. I couldn't stand this. They were hurting. My family was hurting because of me. I had to stop it. But I was just a human girl. I couldn't stop them. The sound of them clashing against one another sounded like thunder. I was still shaking so hard at the sight of it. Because of my bad back and my wound, shaking this hard only sent me jolts of pain. I blinked. Emmett and Rosalie were both on the floor, writhing in pain, screaming every now and then. Jane was standing over them, smug and evil. Alice and Jasper looked like they were in a big deal of pain, though they were both lying on the floor, unable to move. Alice was sobbing in pain. Esme had her arms locked to her side, captured by Felix, and Edward was in the same position, but Dimitri was the one holding him. Carlisle and Arrow were the only ones still combating. Make a decision, Carlisle. This isn't just a game, Arrow said. Carlisle laughed bitterly. You could have fooled me, Arrow. Rosalie screamed again, and I shut my eyes. I couldn't stand this. Bella, it's okay. Edward yelled at me, but I heard his cry of pain a moment later. I opened my eyes to find him on the floor, in pain as well. How is this possible? How are they so strong against the Cullens? Make a decision. I had to. I couldn't let this go on any longer. It was now or never. 19. Sacrifice. Bella's POV. Emmett and Rosalie were both on the floor, writhing in pain, screaming every now and then. Jane was standing over them, smug and evil. Alice and Jasper looked like they were in a big deal of pain, though they were both lying on the floor, unable to move. Alice was sobbing, in pain. Esme had her arms locked to her side, captured by Felix, and Edward was in the same position, but Dimitri was the one holding him. Carlisle and Arrow were the only ones still combating. Make a decision, Carlisle. This isn't just a game, Arrow said. Carlisle laughed bitterly. You could have fooled me, Arrow. Rosalie screamed again, and I shut my eyes. I couldn't stand this. Bella, it's okay. Edward yelled at me, but I heard his cry of pain a moment later. I opened my eyes to find him on the floor, in pain as well. How is this possible? How are they so strong against the Cullens? Make a decision. I had to. I couldn't let this go on any longer. It was now or never. I'll do it. I blurted out, without even thinking of what I should say. Edward froze, his face a mask of horror. Arrow turned to look at me, surprised. No one moved a muscle. Then Arrow smiled, pleased. He glided over to me, and I struggled to sit up, to stand and move, but I couldn't. I was in too much pain. My back was really hurt. Arrow crouched down in front of me, and I flinched back from his crimson gaze, his amused smile, his papery white skin. You agree to be changed? He asked me softly, though there was nothing tender or caring about his tone. I nodded my head mutely, tears running down my cheeks. I was more afraid for my family than I was of making my decision. Ever since Connor had told me about people being changed into vampires and spending eternity on Earth, I had wanted it. I didn't ever want to leave Edward and my family. They meant too much to me. When Connor bit me, I wasn't prepared. And I had to admit, I wanted to be older. I didn't want to be stuck at 11 forever, bound to be the baby in the family. So telling Arrow that I would be changed by the time I was 18 wasn't a big deal for me. I just wanted him to agree and leave my family alone. I couldn't stand them being in such pain. You agree to being one of my kind by your 18th birthday? Arrow asked again, his eyebrows raised as if he didn't believe it. I nodded again. I agree, I whispered. As long as you leave my family alone. Arrow threw back his head and laughed, the sound reminding me of nails scraping on a chalkboard. Nothing at all like when Edward or Alice or any of the Cullens when they laughed. Astounding, he exclaimed happily when he was done laughing. I had no idea what he meant, but I didn't care. As long as he agreed to it. He held out a hand, and I looked at him hesitantly before taking it. Well then, a deal has been made. Arrow smiled at me once more before standing up to face the others. He walked away from me to resume his place next to Jane. You'll understand that I expect you to follow through on this, Carlisle, he said, still grinning. I'll be checking on her myself. Personally. Come, Jane, let's go. He didn't mention the others, but they followed after Arrow and Jane as well. I guess Jane was his favorite person. Even after they were gone, most of my family laid on the ground. I started to shake from the sobs wrecking my body, but it hurt my back. I tried to stop, but I couldn't. I stopped trying to make the sobs subside and tried to move closer to Edward. I gasped in pain, and my eyes automatically drifted shut because of it. Bella. I heard Edward's frantic voice. I struggled to open my eyes once more and looked up to see Carlisle leaving Esme's side as she stood up and hurrying over to me. He lifted me off the ground and set me gently on the couch. Edward and the others, too, were standing up. They looked good as new, despite their messy clothes and hair and the pained, puzzled looks on their faces. Are you all right? I asked weakly as Edward knelt down beside the couch and took my hand while Carlisle examined my back. We're fine, Bella, Edward spoke up, though I thought I heard anger in his voice. We're vampires, remember? It's hard to hurt us for very long. I wanted to say something else, to reply, but my eye felt like I was slowly drifting off into darkness. Somewhere behind me, I heard Carlisle said that I had glass stuck to my back. That's why it hurt so much. I felt something being pulled out of my skin, felt something warm trickling down my numb skin.
Blood.
My eyes flickered to where Jasper was standing, rigid in Alice's embrace. From his expression, I knew he had stopped breathing. Was this hurting Jasper? I hated that. I didn't want to be the cause of his pain. I didn't want to cause any one of them pain. So, in my weak voice, I called out worriedly, Jas. My eyelids drifted shut as my control slipped. I welcomed the darkness with open arms. Edward's POV. I played with Bella's small fingers as I waited for her to open her eyes and look at me with her brown eyes again. It had been 9 hours since Bella had fainted. Carlisle had treated her wound, stitched it up, and given her morphine for the pain. She was supposed to wake up any minute. My mind kept replaying the events that had transpired in the last few hours over and over again. Arrow and his guards had left, leaving us with an injured Bella. It was ironic how even though she hadn't actually been a part of the attack, she had gotten hurt. She had been worried for Jasper, for his control. She'd seen how much it had shattered him to even think of hurting her the last time he came close to her blood. She had called out for him, concerned, before blacking out. But it was the promise she had made to Arrow that had been tormenting me. She had agreed to being changed. Oh, Bella. What had she gotten herself into? Arrow would be adamant about her change now, more than he had been just hours ago.
He would insist on it.
Carlisle would have to do it. He'd have no choice. I'd seen the desperation in her eyes, heard it in her voice, as she called out to Arrow to stop hurting us. Bella, sweet Bella. Did she forget that we were vampires? We wouldn't be seriously hurt. We would have recovered, of course. The Volturi would have killed us all, along with Bella, if she hadn't agreed. But I still believed that, given the time, we would have thought of a different alternative. We would have been able to stall them and compromise. What Arrow asked us to do, what Bella had agreed to, was a sin. She was the purest, most innocent being I've ever seen in my life. I don't doubt for a second that no one in the world rivaled her innocence. And he had happily waltzed into our lives and asked us gaily to remove it from her, to snatch it away and replace that purity in her heart with an eternity of darkness, an eternity of blood-red nights. I couldn't do it. Bella deserved better. She didn't deserve to spend forever trapped by the shackles of this existence. And he had tricked her, too, I realized. Arrow had seen the attachment Bella had with our family. He'd seen the lengths we'd go to protect her in my head. He'd seen it all from my memories of her the moment he touched me and read every single one of thoughts. He might not have been Marcus, but he wasn't stupid. He'd seen her affections for us and tricked her. He'd tortured us in front of her, reduced her to a whimpering, fearful child, and had given her an ultimatum. Bella did what anyone would do for a loved one. She sacrificed herself. I felt my jaw clench and forced myself to calm down. I dropped Bella's hand from mine, afraid that I might accidentally break it in my anger. Bella had suffered through enough physical pain in the past 24 hours to last her a lifetime. I paced the room and tuned into my family's thoughts. I still feel them, still see them. Carlisle wasn't kidding when he talked about Jane.
God.
How did she even have that power over me? It's just too much, man. I wish Bella would wake up. Rose is going crazy. I'm going crazy. I think I'm getting a vampire migraine. Emmett. No matter how much he tried to hide the fact that he had been scared of Jane, of her gift, and of her control over him, it would never work in a family with an empath, a mind reader, and a psychic.
There were no secrets in the family.
Bella would wake up in exactly 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Bella would wake up in exactly 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Bella would wake up in exactly 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Alice's thoughts were like a broken record. She was much too focused on her worries for Bella to concentrate on anything else. I didn't try to get to her. Thank God. Not breathing helped. Why did she call out my name?
She felt worried. For me.
Really, Bella? She was so sweet. I loved her. When is she going to wake up? I'd better ask Alice. I smiled to myself. Despite my threat to kill Jasper if he tried to harm her again, I knew it killed him inside that it happened that first time. He loved Bella as if she was truly his own sister. The monstrous instinct that took over him had caused him self-torment all this while. I was incredibly surprised and proud that he was able to resist the temptation. Why the hell is it taking so long? Maybe Carlisle gave her too much morphine. Maybe she's way too tired. Maybe it's something worse. Ugh, this is killing me. Rosalie, the overprotective mother. I knew it hurt her to see Bella so incredibly hurt herself. She was barely able to control herself as she paced around the living room, desperately trying to keep herself from dashing up the stairs and shaking Bella awake. I should talk to Alice about taking Bella on a vacation. Somewhere away from all this nonsense. God only knows she deserves it. Oh, my poor baby. I can't believe Arrow would do that to her. I'll wring his neck with my 2 bare hands if I got the chance. Esme had always been more of a pacifist most of the time. She was never much of a fighter unless she absolutely had to. During her hunts, she was absolutely lethal, of course. But other than that, she preferred the calmer solution to things. But her maternal feelings towards Bella was overwhelming. I didn't need to peek into Jasper's mind to know that. So it hardly surprised me that she was having violent thoughts on Arrow. This change. It'll have to happen before her 18th birthday. She would have no time to waste. I know Edward would probably try and find a way out. A loophole of some sort. So stubborn. He has to realize there was no way out. It was either this life or death for Bella now. Arrow would insist on it. We would have no power to stop him or the Volturi, Then again, a lot can happen in the next 7 years. He might even know. Are you listening, Edward? Carlyle's thoughts took a different turn. He begun to play around with a memory of him and Esme dancing to The Way You Look Tonight not too long ago. I scowled at the door. There was something he wasn't telling me, something they all weren't telling me. They kept singing different songs, distracting each other, thinking of wild fantasies every time they came close to revealing whatever it was they were thinking. I kept wanting to scream at them to tell me already, but that wouldn't work. Besides, my main priority was Bella. I felt Bella murmur something unintelligible and turned around at my inhuman speed. Bella was shifting on the bed, eyes still closed. Her breathing quickened, though, so I knew she was waking up. True enough, her eyes fluttered open, and her warm, brown eyes met my golden orbs. A smile touched her lips, and she struggled to sit up. I heard her breathing become labored. I dashed to her side and gently held her down. No, Bella. I shook my head firmly.
Stay.
You hurt your back. Don't strain it. Bella pouted, but nodded her head. She stayed still and didn't move. Her eyes traced my features, and her smile disappeared. She must have seen the anguish on my face. And here I thought I'd hidden it well. Why was it that Bella could read me so well? I was like an open book to her. And she was only 11 years old. For God's sake. What's wrong, Edward? She asked, her lip trembling. I saw the fear in her eyes and realized that she thought the danger wasn't over. I took her hand in mine and brushed my lips across her knuckles. Shh, Bella, everything's fine, I said, my voice cracking. Everyone is safe. You're safe.
For now.
She relaxed, but only a little. Then why are you so? You look like you're in pain, she said finally. That was because I was in pain. I couldn't bear the thought that 7 years from now, this pure angel would be condemned to spend eternity as a monster. How could such a thing even happen? I felt like sobbing so hard every time I even thought of it. This was torture. Edward? Bella asked, her eyebrows drawn together, her teeth biting down on her lower lip in a nervous habit of hers. I sighed, realizing that there was no possible way for me to lie to her. She would know something was wrong. I needed to talk to her about this, after all. It was why Alice had everyone wait a few minutes before coming up the stairs. Bella, I begun. My voice cracked as I said her name. How could you do that? I asked, my breath coming in short gasps, even though I didn't need oxygen in my lung. My heart was just constricted too tightly for me. I would imagine a human would feel the same way if he were drowning. Bella looked confused at my question, and I could see her wrecking her brain for what she had done wrong. I almost sighed out loud in frustration. Honestly, did she forget it all too soon? A sudden fear gripped me. What if she didn't remember making the deal? What if it was a part of her adrenaline rush that overtook her because she had been forced to watch her family suffer right before her very eyes? What if I told her now, and she regretted it? I felt like a monster for even bringing it up, but I had to. She had to know. She had to find out. And if she remembered, then I needed to know why. Why did you agree to Arrow? Why did you sacrifice yourself like that? Bella's forehead smoothed out as she realized the meaning of my question, the reason behind my grief. So she did remember. Edward. She rolled her eyes. At times like these, when she would do such immaturely humane things like rolling her eyes at me, I'd remember that she was still just a child. Her maturity tended to make me forget. I didn't sacrifice myself. I made a deal to keep you and the others safe, while getting forever with you. How is that a bad thing? She asked. Her tone and expression told me she was truly baffled by my sorrow. I shook my head. We're monsters, Bella, I whispered. How could you even want to? I couldn't finish my sentence. My breath caught in my throat, My eyes closed as I tried to control my emotions. A little control, Edward. I'm all the way in the living room and you're killing me with everything you're feeling, I heard Jasper thought out to me. I felt the unnatural sense of calm washing over me, courtesy of his gift, and silently thanked him. I knew he would sense the gratitude I felt and would get the message. "Don't," Bella snapped. My eyes flew open. I met her angry gaze, and for a moment, I was taken aback. She had never been this angry at me before. Had I let her down somehow? "Don't say that, Edward. I can't take it hearing you say you're bad. I know you're not. You saved me all the time. I love being part of the family. Is it so wrong to want to be around with you forever?" she questioned. Yes, it was very wrong. Natural, I suppose, since I, too, have thought of what might happen were Bella to become a vampire and spend eternity with us Cullens. But that shouldn't happen. She was human. She deserved happiness. Not this. Bella dash. She cut me off again.
No.
Please, Edward? It wasn't sacrifice. I didn't want to see you and the others in pain. It hurt me, too. Watching that, her brown eyes filled up with tears, and slowly, they cascaded down her cheeks. I reached out to wipe them, alarmed, but more just kept coming. I just want to be happy for now, okay? Can we not fight? Or talk about it? She pleaded, at a loss for words to plead her sanity. I took in a deep breath, inhaling her freesia scent as I did so. I nodded my head and smiled at her timidly. Bella's returning smile was wide and happy. "Okay," I whispered, leaning forward to kiss her forehead to show that I acknowledged her wish. Before either of us could say anything else, the door burst open. Bella gasped in shock. 6 vampires bustled into the room, anxious grins on their faces. I looked around the empty house. Bella was already in my car with Alice and Jasper, waiting for me out front. Carlisle and Esme had already left, as had Emmett and Rosalie. Alice and Jasper had wanted to ride with Bella and I. Our time in London was up for now. I wondered when we would come and live here again. Bella wasn't the only one who enjoyed the English air. Our things had been sent to our new home in Alaska. They would arrive the same day we would. We were now headed to the airport for our flight. Bella had gotten a visit from Rebecca the day before. Needless to say, her human friend had been shocked seeing Bella wrapped up and bedridden, Carlisle's orders, after receiving threatening glares from Esme and Rosalie. And myself, admittedly, I just didn't want Bella to strain too much. Bella hadn't been pleased knowing our next destination. She didn't mind moving. She said Emmett told her it was like an adventure. A new place every few years. New people, new place, new atmosphere. She would get to experience life everywhere. She just hated that we were moving so close to the Denali clan. I knew she was fond of Kate, Carmen, and Eleazar. Tanya, however, was a different matter. Emmett's ridiculous attempt at a joke about how Tanya wanted to be my best friend had struck her hard. Bella had been irrationally afraid that Tanya would take her place in my life. As if such a thing was possible. She was 11 years old only. I was convinced she would grow out of this phase. After all, she would see that her hold on me was unbreakable. Over time, she was still a child, no matter how petulantly she tries to convince me otherwise. When she grows older and matures, she would see. Her dislike for Tanya and Irina hadn't been a secret to everyone in our family. Irina made her feel uncomfortable, and Tanya made her feel incredibly annoyed and uncomfortable, a horrible mixture. I knew the feeling. I sighed as I stepped out of the house and locked the door behind me. I climbed into the driver's seat, Jasper in the passenger side. Alice and Bella were playing an inane human game that was apparently popular during road trips. It was called I See. I found it silly, but Bella seemed to enjoy it. "I see something purple," Alice would say. "Flowers." Bella would bellow as she caught sight of the flowers in Esme's garden. I chuckled as I pulled out of the driveway. I knew Bella would be unhappy being so close to Tanya and starting over in a different environment. But I wanted her to have everything she could, experience every possible human experience there was, before her time as a human was up. I wanted her to be happy beyond belief. And in the meantime, I would try and find a loophole to her agreement with Arrow. 20. Finding out. Bella's POV. I sighed in relief as the school bell rang, signaling the end of my last class for the day and the semester. The students around us cheered as they made a mad dash for the door. My friend, Danielle, mirrored the look on my face as she grinned widely at me. We grabbed our bags and headed out of Mr. Wendell's math class. I hated math. I never really understood it. I had had plenty of help from Edward when it came to my homework. Honestly, the guy was a genius. But what did I expect?
He was a vampire.
A stunning, century-old vampire. We'd celebrated his 104th birthday just a few weeks ago. Well, we didn't actually celebrate it. It was more of acknowledging it. For some reason, the Cullens didn't celebrate birthdays unless it was mine. I wish they wouldn't. Anyway, like I was saying, Edward was a genius. He already had 2 medical degrees. Right now he was in high school, though. He was pretending to be a sophomore. Next year he would be a junior. And I was still in middle school. Have I mentioned how much I hated being the baby in the family? Everyone, Edward especially, treated me like I was some sort of fragile china vase that could break with the slightest touch. Of course, when I complained, he just said it's true and laughed in my face. The nerve of him. I sighed loudly. I still loved him, though. He was the best, most wonderful guy a girl could ask for as a best friend. I couldn't express just how lucky, how amazing I felt to have him in my life. The rest of the Cullens, too. They were amazing to me. I had 2 mothers, a father, a best girlfriend, and 2 wacky brothers. And then, of course, there's Edward. Danielle caught my sigh and looked over at me, leaning against the wall as we waited outside the school for Edward to pick me up. He should be around soon. He was never late. He sent Danielle back home sometimes, too, whenever I didn't want her to walk home. She lived not that far from school, but I still felt better if she drove home with us. "Are you sure you can't come over?" she asked, for the millionth time. I shot her a look and raised my eyebrow. Danielle was having a slumber party. We were 13, and I wasn't sure if we were too old to still be doing this. But Danielle said we weren't. Her cousin, Anna, was visiting from France. She had invited me, along with 1 or 2 of our friends, to a sleepover. I had declined. There was too much to do at home. The Cullens and I would be leaving for our summer vacation soon. We would be making 2 stops in New York, while the weather was bad enough for the vampires in the family to wander about on the streets during the day, according to Alice, the weather girl in Paris. Our flight was in 3 days. I haven't even packed yet. I knew Alice was just jumping at the chance to pack for me, but I couldn't allow that. The last time she'd packed for me, I had ended up with 3 huge suitcases for a 1-week stay holiday with nothing remotely close to what I would be comfortable in. I had refused to speak to Alice, but she was Alice after all. A little of her pixie dust, as Emmett and I affectionately called her charm, and my anger was forgotten. And then she had taken me shopping. I shuddered at the memory. "Yes, I'm sure, Elle." I smiled at my friend, using my nickname for her. "I'm really sorry. I need to pack, and everything." Danielle looked glum at the mention of my packing. "You're lucky you get to go to NYC and Paris," she said. "I get to spend time in Texas with my relatives. Do you know how annoying they can get?" I laughed, throwing my head back. Danielle hated spending time with her extended family. She said there were too many nosy adults and bratty kids. I didn't know what she was complaining about. It sounded normal to me. Not that I didn't like being a part of the Cullen lifestyle. I enjoyed it, actually. I'd been several different people now. I'd been Bella Swan in Forks until I turned 7. I'd been Bella Hale since then. In London, now in Alaska, and God knows where else in the future. I wouldn't have to assume a different last name until I was changed and had to keep up appearances, pretending to be someone different each time we moved. I'd asked Jasper what last name I would be able to take. He'd said that we all played around with our last names, human or otherwise, throughout the years. Platt, Esme's last name as a human before she married, Hale, McCarty, Brandon, Whitlock, and, of course, Cullen. It depended. They just mixed it around a lot. The only thing that would be a constant was my first name, Isabella. This time it was Carlisle and Esme McCarty. Edward and Emmett McCarty, their adoptive children. Alice and Rosalie Platt, sisters who were taken in by Esme. And Jasper Hale, my brother. It was an interesting life, to say the least. Sometimes I couldn't help but think of them as fugitives. In a way, it was true. They had done some pretty illegal things to cover their traces. Forging documents, signatures, that sort of thing. Of course, being me, I was just romanticized by the idea. Bella, Danielle's voice broke through my reverie. I glanced at her, startled, and gave her a sheepish smile. She shot me an annoyed look to tell me she knew I hadn't been listening to her. I was just saying, she said bitingly, though I saw the hint of a smile on her lips. Maybe you could reconsider. I know your sister Alice would be happy to pack for you. I shuddered again. Thanks, Sel. I'll give you a call if I can go. I won't promise anything, though, I said finally. Danielle smiled at me, satisfied for now, just as Edward pulled up in front of the school. We made our way to his car, and I tried my best not to slip on the ice as I walked. I was, also, the clumsiest person on earth. A fact which reduced Emmett to near-invisible vampire tears every time. Danielle and I slipped into the back seat of the Volvo. Edward's obsession with Volvos was something I couldn't explain. He'd gotten a newer model last year, but it was still silver, still as fast as possible. He only slowed down whenever Danielle was in the car because he didn't want her to complain to her mother. I rolled my eyes. Giving me a heart attack with his maniacal driving didn't seem to bother him all that much. How was school? I heard his musical voice ask. I raised my eyes from my lap and saw his golden eyes looking right at me from the rearview mirror. For some reason, my heart gave an unsteady thump before returning to its normal pace. I knew Edward heard it, just like he had every single time it had happened before in the past few weeks. I dismissed it, as did he. The same as always. A rectangle building filled with misery and embarrassment, I quipped, smirking. Edward chuckled and stepped on the gas. I knew he was going at 80. Going over to Danielle's later, Bella? He asked. I scowled. I knew he'd read it in her mind, saw her invitation. It was like it didn't matter that he couldn't read my mind, something I was eternally grateful for, by the way. He would just peek into my friends' heads and get the answer anyway. Either that or he'll just dazzle me into telling him. He said he could read me easily through my eyes. God, I hoped that wasn't true. If it were, he would know about how my heart started sputtering every time he came close. I knew he could hear it, but we never talked about it. I hoped he wouldn't assume. He would also know that I found him stunning, that I thought he could be dazzling when he wanted to be, and sometimes when he never even tried. He would know how I looked up to him, and found him just perfect. It was almost ridiculous that a creature like him even existed. Not vampire, but Adonis. I didn't know why all of a sudden. Edward seemed different to me. He was still my best friend. I could still go to him for anything. I just saw him clearer, I suppose, would be a good term. I didn't understand it, and neither Alice nor Jasper would tell me. They said I needed to find out on my own. That was just plain condescending, in my book at least. Maybe it was just hormones. I haven't gotten around to having that thing yet. But maybe I was close? Or maybe it was just some weird teenage phase I'll get over. I sighed inwardly. This was incredibly confusing. No, I replied, though I knew he'd already seen the answer in Danielle's head. He didn't comment on my answer. He pulled over in Danielle's driveway, and she hopped out. "Call me later, Bells," she waved, slamming the door. I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes as Edward started driving again, this time to the outskirts of the Alaskan town we lived in. Our house here looked like it could be part of a fairy tale. It was white, blending in with the snow, and contrasting to the forest surrounding it. Danielle had been over a few times, and she'd asked why our house was surrounded by trees. I just told her it was relaxing, and our family loved nature. Which was true. I didn't particularly enjoy hiking or anything myself, but the others do. I, however, do find being in the midst of trees, hearing the stream nearby, and waking up to the sight of the mountains outside very refreshing. It was calming, to say the least. I was looking forward to our vacation. The Cullens had a funny way of spending time away from home. Emmett and Jasper would always get into hilarious situations, so you never knew what to expect. Edward would bring me to the coolest music stores and museums. Alice and Rose were Alice and Rose that meant plenty of shopping. Alice was convinced I'd grow to love it, but my hatred of the mall no matter where we were just kept growing. I almost pitied her for her efforts. But then again, she was enthusiastic enough for the both of us. Carlisle and Esme were the parents, so they always bailed Emmett and Jasper out. Sometimes literally. I have never been to New York or Paris before. My first ever vacation was with the Denali clan. I had missed Kate, Carmen, and Eleazar. So Carlisle and Esme thought it would be good to spend some time in Alaska. The cold was biting and cruel, especially to an 8-year-old, but it was still an enjoyable trip. Well, for the most part. I felt my face pull into a scowl as I remembered Tanya and her relentless efforts to get to Edward. Why that girl just wouldn't give up was beyond me. And now we lived just a few miles from her. So maybe there was another reason why I would love to be away from Alaska for the summer. Just for a few weeks. It had been torture these past few years. Tanya had somehow decided that since I was Edward's best friend, she should get in my good graces to get his attention. First of all, I doubt that'll work. Second of all, there was no way she would get in my good graces. I couldn't stand her. I was forced to smile and say hello and not scream my head off at her every time she decided to visit, every other week, mind you. But I wasn't going to be her best friend. "What's with the face, Bella?" Edward's voice floated to the back seat. My eyes snapped open, and I looked up to see those same golden eyes looking at me again through the rearview mirror. "Won't you tell me what you're thinking?" His question was more of a plea. I suppressed the urge to grin smugly. It drove Edward crazy not to be able to read my thoughts. I think it was because he was so used to knowing exactly everything a person thought of. Then suddenly, he had to channel his more normal, human side when it came to me. It unnerved him that my mind blocked him. "Nothing, Edward," I said, smiling widely. "Bella," he groaned, rolling his eyes. I burst out laughing. "Really?" I said, once I'd calmed down. I was just tired and excited about our trip. At least that part was honest enough. I didn't want him to know I was mulling things over on Tanya's constant presence. While he might not enjoy her presence, he was always polite to her. He smiled, asked her how she was, even made small talk with her. A gentleman in every sense of the word. I knew he was aware of my distaste for Tanya, ever since the first time I'd ever heard of her. But he chalked it up to her annoying attitude and persistence. In some ways, it affected me more than it affected him, because some days she just never left me alone. She followed me everywhere, acting as if we were the best of friends, trying to persuade me to go shopping with her and whatnot. I had to lie every so often, something I wasn't good at. She never called on me for fibbing either. She didn't catch my lie, or she just didn't care. Maybe it was a mix of the two. We pulled into the garage. Rosalie had persuaded Esme to transform one of the outhouses into a huge garage. They even added an extension to the room. It didn't take that much to convince Esme. The Cullens were all crazy about cars. I grabbed my bag and got out of the car. Edward beside me. I smiled. He could have gotten out faster and could have went inside before I even moved an inch, but it was typically Edward to wait for me. "Are you too tired to resume our piano lesson?" Edward asked as we entered the house. I shook my head. No, of course not. Just let me change and grab a bite to eat. Ever since I was 7, I had been taking piano lessons with Edward. I really enjoyed watching him play, and it had gotten me hooked on not just the piano, but on classical music. Alice said I needed to ditch Edward before I became a century-old vampire instead of an almost 14-year-old teenager. I knew I could never play as good as Edward, but I was willing to try and get as close as possible. I felt calm, peaceful, whenever I played. I didn't know if it was simply because I was spending time with the one person I trusted the most, just sitting in silence, doing something we both loved, or because I truly loved playing the piano. Maybe it was Jazz's doing. I loved piano lessons with Edward, and I loved knowing that, as amateur as I might be on the piano, I was steadily improving throughout the years. I practically dashed up the stairs in my human speed and stumbled 3 times on my way. I almost fell, but didn't until I reached the top of the stairs. I stubbed my toe and almost fell back. Bracing myself for the impact, I immediately squeezed my eyes shut and grimaced. Instead of falling down the stairs, I felt a pair of cold, strong arms wrap themselves around my waist and pull me upright. I cracked my eyes open to look into Edward's very amused, very dazzling topaz eyes. "I should have known you would fall," he chuckled. "Only you, Bella." I scowled as I felt the telltale signs of my humiliation, a crimson blush that spread from my neck all the way to the tip of my hairline. This only amused him more. Once I was steady on my feet, I begun to realize just how close we were standing. He has his arms wrapped around me and had pulled me close to his chest. It was almost an embrace. An embrace? I shook myself out of my stupor. Where had that come from? Was I going crazy? Edward suddenly had a strange look on his face. It was almost like a painful grimace. He looked ashamed or guilty or something, and just slightly freaked out by something. "Edward." I waved a hand in front of his face. His eyes snapped towards me and widened slightly, as if he'd forgotten I was still ensnared in his arms. I felt like rolling my eyes. Great. Here I was having supremely weird thoughts about him, and he wasn't even paying attention. "Are you all right?" I asked, my eyebrows drawn together in concern. It wasn't like Edward to space out. Whatever it was must have been pretty intense. He flashed me a smile, and I realized it instantly. It was that crooked smile of his he used whenever he wanted me to do something I would have never even considered doing in a million years. "I'm fine," he said convincingly. Of course, anything that came out of his mind was convincing. I was just thinking. "I'm sorry," he said, releasing me from his hold. I stumbled a little away from him. "I'll just go get ready," I mumbled, my blush still covering my cheeks. It was times like these I hated being so pale. It was too obvious every time I was embarrassed or uncomfortable. Emmett and Jasper teased me about it all the time. Jasper usually teased me less because he could feel the humiliation I felt. Emmett, on the other hand, took teasing to a whole new level. I changed out of the ridiculous garment Alice had forced me to wear for school. She always came up with outfits I was uncomfortable with. They attracted attention, and I didn't like that. I liked to have the least attention. That was impossible when you're a Cullen. I learned that a long time ago, but at least I wasn't in high school yet. I imagined that being in the same school as my family would only be worse. 5 otherworldly beautiful creatures who happen to travel in a pack and ignore everyone else and are good at everything? Yes, they obviously blend in, I thought sarcastically. I kept my jeans on and threw on a comfortable t-shirt. There were certain things in my wardrobe I had begged Alice not to throw out. She mainly kept it to keep me from complaining to Rose. Rosalie had a soft spot for me. I could get her to let me do anything if I wanted to, within reason, of course. Rose knew I hated Alice's torturous Bella Barbie moments, so she tried getting me out every once in a while. Edward did too. But sometimes it was just not smart to go up against Alice. I went down the stairs as slowly as possible. Really didn't need to fall down the stairs. I already did that twice last week. I almost gave myself a concussion the second time. Something Carlyle had found extremely hilarious when he examined me. He wondered if it was embedded in my DNA, since he'd never found someone as clumsy as I was in all his years of medicine practice. I don't think I want to know, but Emmett had suggested that Carlyle start doing experiments on me to find out. The following few hours were spent thinking of how they would test it out exactly. I shook my head at the memory. Sometimes, Carlyle was as immature as the other boys. I went into the kitchen to find Esme slaving over the stove. I smiled at her, wrapping my arms around her waist. "What are you doing, Esme?" I asked, peering around her at the pot of simmering sauce. "I'm making pasta," Esme replied happily, throwing in the herbs she'd been chopping up. I scrunched my nose. It wasn't that I didn't enjoy having Esme cook for me. I loved it. She was an extremely amazing cook, and it took me off guard since she hadn't eaten or cooked for anyone in a long time before I came into her life. And every time she cooked for me, I felt like she was my mother. I knew it made her feel more like a mother, too, but I liked my independence. It was why I started learning how to cook when I turned 12. It was actually easy to cook. It was very much like chemistry. "You didn't have to do that," I said, smiling at her. Esme laughed and cupped my cheek with one hand. "Yes, but I wanted to indulge my daughter." "Is that so wrong?" she asked, giving me a puppy dog look that only served to make me feel guilt-ridden. I sighed. Maybe I shouldn't have used it so much against her when I was younger. Now she was getting payback, and we have eternity for it. "Of course not." I gave in. "But at least let me help you." Esme smiled wider and nodded her head eagerly. I stood next to her and helped. Sometimes we did this, just stand silently in the kitchen and cook together or bake together. I wasn't all that good at baking. The only thing I managed to master were brownies. I knew for a fact that they were good because I'd made them for Danielle's 13th birthday party. Everyone had made a mad dash for it, and it was gone within minutes. I'd made 4 batches, so it was quite a lot for such a small gathering. When we were done, I scooped out a bit of the pasta into a plate and begun to eat. Esme watched me eat for a moment, and, at my pleased look, she clapped her hands together, a smile on her face, and begun to clean up the mess in the kitchen. I shook my head as I ate and watched her at the same time. I knew she was a vampire, not a witch, but she reminded me of Samantha Stevens. Maybe I just watched too much of that old show. "Bella?" I heard Edward's musical voice calling from the living room. I smiled. He was impatient when it came to piano lessons. He was always anxious for it to begin, but he would go on for hours if I hadn't stopped and told him I had homework to do, or had cramps in my fingers from playing for so long. "I'll be right out," I said, in a voice quieter than his was. I spoke as if he was sitting right next to me, but I knew he heard me plainly. I heard him playing outside. A soft melodious song that he had started a few days ago. He still hadn't completed it, which surprised me to no end. It would usually take him hours, if not minutes, to compose a new song. but this one kept stumping him.
I wondered why.
I finished my last bite and went to clean my plate. Once I'd done that, I grabbed a glass of water and downed its content quickly. I felt full, almost sickly so, and went out into the living room. I stepped onto the raised platform where the piano was and sat on the bench next to Edward. He continued playing the song he couldn't finish, the notes becoming familiar to me. After a minute or so, his fingers stilled on the keys, and he turned to look at me. He smiled, and I couldn't help the goofy grin on my face. "Are you ready?" he asked softly. I nodded my head, gulping. Why on earth was I reacting this way? This was Edward.
My Edward.
My best friend. Why was everything suddenly so different now? I was excited by it somewhat, but I hated it too. I liked it when I didn't feel so confused all the time when I was around him. And now I was just acting crazy. PMS. It must be some early sign of it. I'd have to talk to Alice or Rose or Esme about this. We begun with one of his earlier compositions, another thing, why I loved Edward's piano lessons. He always taught me his own compositions. I learned to play other songs too, but I loved it that I could somewhat play Edward's songs. I couldn't play them as beautifully as he did, of course, but it didn't matter. The fact that I actually could just made me feel like I was in on some sort of secret of his. Ironic, since I already know his biggest secret. Guess what? Alice shrieked as she came prancing into the room. I didn't have to look up to know that she must be looking like some graceful ballerina as she walked in. Alice had that grace, even more so than the rest of the Cullens. I wondered if she had been a dancer in her human life. Alice couldn't remember anything of her human past. She said it was all dark, and she couldn't make out anything that made sense. I refused to break concentration. This was one of Edward's more harder songs, and I was just about getting all of it right. Just a little bit more, and I'd have the whole song right for the first time ever. "Bella!" Alice squealed in my ear. I gasped, startled, and my hands slammed down on the keys wrongly. I turned around and glared at Alice. "Alice!" I complained. I was just about to get it right. Alice waved that aside. Yes, that's great," she said dismissively. I folded my arms across my chest, blinking back the irrational, angry tears. Edward was shaking with silent laughter. "But guess what?" she asked again, eager. I shot a look at Edward, and he was giving Alice that annoyed, confused look that told me she was blocking her thoughts from him.
"What?"
I asked warily. Alice began laughing like a tiny pixie maniac. "Tanya's visiting," she cackled. I felt the blood drain from my face, making me no doubt paler than usual. How that was possible was beyond me. Curse Alice. She hated having Tanya around as well. But she found it hilarious that I still hung on to the jealousy Emmett accidentally instilled in me when I was 7. She teased me about it relentlessly. It was pure torture for me to be around Tanya, and Alice found it funny, that sadistic pixie. I wondered if she had ever met Hitler. "She is?" I asked weakly. Alice nodded her head, and I whimpered. Edward burst out in loud chuckles, and I turned to glare at him. "Don't be so smug, Edward. She's a pain to you as she is to me," I reminded him. When he still wouldn't stop laughing, I decided to give him an example. "Remember the last time we were here, and she asked you if you wanted Dash?" "All right, I won't laugh," he cut me off, slightly irritated. I could see the underlying humor in his eyes, though, and sighed. "When would she be here?" I asked Alice. The doorbell rang, followed by Tanya's voice ringing throughout the house. "Hi, Cullens. Missed me?" I heard her say. Crickets answered her. I cringed, sharing a pained look with Edward. I shook my head, standing up. "There's no way," I said under my breath. Tanya could probably hear me, but I trust that Esme was talking to her and distracting her while I spoke. I'm going to call Danielle. Tell her I'm going to her sleepover. Edward looked at me with the strangest look. It was as if he was panicked. I grinned at him. Bella, he said urgently. I know you're upset. I laughed. But is this really necessary? He whispered, almost too soft and too fast for my human ears. I just smiled wider. It's not punishment, Edward, though that is an added bonus. I just won't be able to. I glanced at the living room, where Tanya was already seated, talking to an annoyed Esme. Stand her, I mouthed, unable to finish my sentence. Alice giggled, then tugged at my hand. Let's go pack, she said excitedly. For once, I followed her. Tanya wouldn't really annoy Alice that much. The girl could be dangerously frightening when she wanted to be. So, basically, I was safe from her grasp if I stayed with Alice. When we reached my room, I grabbed the blue cell phone on the vanity I had gotten as a gift from Rosalie and pressed Danielle's number on the speed dial. She answered on the second ring. Hey, Bells. What's up? I heard a little bit of static from the other line. Elle, where are you? I asked, confused. My sister's driving me to pick up the girls. Val, Nina, Anna, and I were going to go to the movies before we head back to my place. Why? I heard the suspicion in her voice. Then she gasped and asked excitedly, Are you changing your mind? Danielle could be perceptive when she wanted to be. I laughed and nodded my head before remembering that she couldn't see me. Yes, I am. Do you think you could come pick me up, too? I heard Danielle converse with someone else in the background, and an older-sounding woman's voice answer her. It must be her sister. Then I heard her come back on the phone. Sure. We'll be there in 10. Is that enough time? I smiled. Yes, it is. Thanks, Elle. I hung up the phone and turned around only to find Alice holding out my overnight bag I used whenever I spent the night at Danielle's house. I smiled at her uncertainly, tempted to check what she had packed for me. Alice must have seen what I was about to do, and she rolled her eyes. She arched a perfectly shaped eyebrow and tapped her foot. Don't you trust me, Bella? She asked, feigning hurt. I sighed, defeated, and gave her a small smile. Thanks, Alice, I said. Alice wrapped her arm around my shoulder as we walked slowly out the door. No problem, she grinned. I would escape, too, if I had the choice. She took on a distant look on her face. Maybe I could convince Jas to go on an impromptu honeymoon. She started smiling wickedly. I shrugged out of her embrace. Alice, I complained. That's gross. She laughed hysterically, shaking her head. You'll understand one day, she said, still chuckling, holding her sides as though the laughter racking through her body was actually physically hurting her. I rolled my eyes and went downstairs. I amazingly didn't trip once. I placed the overnight bag in the living room. Tanya wasn't there. Thank God. I went to find Esme and Rosalie to ask their permission to go. Carlisle was still at the hospital, but I knew Esme would tell him if she allowed me to go. I hoped she wouldn't use the "we have a guest" reason because I really didn't want to stay. Of course, since Alice saw me going, I'm assuming otherwise she wouldn't have packed for me. I had nothing to worry about. Rosalie was probably working on her car in the garage. She had bought a Viper and she wanted to crank up the speed of the engine. Cullens and cars, an unhealthy obsession that would, undoubtedly, kill me one day. I decided to find Rosalie after Esme, since Esme was probably in the kitchen. I made my way towards it. Somewhere in the house, I heard Alice screeching, "No, Bella, don't go in there." But it was too late. I was greeted with a sight that oddly enough broke my heart into a million pieces. Edward's POV. I watched as Alice and Bella dashed up the stairs at human speed, giggling like teenage girls. I rolled my eyes and turned away from the couches, where Tanya sat with Esme. I didn't listen to their conversation or their thoughts. I was more interested in what Alice and Bella were saying upstairs.
Yes.
I am. Do you think you could come pick me up, too? I focused on keeping my fingers moving on the keys, but I was frowning. If Bella needed to go somewhere, why couldn't she just ask one of us? Why couldn't she just ask me? Was she that upset at me for teasing her and laughing at her? Was she so embarrassed by it? Maybe I do need to stop teasing her about it. I knew she despised Tanya and her antics. I could empathize with that.
Yes.
It is. Thanks, Elle. Judging from her response, I suppose Danielle was the one she had called, and her friend would be picking her up. Maybe one of her parents would be coming to pick Bella up? I hoped it wasn't her sister. The girl was barely of age, and she had just gotten her driver's license. I don't trust her to be behind the wheel with Bella in the car. Something could easily go wrong. I had to take deep, calming breaths to stop the horrific images in my head from spinning into some sort of nightmarish collage. Don't you trust me, Bella? So Alice had packed. I chuckled to myself. Bella hated it when Alice packed for her, even for a sleepover. The last time Alice had packed, Bella had ended up mortified beyond belief. It had been a trip to a chalet where Danielle's 13th birthday party had been held. There were adults present, I checked. But it was supposed to be a poolside barbecue and Alice had packed a bikini for Bella. She had come home fuming the next day, refusing to talk to Alice. Until Alice released her charm on her, of course. Then she couldn't resist but forgive her. Thanks, Alice. The guilt trip. It always worked. I stiffened as I felt Tanya get closer to me. I didn't particularly want to talk to her. Every word that came out of her mouth, every single one of her actions, was meant to seduce me. It had never worked in the years that I've known her. It used to be amusing. Now it was simply annoying. I rose swiftly to my feet. Esme had gone off somewhere, probably to her room. I could hear the enraged thoughts in her mind. She disliked it when Tanya dropped by unexpectedly so often. It disrupted the peace and quiet of her day. I made my way to the kitchen. Maybe I should get Bella something to eat before she headed out. I heard the voice of her friend, Danielle, on the phone, saying that she had planned on going to the movies first. The movie theater didn't have food, they had junk. Popcorn and soda, and God only knows what else. I didn't want Bella to get sick. I pulled open the fridge and pulled out the chicken ham. I should make her a sandwich. When I closed the fridge door, Tanya was leaning against the wall, smiling at me. "Hi, Edward," she said, her voice low. I smiled back a little, just to be polite. "Hello, Tanya. What brings you here today?"
It was pointless to ask.
I already knew the answer, as do everyone else in my family. Boy, was I going to get teased again when Emmett hears about this. I could only thank God he and Jasper had went to the mall to get a flat screen for their new entertainment room. Esme had finally given in after they'd begged her to let them turn the basement into a game room. They had transformed it, painted it, and were finally putting in the final touches, which, of course, included a flat screen. She stepped closer to me and I moved away, shuffling over to the kitchen aisle. I never stopped moving, darting from one place to another as I made Bella her sandwich. I knew she would be angry at me for babying her, as she called it, but she always forgave me because she knew I tended to go slightly overboard because I cared too deeply for her. I grabbed the bread from next to the microwave and turned around. I took an involuntary step back as I noticed that Tanya was directly behind me. She sighed, shaking her head, though she was still smiling. "Edward," she whispered. It sounded nothing like when Bella whispers my name. She'd been doing that a lot lately when she was sleep-talking. I had wondered briefly if I should ask her what her dreams were about, but decided against it. It would be too suspicious. She was too perceptive. Bella told me not to watch her sleep since she turned 12. That was almost 2 years ago. She was embarrassed that I heard her talk in her sleep the one time when she didn't have control over her words. It was her most vulnerable, and she hated that I was there to bear witness.
I hadn't really stopped, though.
It comforted me to watch her sleep, and I was always curious to know what she dreamt of. Even if all I received were snippets, I didn't mind it. It was the closest I have ever gotten to hearing her thoughts. And lately, she had been dreaming of me. I didn't know why or what role I played in her dreams. All I knew was that with the confusion and anxiety that came from hearing my name whispered from her lips, there was elation and excitement. "I'm tired of this game," Tanya said, bringing me back to the present. My brows furrowed as I watched her.
"What game?"
She was being confusing. "You and I are meant to be, Edward. I know you feel it," she said huskily, batting her lashes at me. I stared at her horrified, frozen in place. Tanya and I, meant to be? Only when hell has frozen over. I consider her an acquaintance, a family friend if you will, but never a mate. I'd gladly go through my transformation again rather than spend any amount of time with her, especially in that way. She moved closer to me, but I didn't have time to move away since she was already so close. I saw her lips draw closer as the pucker. I saw her intentions in mind. So I did what I had to do. I turned my head away. Tanya ended up with her arms flung around my neck, her lips pressed to my cheek, her body draped close to me. I wanted nothing more than to get away from her. But a spine-chilling terror filled me as I heard the very human, very distinct gasp coming from the kitchen door. Somewhere in the house, I heard Alice scream in panic. I raised my eyes and met Bella's shocked and hurt ones. Her brown orbs clouded over as tears filled her eyes. "Bella," I whispered. Tanya pulled back, surprised that I was saying Bella's name instead of hers. Bella darted away from the kitchen door before I could move, and my sense finally kicked in. I shoved Tanya away, not bothering to be a gentleman this time. She was, after all, a vampire. A shove won't hurt her. Bella was in the living room, a duffel bag in her hand as she raced for the front door. I made it there before her, naturally. The tears behind her eyes had filled to the brim. I was certain they were going to spill at any moment. I pressed my back against the door, so she couldn't leave. "Bella," I said desperately. It wasn't like that. Wait, why was I feeling the urge to explain Tanya to her? Was she even crying because of Tanya? I knew she was insecure about Tanya stealing her place in my heart, but she should know that wouldn't ever happen. And Tanya had gone for a kiss, unsuccessfully. Thank God. Bella and I never kissed. Bella was my best friend. Why would she be hurt by this? Was it because she thought I had a similar dislike for Tanya as she did? She should know that was true. And why was I frantic? Why was I panicking? Why did I want to explain everything to her and make her understand? Why did I want to pull her close, wipe her tears away, and just hold her?
Why? This was all too complicating.
I needed to know, I needed to understand. It was killing me that I didn't. "Edward," she said, her voice shaking. "Elle's going to be here soon with Sarah." "I need to go," she whispered. No, she was just saying that as an excuse. She just wanted to leave, to get away from me. My heart sank as I realized that must be the reason why. She couldn't stand being near me now. I had been weak to let Tanya get to me like that. She must hate me. "Bella, please listen, Dash. Edward, she needs to go." "Let her. You'll only make it worse if you continue," Alice called out to me. I looked over Bella's head to see Alice glaring at me from the stairs. Esme had come down as well, hearing Alice's scream, and was looking at us confusedly. "I can't," Bella replied, closing her eyes. "I have to go." When she opened her eyes, some of the tears had disappeared from her eyes, though they were now rimmed red. "Listen to her, Edward. She needs time to think. Don't force her." I sighed. Alice might be annoying, but she knew things. She was psychic, after all. I had to listen to her if I wanted to make things right with Bella. I stepped aside, and Bella immediately reached for the door. But she tripped over her own feet as she opened the door, and I caught her by the waist. It reminded me of just over an hour ago when Bella had nearly fallen backwards at the top of the stairs. I had been in front of her in vampire speed and caught her before she fell. And then suddenly, her scent was consuming me. Her eyes were all I saw. Her heartbeat and her soft voice were all I heard. Protecting her was all I could think of. It had been the strangest feeling in the world. I released Bella the instant she was steady on her feet, and she dashed out the door. I could hear her labored breathing even as she went up to the driveway. I watched as a few minutes ticked by, then a red Mustang showed up. Bella climbed in the back seat, and the car drove off. Never once did she look back at me. Emmett's POV. Jazz and I were driving back from the mall, our flat screen in the back of my Jeep. I was excited, which made Jazz twice as excited, which made me even more excited when he projected it through his gift. Honestly, I didn't know if that sentence was English. We had gotten the couches, the video games, the deco for our new game room in the basement. Now all we need is this flat screen hooked up, baby. All we rounded up the corner in my Jeep. With me driving, of course, we passed a red Mustang. I recognized it as the car Danielle's sister drove. I'd seen her around town. Her driving was terrible. What surprised me was Bella, sitting in the back seat. I couldn't be sure, but I thought I saw her flick away a tear from the corner of her eye. She didn't even realize Jazz and I had passed her by. Of course, we had been driving at 120, while the Mustang had been at 75. It would have been hard to see us. Ouch. Jasper winced. Someone's hurting. He frowned, looking back over his shoulder to see the red Mustang drive out of sight. I parked the car in the garage, and Jasper lifted the flat screen on his own. I didn't bother helping him, because I knew he didn't need it. He could have held that thing for days without moving an inch, and it wouldn't bother him. Just another upside to being a vampire. I found Rosalie, however, fuming beside her Viper. Almost all of the bottom half of her outfit was drenched in oil. I chuckled, which only made her turn her death glare on me. I stopped laughing immediately. My Rosie could kill with looks. What happened? I asked timidly. Rosalie sighed and shrugged. I heard Alice scream. She caught me off guard, she grumbled. Then her annoyed expression disappeared, and it was replaced by a curious one. I wonder she was screaming Bella's name. We just saw Bella getting into Danielle's sister's car and driving off, Jasper offered. Rosalie rolled her eyes, then started. Edward let her get in that ratty thing? She asked, wrinkling her nose. I shared a look with Jasper. She was right. The car was a step away from breaking down. Her sister hadn't gotten it new. Edward wouldn't let Bella get in the car with a human behind the wheel. She was terrible at it. His paranoia must have kicked in. What was going on? The three of us went inside, and Jasper placed the flat screen on the floor, propped up against a bare wall. Edward was sitting on the couch, head in his hands, obviously upset. Jasper took a step back, obviously affected by the emotions he was feeling. Alice had her hands on her hips, and Esme was glaring at Tanya. And Bella was gone. My protective big brother mode kicked in full gear. What the hell happened? I asked, my hard gaze sweeping the room. I think you should leave, Tanya, Esme said. Her anger was evident, though her voice was cool and collected. Tanya looked as if she was about to argue, but Esme held her hand up. I respected you as an acquaintance. Please leave us to deal with this family issue. My eyebrows shot up in surprise. I had never heard Esme with such a cold voice before. Really, what had happened? Tanya sighed, shooting one last look at Edward, then left. The room fell silent. The only thing I could hear was Edward's heavy, pained breathing. A few moments ticked by.
Seconds.
Minutes. Is someone going to tell us what happened? Rosalie asked irritably. I knew she was as concerned about Bella as I was. Maybe even more. Bella was her baby in every way possible. I should probably not tell her about seeing Bella cry in the Mustang. Edward couldn't stop his weird vampire hyperventilation thing, so Alice jumped in angrily. Oh, you want to know what happened? She snapped, starting to pace the floor in rapid vampire speed. Even I was having trouble keeping up. I thought she was going to burn a trail on the floor. Your idiot of a brother kissed Tanya. What? Jasper, Rosalie, and I blurted out. What about Bella? My mind screamed out before I could stop it. It was already too late. Edward had caught it. His head snapped up, and I almost staggered back at the anguished look in his eyes. I could just imagine how Jasper was feeling. What about Bella? He asked, his voice low. He looked and sounded like a desperate man. I knew it killed him to have Bella angry at him, but if he kissed Tanya, then he deserved it. This enraged him. I did not kiss her, he shouted. He launched into detail of what had really happened, speaking so fast I almost missed it all. When he was finally done explaining, he glared at us all. So, if you don't mind, I am sick and tired of having to go through this ridiculous charade. For years you have kept something from me, and I for one intend to find out what that is. Tell me now, he roared. Edward Cullen. Esme chided, a hand on her dead heart as she stared at her son. But he was beyond reason. He only wanted to find out the truth. And maybe we had kept it from him for too long. He needed to find out at some point. Bella was going to be 14 pretty soon. It was just a matter of months. That meant that Edward was 2 years from Alice's vision. Maybe it was time to tell him, to let it sink in. I shot a look at Alice, who sighed, defeated. It was time. Alice's POV. Edward was so outraged. I had never seen him this mad. I supposed Bella wasn't the only one with abandonment issues. I had jumped to conclusions. I only saw Tanya's decision, not what Edward did last minute. He hadn't decided it, he just did it. And then Bella was running out of the door. I was just so angry with him for making Bella upset. My visions all those years ago were so close to coming true. We had all been waiting on bated breath for it to happen. Bella was already a part of the family, but with my visions becoming a reality, it would be all the more complete. Edward, I spoke up. I'll tell you, I saw him relax a little. Just a little. But you have to promise not to overreact. You have to promise to keep an open mind and listen fully before you say or do anything. Okay? This is too important. You know it. It's Bella, so you know it, I stressed. I saw his jaw clench in anticipation, but I needed to get my message across. I couldn't risk him being stubborn and running away. We were just too close. Edward nodded his head in agreement. Slowly, I opened my thoughts to him fully, conjuring up the visions I had just years ago. The first was of Bella dancing with him. I heard him take a sharp intake of breath as he saw the dress the same one in that vision. I let slip of Bella smiling coyly at someone dash, as he theorized if that someone might be him. Then I showed him the vision of Bella and him, kissing, saying, I love you to each other, embracing. When I focused on him again, he wasn't moving. His jaw had dropped, his eyes bulging, his pale face ashen. We waited for him to speak. He needed to be the one to speak, to say things first. He was in a state of shock, and if we pushed him too early, too far, he might snap. Finally, I heard him start breathing again, though we don't need the air. What? He spluttered weakly. What? I racked my brain on how to continue. I hadn't seen this coming, and right now there were just too many possibilities on how this could go. Emmett spoke up before any one of us could. Bella's supposed to be your mate, he yelled, too excited for his own good. Edward had stopped breathing. He had stopped being sane. That can't be true, he whispered. I made a step towards him, but he stepped back. His eyes were coal black, flaring. "You saw my visions, Edward," I said, almost pleading him to see sense, to not ruin everything. He and Bella could be so happy together. By being this way, he wasn't just ruining his happiness, he was ruining hers too. "Edward, just sit and we'll talk it out." But he was already going crazy. I could see it all over his face, the need to run and clear his head. I saw what he was about to do a second before he did. "Go," I told Jasper, as Edward crashed through the back door. He nodded his head and took off, running after Edward. Emmett looked at Rose, Esme, and I guiltily. "Should I follow?" he asked. I closed my eyes, watching the future outcome. I smiled to myself and opened my eyes. My husband was amazing. I really had to see if he would go on another impromptu honeymoon with me.
Soon. No.
They'll be fine. I needed to go to my room and think. There would be much to do in the next 2 years if my visions were going to become a reality. It was time for Edward and Bella's love to bloom. And I know just how to push it along Alice Cullen style, of course. Thank you for joining us for part 2, covering chapters 11 to 20 of Bella Hale by JulesSC. Did you know? In the original Twilight saga, Rosalie Hale was one of the most complex characters, and fans often wished for more of her backstory. Bella Hale takes that concept and expands it, blending new dynamics into the beloved universe. If this story has captured your heart, let us know by liking, commenting, and subscribing to Grimoire Audiobooks. Your support ensures that we can continue bringing incredible tales like this to life. As Bella Hale reminds us, family is more than blood. It's the connections we nurture and the love we share. Until next time, thank you for being part of the Grimoire Audiobooks family. See you in part 3, where even more revelations await.